Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless, Skinless Chicken Breast. Thin sliced or tenders. When you buy two, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dan and Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks. Selected sizes and varieties, like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Let's keep having fun. These football playoffs are rolling on, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all this action because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy as you know. You pick your favorite players. They're going to go higher or lower on all the stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, interceptions, whatever. Get them right, pair them up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, you got good defenses in these playoffs. You got weather in certain environments. I would really lean toward going lower than on passing yardage for a lot of these quarterbacks coming up. That's kind of been the trend. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online ncpgambling.org.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
Historic ones.
For 4,000 for Stephen Curry.
Joyful ones.
My joy back, as some would say.
Winning ones. The moment needs you. To manifest it, to chase it, and put the opponent to sleep.
All the way down the floor.
Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
A mix of sun and clouds in San Jose, going up to 65.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm such a loser. I got to listen to you guys.
Where's my guy Bobby in Los Altos at? Where is he? I love that man. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky. We are up and rolling on a Thursday here in the Bay Area. And right now, I guess, Joe, it's being announced all the finalists for all the NFL awards. It's award season coming up here shortly. Obviously, the Super Bowl going to be here in the Bay Area, Levi's Stadium. And look at that. One of the finalists for most valuable player, Christian freaking McCaffrey. The fact that he's a finalist alone in a year where everything went wrong for the 49ers injury-wise, the one guy that stayed healthy, and I say that in quotations because all these guys were hurting all season long, Christian McCaffrey, I don't think he's going to win it, Joe, but that's a pretty freaking cool thing that he's a finalist for the MVP award alongside Josh Allen, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, and the guy that's probably going to win it, Matt Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams.
It's really cool. Just because of how recent the loss is, I'm just not in a position currently to really fully appreciate it right now. Maybe one day. Just today's probably not that day. For me.
No, for sure.
I'm still reeling from the loss. I don't think we've had enough opportunity to kind of talk about the Niners this week because of everything that's going on with the Warriors.
Right. The Jimmy Butler injury, torn ACL kind of threw a monkey wrench into what we were going to talk about. And it was a big deal. We had to talk about it. I mean, when you lose a player of that caliber, Hall of Fame talent, it's brutal. But we had the season-ending presser yesterday with general manager John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan, and a lot was said. Where do we start? I think we have to start with the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room, quite frankly, of this entire season was Brandon Ayuk. Heading into the season, Joe, there was a hope that you would get all-pro Brandon Ayuk back at some point this season. That was the hope. Late, like week 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, at some point, we were told that it was a possibility that he would return this season. And then weeks went on and weeks went on. He was at practice in the offseason. We saw him at joint practices. He was there. And then he wasn't. And then he ghosted everyone. The head coach, the general manager, the teammates. He ghosted everyone. Did not respond to anything when they tried to reach out. One of the more strangest stories I've seen in quite some time for a guy that signed a fat contract, gets hurt, and then he basically says, I'm good with just losing all my guaranteed money. Because that's what he did. He basically said, I'm fine with losing all of this guaranteed money. Why? That's the big question in all this for me still, is why the hell did he do this? And I guess we'll just never find out. Maybe he has a 30 for 30 years from now. I don't know, Joe. But that was my main takeaway from yesterday, amongst a lot of other stuff from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, and we'll hear from all the sound. But the fact that he just ghosted everyone, ghosted them.
I've shown empathy for Brandon regarding, I don't know, like what plausibly could be some sort of crisis in his life, whether it be mental or not. I don't even know. Like
still might be. Like, I hope he's okay. Like, but I don't. He's ghosted everyone. We don't know.
Joe, having that to the side for just a second, I think you can make an argument, Brandon Ayuk and the entire domino effect of him is one of the worst things I've ever seen happen to a team in terms of team building, budgeting, and allocating in the history of the Bay Area. I'm dead serious. When I bring up the name T.O. nationally, everyone's like, oh, Terrell Owens, team obliterator. You know what T.O. did his final 3 seasons with the 49ers?
Tell me.
1,400 yards, 16 touchdowns, 1,300 yards, 13 touchdowns, 80 catches, 1,100 yards, 9 touchdowns with a hurt ankle and forearm all year, and didn't say a peep, really, for 3 straight years. Yeah, he knew he didn't want to be here. The guy showed up and performed.
It's a Hall of Famer.
Now, he didn't sign and file the paperwork properly to become a free agent and ended up still sticking with the team, and that's its own drama. But in terms of like the team budgeting for him, accounting for him making an impact on the field, he was always there. Now, I get to Brandon Ayuk. I just want to go through the layers of this. Like, I want you to think about how much this team prioritized Brandon Ayuk and how little respect Brandon Ayuk had for anyone else other than himself and his pockets. And it's disgusting. I'm so sickened. I know NIL and all the different money that gets thrown in your face in the modern day, it can be a little obnoxious. They lost the Super Bowl. He went 3 catches, 49 yards. They lost 25-22 in overtime. This guy was posting stuff via the family accounts on how he's out of here. Remember, he had the hood on, sad, in the locker room the day after the Super Bowl. Look, you lost the Super Bowl. I give you a pass. Now, I don't know about the social media stuff, but, I give you a pass. All right? We spent 3 months from the end of the Super Bowl until the draft whining and crying and complaining. I'm talking about Ayuk's camp.
Sure.
I'm not worth 24. I'm worth 28. I'm not worth 25 million. I'm worth 29 million. No. Don't disrespect me with 25.5. I'm worth 29.5. I'm worth 30 million. And we went back and forth. And this guy was complaining at every single turn that he's a top 3 wide receiver. And he was fighting. Joe, he was fighting for every single nickel of that guaranteed money. Was he not?
He was.
They could have traded him for plausibly some picks. I don't know what. They could have traded Debo. They said, you know what? We're going to go one more year with all these guys, and we'll trade probably Debo down the line.
Well,
but doing this, one second, before the draft, dangling Debo out, I personally believe started the beginning of the end of the Debo relationship with the 49ers.
There was frameworks of deals in place, as you mentioned, Browns, Patriots. But what was the hang-up with Ayuk? Those teams don't have quarterbacks. And ironically, as I just mentioned, the Patriots do have a quarterback. He's an MVP candidate named Drake May.
Joe, Debo should have obviously understood it's a business, but you can't tell me he didn't take it personal, that he was the one being dangled out, and then they draft Ricky Pearsall. And in hindsight, the more I think about it, Ricky Pearsall wasn't here to replace Brandon Ayuk. Ricky Pearsall was drafted on draft day to complement Brandon Ayuk, to complement him. And so I think Debo saw the writing on the wall, and I think that started to sever the relationships, understandably. And I think it put a strain on everyone. Now, Ayuk still goes unsigned and doesn't practice and doesn't show up. And we're talking, I don't want 25 million. I'm not being disrespected with 25 million. I want 30 million. It was very petulant in retrospect.
Yes.
Think about what that did to some of the other guys on the team who were fighting back from injuries. Think about who you said goodbye to, who were practicing during their final year on this team. Debo Samuel, Dre Greenlaw, trying to recover from an injury. Talanoa Hufanga, also trying to recover from an injury. Aaron Banks, going into his final year. Leonard Floyd, who was basically said goodbye to after 1 year because of all the different budget cuts. Malik Collins, final year of his deal. Charvarius Ward, who talked about, hey, they let it be known they can't afford me. Well, why couldn't they afford you? Because they were budgeting for Brandon Ayuk. They were budgeting for Brandon Ayuk. And so Brandon Ayuk, who's complaining about every single nickel and every nickel that they budgeted and allocated and were ready to pay, Brandon Ayuk couldn't go to Debo down the line, Greenlaw down the line, Hufanga down the line, Aaron Banks down the line, eventually Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Charvarius Ward down the line. What did that do to Charvarius Ward's psyche when he's practicing and he admitted out loud, yeah, it's kind of tough when I'm busting my hump in training camp and I look to the side and other guys aren't practicing and they're getting rewarded with extensions. Remember that quote?
Yeah. And obviously he had the tragedy on top of all that. He had to deal with that later.
No doubt.
So
then it goes to August 30th and the Niners cave in and they end up giving him, I'm going to tell you what they get, basically $25 million in cash. 1 year, $25 million in cash the next year, and $27 million in cash the year after that. Now, we could parse about how it hits the books or whatever, but that's what it looks like, guaranteed money, okay? This guy complained and whined, and I need every single dollar, only to find out a year later, money doesn't mean anything to me. Void the whole thing, I won't show up. What? It's
very strange.
Then,
strange.
You get to week 5. Remember how it started. It was ugly. He's dropping balls. People are booing him.
Yeah, he got booed.
All right? He doesn't get the pass from Brock Purdy over the top. On the one play, he finally gets open in the Rams game, and he's like mad and throwing his helmet or whatever. Week 5, he finally kind of busts out. 8 for 147, and he unfortunately gets hurt. And on this team, where I've seen Fred Warner play with a broken ankle and battle to get back, when I see George Kittle put his body on the line at the end of his career over and over and over again, torn groin, hamstrings, you name it. Christian McCaffrey fighting to get back in a lost season last year when the record was a fraction of what it was this year when they could have used Brandon Ayuk to come back. Christian McCaffrey came back. When Brock Purdy hurt himself multiple times fighting to get back in the lineup. Trent Williams fighting to get back in the lineup. This guy, Brandon Ayuk, after whining and complaining about every single nickel of money that we budgeted and allocated for him, every draft pick catered around to complement his ability to come back to this team, he said, I don't want to be here. And then we find out, in retrospect, July 18th, placed on PUP. That's about the time he stopped showing up. That's about the time he stopped talking to everyone. November 21st, we find out they're going to void all his money. And I'm sitting here and I'm going, in the history of businessmen, is this the dumbest businessman who ever lived? You complained for close to 6 months for every nickel, and now you're willing to give it all up because you can't show up? Joe, I contend, and I mean this with all my chest, this is one of the most aggravating, frustrating, and disappointing players in terms of how he has acted as a professional in the history of Bay Area sports.
888-957-9570. That was well said. It was passionate. You're frustrated. I think you speak for a lot of the fans right now. Is this the worst move in the John Lynch era, paying him? No, straight up. I'm just going to ask you. Is this the worst transaction, move, contract, however you want to parse it?
Ghost of Trey Lance.
Yeah, that's a bad one. No, that's a bad one. But you got Brock Purdy out of it.
I know, but Joe.
Ricky Pearsall's not Brock Purdy.
But Joe, I would argue you can miss in the draft because you never know.
Yeah, you can.
There's a big leap. When you're with someone for 4 years, you should have a better feel for who they are and how money might or might not change them. And I think that they misread the market. I think they misread the individual.
The person, yeah.
I think they misread the ramifications in the locker room. Again, I just want you to think about the money and the timeline. How do you think Debo feels about Brandon Ayuk today?
It's a great question. I don't know what their relationship is like. I thought it was tight when they were here. Maybe they still communicate. I'm not sure.
Joe, as much as the injuries and everything have played into Dre Greenlaw, like, I probably wouldn't have signed him. But, there is an alternate reality where you move off of Brandon Ayuk prematurely and you don't allocate for all his money, and maybe one of the two, Hufanga and Greenlaw's back.
I would love to have Hufanga. He was an all-pro this year.
Right? Do you draft Ricky Pearsall if you know that Brandon Ayuk wants out? Maybe you take a guy that you can line up on the line of scrimmage as opposed to a complimentary receiver.
Right.
I'm asking out loud.
No, there's a butterfly effect of this IU contract.
Now think about this. They didn't sign Devontae Adams with premium money because the premium money was spoken for by who?
Brandon Ayuk. Well, remember the quote was this offseason, for those of you who don't know it was Michael Silver of The Athletic who talked to Devontae, and Devontae's like, yeah, I talked to the Niners. They want me for wholesale, but I'm retail. So he's like, I'm out.
Why is that?
Because they didn't want to allocate more funds to a wide receiver position where they have all of that tied up with Brandon Ayuk.
We spent months as a fan base. Is he worth 26? Is he worth 27? Is he worth 28? And this guy spit in everyone's face and was like, I don't even care about the money now. What?
I know.
What? Joe, we could argue about injuries and personnel and draft decisions, whatever. I think I can make the argument Brandon Ayuk and the ramifications of paying him and the domino effect of him bailing on this team did in the season more than any individual injury, more than any draft pick that they missed, more than any free agent they didn't sign. Honest to God, I am livid.
I know you are.
Over the Brandon Ayuk thing.
I think a lot of people are too. In 888-957-9570, I want to hear from everyone on this. We're going to dive all into the quotes. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, season-ending presser yesterday. They had a lot to say in regards to Brandon Ayuk, in regards to the wide receiver positions, in regard to health of the team overall. All of that we'll get into. Mac Jones is another part of this. We got Brian Baldy here. Finally, we got Baldy today. Baldy breakdowns, 7:30. We'll dive into finally that Seahawks game with him, and obviously to look forward to this offseason, what this team truly does need to reevaluate and retool heading into next season. Plus, in the 8 o'clock hour, we will dive into some dubs and some Warriors basketball with Nick Friedel.
Even if you're the biggest Shanahan hater or the most optimistic Shanahan lover, when a coach who's been coaching in the NFL for 22 years says, in my 22 years of coaching, I've never had this happen.
Ever.
I've never had a player ghost me like this.
And he's been around NFL circles since he was a kid with his dad's freaking era.
Remove how you feel about Kyle for a second.
Yeah.
And just think about that. 22 years, you have 53 players every year, And not one guy in those 20 years has done anything remotely like this. Joe, I don't even know what to make of it. It's one of the worst diva mental, I don't even know, like business. It's just a blunder on a colossal spectrum.
Is this a worse look for Ayuk or for 49ers management, in your opinion?
What if I said all and I copped out?
Okay, you could. No, you could do that, but I think it's a fair question because, you just mentioned it. It's like, you didn't know this guy. You really didn't know this guy.
He was in your building for 4 years.
You didn't know him, is what this tells me, too. When, all of this comes to a head, there was a reason he was in the doghouse. There was a reason with the shorts during the thing. He was kind of telling you.
I didn't even bring up the shorts.
You
wear the right shorts, dude. What
there
are we
was
doing?
some sort of animosity between the head coach and him that showed itself early on where you probably shouldn't have paid this guy.
Former 49er,
in hindsight,
Ian Williams, who is pretty reasonable, is like, dude, you just got $75 million guaranteed put into an escrow account. Put the right shorts on, dude. You fought for 4 months for every single dollar, and now you're like, don't care. What the hell?
707 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The smear campaign is in. Yeah, we're the ones that are doing this campaign, smearing his image. Not Brandon Ayuk, Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast. I mean, come on, guys. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And yes, the Dubs are back in action tonight. And you know who they're playing in? Old pal, old friend, Klay Thompson, Cooper Flagg, and the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas. 4:30 tip right here, 95.7 The Game, 3:30 Warriors Live. We are going to be live from the Live Among Studios, and coming up next, more of your calls, more of your texts, and we're going to hear from the general manager and head coach, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, in regards to Brandon Ayuk. It's all going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Honest, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shanco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shanco today.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go! Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
95.7 The Game congratulates our sister station Live 105 on being named Legendary Station of 2026 by the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. We welcome you to join them as they celebrate January 30th in Alameda. Get your tickets and all the details at 957thegame.com.
Oh, yeah. Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Chewy? Hey, this song reminds me I'm in Goodfellas mode immediately. I feel like I'm in a Martin Scorsese movie whenever I hear some Bobby Darin, Somewhere Beyond the Sea, Waiting for Me. It's great.
Hey, Joe.
We're talking about the 49ers season-ending presser with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and where it all went wrong with Brandon Ayuk. Like, this is just a massive, massive blunder on everyone's part. It might be the worst move in the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan era, just paying this guy in hindsight. I know Trey Lance is up there. That was bad. Trey Lance wasn't like a bad dude or anything. He didn't ghost the team. He's going to produce or stay healthy. Brandon Ayuk wasn't all pro on this team. He was a solid and more than solid contributor as a San Francisco 49er. He got paid fat. He had a gruesome injury. And then it was just deuces.
Yeah, but, on the Trey Lance thing, there is an argument to be made. The allocation of the 3 picks and the money that he made, it did mess the team up. It did. But there's no way around it. Not to this magnitude.
Not to this magnitude. And also, you can't talk about it without saying, man, well, you did get Brock Purdy.
It's true.
So, you got Brock Purdy out of it. Whether it's luck or not, I don't really care. They made the selection. They got it.
But you can listen to the argument. Even I think about some of the other moves that they've made over the years and that haven't been as good, or other teams. Like, for example, I remember when the Warriors re-signed Steven Jackson to an extension, and then almost immediately he demanded a trade.
It's true.
And then he had to be angry or whatever, playing for the team, and a year later they eventually ended up trading him. But This has happened over and over and over again.
The Bay Area has had its fair share of diva wide receivers in the past. They have had, you mentioned T.O., we remember Randy Moss for a hot minute.
Debo was kind of a diva.
Yes,
even though play style it wasn't a diva, but like there's no doubt. But I truly believe
Crabtree,
absolutely. Part of the Debo bitterness at the end, I do believe like a small portion is he saw the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
You're paying Brandon Ayuk. Yeah. You drafted my replacement in Ricky Pearsall to complement BA, and I'm out the door. And I get it.
We're going to go to Scott and Fairfield in a second. And Joe, there is one thing that makes you angrier. The only thing that makes you angrier than the Brandon Ayuk saga is something you brought up this morning. We're going to get to it. That's called a tease, people. I'm also teasing this. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, you got to be listening to the Morning Roast all this week between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for your cue to the contest line, which is right there, and you got to be caller number 5, and you'll win courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. Again, you got to be listening between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. And if you don't win today, you have another chance tomorrow.
Very rarely do I, because I always say I got to root for guys, right? Very rarely I'm like, good riddance.
Yeah.
This is a good riddance situation. I don't want to hear from you. Like, I hope you're well. Like, I do. I'll be real. On a human level, I do hope that he's well. Because that's an element of this that would at least answer some things. It doesn't exonerate the behavior, all right? That's one thing I've dealt with a lot of people in my life that do have some very serious mental stuff. We lost a brother-in-law to some certain mental stuff, but it doesn't exonerate behavior.
No.
Now, it explains behavior, but it does not exonerate your actions.
This was John Lynch yesterday, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, on Brandon Ayuk playing his last snap with the Niners.
The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's an unfortunate situation that just went awry. I will look long and hard at what could have been done differently, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
I think what he meant to say was, we botched this on about 4 or 5 fronts.
Right.
Not identifying the individual and how he would react, waiting on the contract, and then not trading him. Maybe we should have traded him. Like, there's so many ways that this could have been different. Look, Joe, even if he just shows up and he's a diminished version of himself, like, sucks, we paid him. It's football. It happened to Navarro Bowman.
But at least he was there.
He's not the first football player to get paid and get hurt.
Yeah.
And not be a shovel. He is one of the first football players I know to fight tooth and nail for every guaranteed dollar, get hurt, and then say, I don't want that guaranteed money. Screw you guys. What?
It really is unheard of in the NFL. This isn't, Major League Baseball. This isn't NBA where it's all guaranteed. You have to fight for your guaranteed money in the NFL.
Like, imagine,
it's all going to get voided.
He's doing a version of the Ben Simmons without the guaranteed money.
Right. Because Ben is like, all right, I already made $100+ million. I'm set for life, whatever. I don't care. Ayuk, like, yes, there is an extent he has a lot of money already, but he could have had like double to triple the amount. And this is in regards to the spending, if that impacts this offseason, is what John Lynch had to say about the voided contract.
Yeah, of course it does, but those things are complicated. With the cash that comes, there comes this cap acceleration and things of that nature. But yes, it obviously does affect things.
I'm letting you know right now, mark my words, they are coming for more of the money they've already given him to get back in cap relief and just in general. Just mark my words. They are not done getting billbacks on the Ayuk money. They're furious, and rightfully.
Let's go to Scott in Fairfield wants to join in this conversation. 888-957-9570. Hello, Scott.
Hello, mates. Happy Thursday to you guys. Woke up, listened to you, and I was like, you know what? I feel like I can talk some smack about BA because I'm so done with him as a Niner fan. To me, there's no longer a difference between AB or BA. They're all the same. He is the biggest diva I've seen in a very long time. just he didn't have it in him, and so many things I could say about it. One, I don't put any of this on Kyle or John. In fact, they showed their hand that, hey, you play well, you do what you're supposed to do, we're going to pay you. So other wide receivers around the league are seeing that we're willing to hand you a bag if you do good work. Next topic. I don't know what's up with his mental health. I hope he gets well. I hope he doesn't play football again for another team because we don't want to have to see that. And I don't know. Hopefully his mental health gets better so he doesn't have to do that. But, at the end of the day, in his mind, in his little fan page's mind, Brandon Ayuk is a dog, a female dog. I'm done with him. He can put an egg in his shoe and beat it and get out of town. Let's go get someone, bring him in through the draft, bring him in through free agency. Let's go get Brian Thomas from the Jags. He's got a little chemistry with Mac Jones. I know Mac is our backup, but, I think that can transition well to Purdy. And I am just so happy that the season is over and we don't have to deal with this diva anymore. Shasky, as you said, good riddance. Have a good one, fellas.
Yeah.
That's Scott in Fairfield.
He said some things that
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, but, I just think.
You're gonna be mad. I'm not going to be yelling this guy's this, that. And
Joe, one thing that I think college is kind of teetering on right now is you got to be careful. And golf did this. I think the reason why golf is in the spot that it's at right now, we don't need the money thrown in our face at every single turn.
Sure.
We know you're playing for lots of money, right? But also remember that the individuals that are consuming your product don't have a lot of money.
Correct.
And there's a lot of money envy. And so I think there's a fine line.
Well, yeah, when you go to the live golf aspect and all those guys going to live golf and you saw the exorbitant contracts they were getting, it's all right, dude.
It's a turnoff.
Yeah.
When I see
the source of the money, specifically with golf, turned off a lot of people.
Yeah,
too.
and I'm just using one example.
Sure.
But I've brought this up 10, 11 different times. Devontae Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, I will root for him the rest of his life. He got $51 million guaranteed. He said, quote unquote, I live in a $625,000 home that I financed, my rookie deal. He got a free agent contract. And look, for some people, that is an expensive home. I don't want to scoff at this, all right? It's a very expensive home. But in NFL terms, it's very modest, given the amount of money that he has. He says, why do I need a big home? I've got everything I need here. I don't need more space to be happy. He put a $5 million fund of the $51 million into an education gift for his community that he grew up in. And then he said, if I can't figure it out with $40-something million after that, and then I know I'm going to get hit with taxes, I've got deeper issues.
Right.
If I play hard and I play well, I'll have more things coming to me, but I'm playing the game I love and I'm making a ransom for it. I need to have my head down and be grateful. And now, not everyone's going to have that perspective. I mean, just look around, whether it's tech, whether it is sports, outside of sports, whether it's Wall Street.
Sure.
People flaunt their money, I get it. But when the consumer thinks you're shoving it in their face, it's a huge turnoff.
Is this the biggest blunder in the John Lynch 49ers era? 888-957-9570. We're going to get a lot of Trey Lance, but I'm really starting to feel like this was just mismanaged on a multitude of levels, and it's a horrible look for everyone involved.
It's
just
terrible.
an awful look. The Trey Lance one is out of sight, out of mind now. Whatever, you got Brock Purdy. Yeah, the draft pick sucked that you missed there.
It still was a horrible
pick.
It
was because it came kind of home to roost this season when you were missing so many different types of players and young talent when you compare it to the Seattle Seahawks. But my God, this is just kind of like how we talk about the Warriors and some of their drama in the Jordan Poole situation. It's not to that level, but almost, right? You lost this player that you desperately needed this year. Now Jordan Poole ended up still playing, but he was a diminished version of himself, and that caused a dark cloud over the organization. And thankfully, Joe, my takeaway, and this is a conversation we're going to start kicking off on the other side in 888-957-9570. That is something that I am optimistic about going forward with the San Francisco 49ers, is that they were able to put that drama to the side, because it could have maybe taken over the locker room and said, yeah, we have all these guys getting hurt. Next man up. We're not going to let that phase us.
Think about some of the most hated individuals that have played in this market. And I'm going to give a name, Mark Melanson.
Oh, that's a good one.
The disdain that we have for him is specifically tied to his flippance regarding the amount of money that he made and how crummy a teammate he was.
Was the Brandon Ayuk contract the biggest blunder in the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch era? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
All right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, well, now's the time. It's the Ceremony Ford Kickoff Sales Event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road. It's the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yeah, I know. Bonte drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. So here's the headline. $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. The $2,500 rebate. That's real money. And this isn't some like one or two in the lot situation. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, and they're ready to roll. So show up, pick up your color, pick it out, and drive it home today. It's roomy, powerful, loaded with tech. It's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head on over to Ceremony Ford, right off at 280 on Ceremony Boulevard in Daly City, Colma, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real, the inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate, it's not going to hang around forever. So hustle on down to Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jay from San Rafael. Hector came out and fixed my garage door and was super courteous, informative, and did a fantastic job. He explained everything clearly and made sure everything worked perfectly before leaving. Couldn't be happier. Definitely recommend.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. This year's playoffs have been a thrilling display of some of the best players in football right now. After another great weekend of playoff football, we're down to the best 4 teams in the league facing off for a trip to the biggest game of the season. Who will be able to finish strong and stamp their ticket to the big game? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
P. Willie. You think he's a fan of Free Willy?
Loveman, you haven't said anything about my hat.
What is that? Is that a Milwaukee Brewers hat?
Are you kidding me?
It's a glove and, it's a golf ball. Oh, okay.
No, it's the glove at AT&T Park.
I had no problem with the glove. That was my Michael Jordan impression from The Last Dance. Gary Payton.
It was terrible.
Looks like a popsicle I got from an ice cream truck one time.
This is the glove at AT&T Park. The Backyard 9.
You're
my
right.
buddy Joey sent me a bunch of swag.
Nice.
It's a cool hat. I like it a lot.
No, it is cool.
There's a golf ball in there because they do the golf thing at AT&T Park.
I mean,
now Oracle.
You know why I said Milwaukee Brewer, though? Because they have, like, the glove.
Well, that's the MB.
Yeah, I know. So there you go. That's why. But it's a cool hat. It's very cool. Do you feel better now that I acknowledged it?
You think I would
it's
wear
like a corduroy, like...
No, he wanted me to acknowledge
Do you
the hat,
think I would wear a Brewer hat?
Actually, you might.
No.
I don't know.
No.
You don't wear hats of other teams, only the teams you like.
When we were growing up, okay, in the 90s, certain guys would wear minor league caps or other team caps. Like my buddy Mike Bourne would wear the old Milwaukee, well, now it's kind of like the middle retro version, MB, because his name was Mike Bourne.
Oh, White Mike. Got it.
No, different Mike.
Okay.
Completely different Mike.
Got it. Okay.
Not White Mike.
Oh.
All right.
Is he coming up later in the story?
I used to rock the Seattle hat for Shasky every now and then. My boy would rock the...
Wait. The Seattle hat for Shasky?
Every now
So
and
just
then.
any team with an S logo, like that would work?
I guess I could have done it too for Spadoni, right?
So,
I could have.
Or I could for Sam.
My boy Sean Fay, he used to rock because they were brand new. The Colorado Rocky was a CR, but he darkened out the part where the R would be, so it turned into CP, so it'd be for Crocker Park.
That's why Carter wears Cubs hats for not only Carter, but Chickering as well. Right, Carter? There you go. It all makes sense.
Yep, sure.
Sure, fine, whatever. Nick Friedel joining us in the 8 o'clock hour, Talks and Warriors. He's a big Cubs fan. Odyssey
thanks.
NBA insider. And there was some interesting news coming out yesterday from Logan Murdoch of The Ringer in regards to Steve Kerr's future in Golden State. We'll explore that a little bit later, but we're exploring Brandon Ayuk. And is it the biggest blunder in the John Lynch 49ers era, this contract, the voiding of the guaranteed money, Ayuk just ghosting everyone. I had Brandon Cook's Wikipedia page up for some reason, so I said Cooks. But Brandon Ayuk himself, like he's going to go to a team this offseason. I'm very curious what team is going to select him because you seem to think it's going to be Washington, that they're going to take a flyer on him. Is it because the Adam Peters angle in that and he was the one that helped select him or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things, and I just think that they need wide receivers. I don't know why. They just signed Terry McLaurin, and they had Debo, and I don't know. It feels like he's going to go there. I mean, I wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole.
I wouldn't either, quite frankly. And, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan kind of talked about it, and this is the back and forth before we go to the phone calls here because people are fired up about the conversation. Is Brandon Ayuk the biggest blunder, the contract that is, in the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch era? 888-957-9570. This is the back and forth with Lynch, Shanahan, and the media on why was Ayuk so upset.
Have you been able to determine why he was so upset, why he wasn't showing up, and just any background you can give on that?
I wish I knew. Can't help you there. Sorry.
Has there been a line of communication with him?
There was, but not anymore.
At what point did that snap?
Well, when I'm coaching, I don't hang out in the training room at all. So I don't see guys much that way. But I'd say it officially stopped for me when last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. And then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an explanation because it's really hard for us and anyone else to understand. And that's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching. So it's unfortunate. It's confusing because it's confusing for all of us. So, but it eventually becomes it is what it is. And you try as hard as you can to fix something that you don't understand, but it's not like we understand it very well still. But eventually you understand that it's not going to change and you got to move on with your football team, which is always the most important thing.
I'll give them credit here.
It's confusing because it's confusing. It's my favorite line.
I get that. As a complicated individual, I understand that. Joe, I'll give them this credit, which you could say, Joe, they should have never signed him in the first place. They pivoted quick. They pivoted quick.
Yeah.
And they hit that eject button as fast as they possibly could, and they parachuted out of that contract as fast as they could, and they're going to come for more money. Now, that being said, I have a legitimate question, and I would love to know, especially the more current players who have just retired. I don't think every player on the team has Kyle's cell phone number.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right?
I didn't think about it like that.
So, think about any work situation that you're in, right? You may not have every individual at the station, their phone number in your phone. I don't know what is normal communication for NFL players with coaches. Is there a group thread?
That's actually a good question for a modern app. Maybe we ask that. Maybe if we talk to a player down at Radio Row in a couple weeks.
That's what I want to know. So, think about this. All my teams that I think these are kids, right? But I'm all my teams, the teenagers, they put together a group thread, okay? And everybody's texting each other or whatever. And, sometimes it's active, sometimes it's dead. Sometimes you're sending things that you want them to look at video-wise or a play or something like that. Or you're, giving them links to the Game Changer video so they can study stuff. I don't know what communication, what is standard communication for the wide receiver room right now for the Niners? Is it a wide receiver group thread, or do they not do that? Do they do, Stack or something like that? Or Slack, excuse me. Or do they don't do it at all? Is that kind of like a not an etiquette thing that you do? I don't know.
And is there a line of communication where it's hey man, you hit up the wide receivers coach, and then the coach could talk to the head coach, and that way it's not everyone jumping on Kyle all immediately because this guy's in charge of everything.
So think about when I first got into sales, we didn't text anyone. That's how long I was in sales, going back. There was no texting. Then eventually, texting went out of control, right? Yeah. Out of control. And you had to put restrictor plates on how you communicated. And people needed to realize, and I still explain this to kids now, anything you text will be read an email. And it is a transaction receipt. So if you text a subordinate or whatever, or somebody higher than you, something that's crosses the line, you can get in a lot of trouble. So I wonder what the standard communication is for a player who signed a mega deal like Brandon Ayuk, not a normal player, not not even Renardo Green. I'm just going to use him as an example.
Sure.
A Brandon Ayuk, you've been on the team a long time. We're going to have to give you $75 million. Were they texting once a week? Do they never text? Does Kyle not give his phone out to anyone? I find that hard to believe.
It's so weird because the NFL, there's so many players.
That's what I'm saying.
So Steve Kerr, Draymond, Steph, Jimmy. I'm just relating it to basketball. The roster size is so small. Hell, I even think Pat Spencer could hit up Steve Kerr if he wanted to. That's how the NBA teams. NFL, it's oh my God. Almost like baseball too. It's yeah, but also if you're running a team, right? Let's say you're John Lynch, you probably don't want to have a texting communication. You want it to be very formal and professional. And if you're the head coach, I bet you, this is just my personal opinion, I bet you dole that out on an as-needed basis. I don't think you would probably give every individual your cell phone. I'm sure there's some sort of way. So, I guess when he says communication, what does that mean? Am I getting too deep into the weeds on this? I understand. No, I totally understand what you're saying. But I took it as Kyle tried to call probably.
That's what I'm saying.
Multiple times, went to voicemail, didn't respond, and everyone was also trying to do that. And then that was their signal to say, okay, this guy just doesn't want to talk, has no room for, no gray area, no nothing. We can't meet in the middle. He's done. All right, we're done. Message received. Let's void your contract.
No matter if it was text, phone call, going through the agent, going through position coaches, the entire thing feels like he just cut everyone off.
It's very strange. Who is his agent, by the way? Brandon Ayuk's? I mean, I know we do a lot of agent talk here with Aaron.
If it was Aaron Turner.
I was going to say Aaron Turner, who's Jonathan.
No, who was
Cummings'
Jimmy
agent.
Garoppolo's?
Oh, Don Yee.
Don Yee.
Him and Tom Brady, right?
It's
the same
Don
one.
Yee.
Brandon Ayuk's agent is Ryan Williams from Athletes First.
Okay, yeah. Well,
who else does he represent?
That's a good question. I've heard of Athletes First though. That's like a reputable agency. I was going to be shocked if it was Drew Rosenhaus because he's dealt with much more.
Canes legend.
He is a hurricane. You're right. What is it? Antonio Brown,
John Lynch. That's right. John Lynch used to be a client of Ryan Williams.
Well, look at that. So, I think they knew immediately then what was going on, right?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Let's go to another.
Wow, bizarre.
Let's go to another Brandon. Here's Brandon in Fairfield wanting to talk about.
Let's go.
Brandon Ayuk. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is actually also Filipino Brandon. I called like a month ago about.
Oh, what's up, man?
Oh yeah, what's up, bro?
I kind of want to. What's up, guys? I kind of want to list all the Bay Area sport Brandons and kind of rank them real quick.
Okay.
Brandon Ayuk used to be on my Brandon Mount Rushmore. Okay. But if we go down the list, starting at number 1, Brandon Crawford, of course.
I'm
Number 2 for me is Brandon Lloyd.
Ooh.
Brandon Lloyd was amazing
Over Brandon
during
Belt?
his time here. Yes. So number 3 is Brandon Belt.
Okay.
Then number 4 is Brandon Jacobs.
Oh yeah.
Number
Here for
5
5
would
seconds.
probably be Brandon. We'll go with Brandon Pods, even though it's spelled differently. But I don't know. I'll put him in there.
Yeah.
Because after that is Brandon Hicks. He was on the Giants, and then Brandon Allen. He was like the 4th string quarterback. But Brandon Ayuk, man, we love you, man.
Hold on, Brandon.
Whatever
Fairfield.
you're going through,
You're disrespecting one Brandon
whatever
here.
you're going through.
Brandon Moss, 2014 All-Star with the
That's
Oakland
right.
Athletics.
Microfracture surgery.
Yeah, Brandon Moss.
That's
baby.
right. I forgot about him.
That's right.
My all-time Brandon list.
Ayuk.
I love this.
Yeah, but Brandon Ayuk, I mean, like, honestly, like, whatever he's going through, like, that's one thing, but it's like, it's tough now because he kind of let down, our team that was in the playoffs. But whatever he's going through, I hope he gets through it. I just, want good vibes for everybody. In all honesty, like, we loved him. And as a person, it's like, we get it, like, but at the same time, it's like a job. It's like you let a team down. It's like, of course, we have to expect John Lynch to be like, yeah, that's the last time he's suited up for us. So thank you, everyone. I'll call again some other time.
Thanks, Brandon. That's a great Brandon Mount Rushmore, if you will.
If I'm going to throw, there's Brandon Weeden, Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Weeden,
I would even throw in as an athlete Brandon Lee, which is Bruce Lee's kid.
Oh, sure.
Brandon Flowers. I could just go right down the list. There's just so many of them.
Keep going.
Brandon Inge.
Oh, yeah. I like Brandon Inge.
Brandon Jennings.
Yeah. 888-957-9570.
Brandon Roy.
Greatest Brandons of all time.
Brandon Knight. Brandon Boykin.
Brought to you by
I'm just going to give him all. Brandon Webb.
Are you just going to start saying every Brandon of all time? Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
Who can forget number 83, Brandon Stokely?
Did we say Brandon Rush yet?
Brandon Rush.
That's a great
How about
one.
Brandon Bass? Remember he played for the Mavericks?
That's right.
Loved him.
I like Brandon Bass.
Brandon Browner, who used to stuff the Niners when he was up in the Seahawks.
Brandon Wright.
Brandon Wright, one of the worst trades ever.
There's a lot more Brandons than I actually realized.
I know. Brandon Rush was a sweet warrior, though.
There's not a lot of
Kansas?
Brandons in my friend group. I have a old friend, Brandon, that we go way back to like preschool, but that's about it. I'm not friends with a lot of Brandons.
Well,
Brandon Phillips, Brandon Nimmo.
Wait, time out.
Brandon Nimmo,
Wait a
yeah.
minute, time out. I'm going to tell an inside San Francisco joke. Carter, you went to Stewart Hall?
Correct.
100% you went to school with a couple Brandons.
No, I didn't.
Really?
No.
Oh, they all went to university.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. It's I don't know why. Like, Brandon is a very specific name
You
to
think
me.
it's upper white elite is what you're
Yes.
saying? But we just realized that there's a lot more black people named Brandon than
I
you
know.
thought.
I'm a
there you
little
go.
surprised.
There you get. Hey, like Sean. Sean's everywhere now, dude.
Well,
there you go.
I know a lot of Seans.
I know you do. And Mike's, apparently.
There's Sean's and there's like the Scenes, the SEA.
That's the
Sean.
traditional name, though. That's the Irish Gaelic,
Yeah.
correct? So that's
Yes.
why. So when people are saying like SH, like Sean White, That's like the different spelling of it.
I've told this story 50 times, but I watched Shaun White in come up and over when they brought the X Games out here to San Francisco. I don't know if you guys remember, but in the middle of the summer, it was like the hottest day ever. They did this skiing thing where they were basically going down
Broadway Street.
Yes, thank you. Going down Broadway Street, and they had like 7 or 8 blocks blocked off. Me, young Guido, my dad, and we ran into San Quinn the rapper
It was
at
Johnny
the bottom
Mosley.
of the hill.
It was Johnny Mosley's birthday.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
It was probably one of the coolest events I've ever been to. And it was like one of those picturesque, not a cloud in the sky days.
Wait, so what was happening here? There was snow?
Look it up.
For Johnny Mosley's birthday,
Thank
basically.
you.
And this was like
Johnny
when
Mosley,
I was
bro.
in the
He's
5th
from
grade.
around the area.
Yeah, he's from Marin.
Yeah.
And his friends got dump trucks of snow
Yes.
from
That's
Tahoe.
pretty cool.
Yes.
Poured it down Broadway Street, and they built jumps off Broadway Street. And it wasn't approved the following year.
No.
They had to do it at AT&T Park, which was not the same effect
dude,
at all.
It was insane. People were hanging on top of their roofs. Everyone's drinking on the streets. We were at the bottom of the hill. So all the skiers and everything would like jump down. They get to the bottom. They take their skis and snowboards off, and they'd walk back up the hill to the top of where Stewart Hall essentially is.
They had it was right next to my middle school, SVP.
What is that, 2425 Broadway or whatever?
Yeah,
something
so
like
the
that.
really steep hill there.
Yes.
And they had like SUVs at the bottom that would drive them back up on Steiner Street,
That's
basically.
pretty dope.
The pictures are insane.
You guys
if
ever
haven't seen
see
them.
Alcatraz in the background and the Golden Gate Bridge like perfectly from the top?
Are any of you guys actually skiers or snowboarders in your life? You've never done it?
I've done it twice, and I thought I broke my leg.
Skiing or snowboarding?
Skiing.
Oh, okay.
Don't
All
like it.
All right.
I'm out. I didn't learn at a young age. I'm out.
No, that's fair.
I'll hang out, drinking the hot chocolate, and wait for you guys to have fun.
You're more of a saucer or sledding kind of a
Dude,
guy.
my 2 nieces came flying up. They're like,
shout out the bunny slope.
like it was like out of like a cartoon. They came flying like, let's go. We're gonna go to like Death Star Mountain or whatever it was called. And I was like, okay. And I went to like the little bunny portion.
The bunny slopes.
Yeah, your boy
the
was
bunny hill.
struggling, dude.
Yeah, that's okay.
I was in my 30s.
That happens.
I've seen snow, I kid you not, less than 5 times in my life. Real snow.
Well, I know, because you're from where we're all from.
Yeah,
So
but
we
I
don't
also,
get it.
but Carter is from where I'm from, and he's got that, 70,000 acres up in Tahoe.
He owns a mountain up there.
Exactly.
Mount Chickering.
Well, you ever seen The Grinch with Mount Crumpet or whatever it's called? That's what Carter actually owns.
That's me in the winter.
That's me.
So are you a snowboarder? Man, at 6'8".
I'm a big skier.
Really?
Yeah.
Love skiing. I grew up when I was 4, started skiing, yeah.
I mean, do they have to make these things custom
Yeah,
for
I
you?
had to custom make everything.
No, I'm being dead serious.
Yeah, I am too. I had
It's
to custom
also-
make my boots and everything.
Wow.
It's probably easier for you. I don't want to speak for you.
Your
to
shins
ski
hurt.
than snowboard, because snowboarding actually, the shorter you are, the easier it actually is balance wise, because you're lower to the ground.
Lower
That's
center
why-
of gravity.
Well,
yeah.
no, it's true, because my little brother picked it up so fast. Mikey, he's a little shorter than me. He's like 5'6", 5'7", and he picked it up like when we were kids, way faster than I did, and I was obviously 5-6 inches taller than him, older, but I still couldn't. The balance, it just didn't work.
The other thing you have to
Eventually, I got
remember
it.
is it's very expensive.
Yes, it is.
Very. And if you don't own the equipment, renting it out, I mean, you're looking at a thou wow.
No, you should own it if
Right?
you're going to go.
Right, Carter?
Yeah.
What it costs nowadays is astounding to me. It's like $230 a day for a lift
you
pass.
serious?
I'm not kidding
That's a
you.
joke.
That's
That's
the
a big
pass,
reason why I don't
not
ski.
the equipment. And the equipment's like, what, a 4 to 6 hour
That's
rental?
a day pass. That's one day. It's like $230.
And then you still gotta get yourself up there and all that stuff. That's the big reason why I don't ski anymore. I did a lot of skiing in high school, but like I would just borrow my friends' extra skis and stuff.
Okay,
but
now I have a better question.
then one day, like the bindings on it broke
Winter
or something.
Olympics,
Like, I guess
by the
I
way.
don't ski anymore.
If
Winter
I was
Olympics
putting
in a
together
couple
a
weeks,
ski
boys.
team, not me and Kolsky, but a real ski team here.
I like the ski team.
It was
though,
a
you and
great
Kolsky.
nickname.
It was great.
If I was putting together a real ski team in the 95-7 the game roster as a whole,
I can't ski.
who's the number 1 pick?
Oh.
Steiny.
Actually, Steiny, I feel like skied when he was younger. I
Really?
do, not anymore, though. Maybe Willard.
Willard does strike me as a skier.
Yeah, for sure. But it wouldn't surprise me if he snowboards, too. He's kind of that cool, hip dad.
Yeah,
He can
I
snowboard.
totally agree.
Yeah.
Jack from sales.
Who?
Jack from sales. When he joined,
yeah.
his bio said, like, I love skiing, which that usually is a good sign.
Well, and then underneath that should have just said family money.
Well, no. Dylan for sure skis.
Oh, I love Dylan.
Our guy Dylan.
Well, Dylan skis in Vegas too, so I mean that doesn't surprise me.
Don't put out his stuff. He's listening.
Come on,
now.
dog.
You're listening to
Come on, dog.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. That was a nice little detour. We're talking about Brandon Ayuk and whether or not giving him that contract was the biggest blunder in the John Lynch era. in the John Lynch San Francisco 49ers era, I should say. 888-957-9570.
Just 1 second.
Johnny
here.
Mosley, by the way, I always just think of the commercials we used to have for him. We used to still hey, Johnny Mosley.
Yeah.
Johnny Mosley.
Yeah, bro. Well, he's on the Real World Road Rules challenges or whatever it is.
Best.
And I still see him. I'm like, dude, he's got the best gig.
Oh, no, that's not him. That's
I thought it was Johnny Mosley.
No. Who's the guy that was like the BMXer? He's been the one doing the hosting
but
for that.
Didn't Johnny Mosley do one of those like challenges? Wasn't he on that forever?
No, he might have been it, but
maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, it's God, what's his name? TJ Lavin.
TJ Lavin, but I thought Mosley did it too.
Yeah, maybe.
Now I'm thinking like, what's the show with Phil?
Him and Dave Mira. Dave Mira and him did it. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, I loved Dave Mira and Matt Hoffman when we were young. Kyle, Sam Carter, and myself. Dude, legend.
Mark Willard, and now that you guys are bringing up like how he's into like skiing, and we assume he's into snowboarding.
Just assuming. I don't.
He's got a little Phil Dunphy vibe to him, doesn't he?
That's a huge compliment. I mean that
in the highest regard. I love Phil.
I love Phil Dunphy too. I think we're all a little Phil Dunphy at the end of the day.
Of course. I'm more Al Bundy, but
way more than we want to admit. We're a lot like Phil. We really are.
What's Al Bundy's name in the show though?
What's the dad's name in Modern Family?
He's hilarious.
He was Sofia Vergara, his wife. God bless him. Damon on the 101.
Her.
What's up, Damon?
Man, I think that the biggest miss with the Shanahan and Lynch was the contract that could have been, which was bringing over Tom Brady. I feel like with the team we had, we could have got 2 back-to-back Super Bowls off of that. And they missed it because, I don't know, I guess that, I don't know if Shanahan felt that if Brady came over and won, that would have been Brady's trophy instead of his genius, and I don't know, maybe he thought it was that, that I just don't get it. I don't get it, but I feel like we could have had a back-to-back Super Bowl with the team that we had, and we completely missed that one. And then after all was said and done, he doubled back years later to try and then ask him if he wanted to, if that was still available. And Brady was like, nah, we're done here. And so I'm still mad about that.
I'm with you.
Because I feel like the way that the team is constructed now, we're going to have more seasons like we did this year. We'll be relevant, but not dominant, and we won't see a championship.
Look,
that's a great one, Damon. He's saying, hey, that's not the biggest blunder. The biggest blunder was not getting Tom Brady.
Joe,
I get it.
I know they have Purdy now. And then, look, who knows if they would have won with any of these guys. I believe they would have won at least one Super Bowl, if not 2, with Tom Brady. That's my personal belief.
Sure.
Mahomes didn't even look at Mahomes.
I mean, John Lynch, well, they said they did.
No. Lynch looked at him.
Well, that's...
Yeah, but
and then he told Shanahan, we might have to throw out our entire draft.
Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, Stafford.
It's 4 Hall of Famers that you passed on. Straight up.
Ofer.
Yeah, Purdy, though.
Well, I like Purdy, but I'm not trying to, if Purdy had, 3/4 of the career of any one of those guys, you'd be like, wow, he's going to the Hall of Fame.
But it is.
I doubt that's going to happen.
When you're coming away from this season and you still see Stafford's in the NFC Championship game, man, he's still doing it. Rodgers, say what you will about him, he still was in the playoffs. Now, is he the same version? No, I don't want Aaron Rodgers this version now, but it was an MVP one we were talking about 5 years ago.
I'll never forget those COVID shows.
We know about Mahomes.
When I was pounding the table for Tom Brady, and everyone's like, you got to give Jimmy another chance. The dead cap money. You can't just cut him.
Everyone was so jaded about that final year in New England, and they lost, and there was a pick 6 to the Tennessee Titans. Like, Ryan Tannehill beat him. Oh my God, he's cooked. He's done. Goes to Tampa, just has one of the greatest runs we've ever seen. Should have won MVP the year after too. His second year in Tampa, he threw 5,000 yards, almost 50 touchdowns, at 44 years old. Guy was insane.
Could you imagine Kittle with Brady?
Yes, be amazing, because I saw him with Rob Gronkowski.
I know. Well, Gronk would have came.
He would have had 2. He would have had 2 of the greatest ever. Maybe Antonio Brown, too. On the other side, Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Baldy Breakdowns next, sponsored by DAZN.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
I heard from my person in Australia. Boy's gotten so fat, though, I don't know if he can play my General Howe. But what I've been doing is I have gotten to the bottom of the secret that Leonardo da Vinci had.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
What do you got? What do you want to say?
I love how we're breaking down who's a good skier and not. And I go, what do you think about Dibs? I think Dibs could ski.
Can we all agree we all suck?
Well, I know I can't. I literally can't. And he goes, no knee control. Dibs can't do it.
Well, because he doesn't.
Been like breaking down the knee power of Dibs.
Well, he wears a brace.
Damn, man. You can be tough on your knees.
He just observes. Observe and report.
Can Guru ski or snowboard?
You know what, Guru?
He's pretty athletic.
Guru shreds. You. Now, does he want to do it?
Could you imagine him like jumping in the air, grabbing the front of the snowboard with like the goggles on?
No, I want to see
1080 double McTwist.
You think Bonte's more of a skier or a snowboarder?
I think he's more of the announcer announcing the skiing.
Bonte's at the lodge with Shasky.
No, he's hanging out with Sean White at post. He's like, Sean, wow, that was an amazing run and stretch you just had, man. That turned you out of the quarter pipe. Wow. Look at that McTwist.
I honestly think Bonte might be better at snowboarding or skiing than me. I'm honestly terrible at it. Like, I'm legitimately awful. Awful.
What was that game?
Done it once or twice or whatever.
That game on N64. 1080. Love 1080.
That was a sick game.
That game was fun as hell. SSX Tricky.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was like the free game they gave you.
But it was fun. It was that or Tetris. Yeah. Right? I love it. And I still love Tetris. The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 4th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. And for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, you got to be listening to the Morning Roast between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. all week long for your cue to the contest line. You got to be caller number 5, and you'll win, courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. Brian Baldinger in 10 minutes.
I would love to know if Brian Baldinger is a skier. I bet he is.
Sure. Oh, for sure. Yes. Like the
East
East
Coasters. He's not diving with
sharks. No, but I would reckon in his heyday he loved to ski.
In his bag.
Yes.
Loveman, you are cooking like Kyrie in an And One video.
Well, what do you expect? The guy was just in the national championship. He's feeling it, man.
I know.
He had a banner year. That's right. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good, Sammy. You know what? We're having fun right now.
Can the boss ski?
I think he's skied in his past. Yeah. The center of gravity we were talking about.
Could you imagine him with the big glasses, heater on the mouth as he's coming down the
Patagonia
jacket.
I like to distinct between snowboarders and skiers because there is a different vibe, right?
Is it?
No, it is.
Explain the subculture.
Snowboarders are like skateboarders and surfers.
Okay.
There is a cultural lifestyle. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Johnny Tsunami from the Disney Channel.
No.
But there's a distinct culture and there's a sense of snowboarding being more counterculture. Hey man, like I'm a skater, surfer kind of bro, like that style. And skiing is more of the upper elite kind of a thing. Not that that's true, but that's kind of the stigma around it.
No, it's interesting.
So There you go.
Because golf has a stigma, and
Correct.
tennis has a stigma,
Yeah.
and depending on where you're doing those things,
right?
Golf and tennis, like there's an even more dramatic stigma.
So not as much anymore because we're kind of blending everything now.
Yeah.
Remember, like skateboarding used to be like, oh, you're a skateboarder. Then there's a connotation there that you smoke weed, do drugs, or hippie, whatever kind of a vibe. Now it's like, oh, it's like an Olympic sport. So there you go. There's a respect level there, and I think you'd be more of a snowboarder personally, Joe. When I look at you, I think you could snowboard. I think you can. I have belief in you. I'm your teammate over here. I think you got it. I think you can do it. I think we need to do a trip up to Tahoe is what I'm saying, boss.
Oh, I'm ready for the trip up to Tahoe.
Let's go the morning roast in Tahoe at Harrah's Casino.
Using our ceremony Ford vehicles to get there.
Dude, it's all working out. Let's get Johnny Mosley to join us. Let's go. He can teach you.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
You know who at the whole stage, this is going behind the scenes, I think it's Joe Cunningham. He's my power rank number one.
For sure.
Not a doubt in my mind,
I
Cunningham.
think Kieran can ski too.
I think you're right.
For sure. Who is it? Lindsay? She's from Colorado. She could crush it in sales. Let's go. Come on. All right. What are you optimistic about with this 49ers team going forward, Joey?
You mean meaning like the year that just happened?
Correct.
Okay, the year that just happened was awesome.
Yes.
Disappointing they lost.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious they were not even close to as good as the Seahawks. What am I optimistic about for next year?
Correct. What can you carry over optimism-wise from this season to next season?
I might contradict myself a little.
You've never done that before.
Well, I'm the king of that. So just bear with me. I know he missed a bunch of games this year. I know he beat up on some bad teams. But there were times this year where I think even the biggest Brock Purdy hater would admit, damn, when Brock's on and when Brock's healthy, he's as good as just about anyone in the league.
Yeah.
When he's on and he's healthy and he's clicking, I mean, freaking great. Not good. He's freaking great. Now, can he stay healthy? Like, that's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
I don't know. That he's got to get through a whole season.
The way he bounced back from that foot injury, though, was very impressive.
Joe, look at who they had at weaponry this year. Ricky played 4 games. Ayuk played 0.
I know.
Jawan Jennings was hurt all year. DeMarcus Robinson's out there and Kendrick Bourne's out there and Kittle was compromised. Now, you had a healthy CMC, but I think we can all see, CMC's not vintage CMC. He's still very, very, very good. And I feel great about Brock Purdy, just overall. And I think that, when he's healthy and when he's on, he's as good as anyone.
The reason I'm optimistic about this team is because of the mental toughness that they displayed this season. Last year, there was a lot of drama. I think they really took a long, hard look in the mirror. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan said, we can't be in the business of losing an offseason anymore. We just can't. We need to trim the fat. We need to identify the leaders of this team, reward the leaders, and we need to start hitting in the draft. Now, that second part remains to be seen. That's going to be a huge part of this offseason. Draft, free agency, all of it. But they identified Purdy, Kittle, and Warner last year and paid them. And I thought those were all deserving contracts. I do. Now, we talked a lot about, Brock Purdy making $200+ million, all of that, the quarterback market, what have you. I think what Brock was able to do in that second half and win that game in Philadelphia against the defending champs, the way he did, putting the team on his back in that final drive, was impressive as hell. And I think that bodes very well for him and Kyle going into next year. But I think it is the mental makeup of this team. And the fact that you still have your head coach and GM coinciding, and being in lockstep together. That's an important thing, I think. As I watch the rest of the NFL right now, Joe, and I see what's going on in Buffalo in particular, and for those of you who aren't, paying attention with the Buffalo Bills, they obviously fired their head coach after 9 seasons, Sean McDermott. They've been knocking on the door in the AFC playoffs time and time and time again. They fired their head coach, but they kept the GM. And Brandon Beane now, and the owner, Pagula, is basically throwing the head coach under the bus, saying, well, it was really Sean McDermott that wanted to draft Keon Coleman, where we have video evidence contradicting that same statement, that Brandon Beane at the combine was infatuated with Keon Coleman and said, oh, he ran a 4.52? Good. That means he might fall down the draft and we could take him. I'm glad he ran a 4.52. So I'm not taking that for granted is what I'm saying. The fact that you have your GM, your head coach, and your quarterback all in lockstep together, that's very important. And that's why I'm optimistic heading into next year. Does that sound like pie in the sky and like too much?
No, I think there's a lot of elements. I think we would all agree that they got a lot of work to do.
Correct.
I personally believe right now there are a lot of holes on defense. I'm more worried about the offense. Not that I'm not worried about D. I am definitely worried about the linebackers, edge pressure.
Man, they just got taken. Just got a 40-burger.
Safeties.
Yeah.
But like this coach hangs his hat on offense, and 2 times in the last 3 weeks of the year, they got completely bottled up. I mean, they went to the red zone basically one time.
Yeah.
So I think the number one goal of the offseason, improve the team. You cannot be a pass first to the running back team. This is a run first system. They really struggled to run the ball this year. Okay. Their most prolific aspect of the team was not tight end or wide receiver. The most prolific play that they had was the pass in the flat to the running back. That is not a dynamic, game-changing offense. Now, you'd argue, hey, Brady did that forever. Yeah, but Brady also hit the seam routes with Gronk and with Edelman, and he was able to stretch the field occasionally. If the Niners cannot find a way to get some dynamic playmakers on the outside or fix their run game to where they can run the ball a little more proficiently using the play action to set up those passes downfield, I think we're going to have a lot of problems on offense, and I'm really worried about it.
Brian Baldinger joining us in a couple minutes, our Odyssey NFL insider, talking about the end of the 49ers season and what he saw in that loss to the Seattle Seahawks. And I'd add to that, Joe, when the 49ers are at their best and have been at their best under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at the helm, they've prided themselves on physicality and team speed. That was in both of those things were lacking tremendously. Please read it to me because I couldn't believe it when you sent it in the chat.
I sent this to us this morning. According to Next Gen Stats, the 49ers' fastest ball carrier in 2025, no one on the offense. Linebacker D. Winters reached 20 miles per hour on a pick 6 in Indianapolis week 16. Not one 49er wideout or running back cracked 20 miles per hour. Only team in the league to do that. Robinson came the closest to Marcus in week 13 at 19.66 miles per hour.
They need speed. And they need to be more physical.
That's crazy.
That is, when you think of the 49ers offensively, for the longest time, it was, Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, CMC. But we saw with CMC this year, he doesn't have that breakaway speed factor anymore. He's still really good. Like, that was the tricky part talking about this season, because we all knew it was like, this is kind of like a different CMC. He's still amazing. Hell, the guy, I wake up this morning for the NFL honors, and they list all the nominees for the award season this year. Christian McCaffrey's nominated for Offensive Player of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, and MVP. It was an incredible season he just had. He has first-team All-Pro honors this year. He's had a great year. We can all agree, though. He's not as fast as he used to be.
No.
He's just not. And the team used to rely on his speed to set the tone, and he doesn't have that speed anymore.
There's no doubt they need to elevate their speed, but Joe,
the linebacker, Joe, is the fastest guy?
It can't happen. It just can't happen.
The linebacker.
It just can't happen. You can make the argument they've got 9 positional needs heading into the draft. Okay? I think there's an argument running back is a huge need. Got to take the load off of CMC. Got to find the next man, like the next home run hitter, wide receiver, tight end, tackle, guard. I mean, you could throw center in there. I just put tackle and guard the same. Edge, linebacker, safety, and corner. 9 holes. Let's get to Baldy.
Let's go. Shark Week, baby. And he joins us on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy, good morning to you. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We're fired up. Usually we have you on a Tuesday, and I'm actually glad we didn't because it turned into the Golden State Warriors segment hours on the station the last couple of days because unfortunately they lost Jimmy Butler to a torn ACL. He's out for the season. Just brutal for them. So it's been all Warriors talk. So we really haven't had a chance to dive into the 49ers, season in review, season recap. But I want to start our conversation off with what you saw and your biggest takeaway last Saturday night in Seattle was for you, Baldy.
Number one ranked defense in football. And it's not an accident. I mean, they haven't scored a touchdown against Seattle in 8 quarters, right? So that's the problem is the Seattle's defense, the way it's constructed. And this is the same thing Mike Macdonald did with the Baltimore Ravens. Now, it takes talent, but the way that he teaches it, it forces the quarterback to hold the ball. There isn't open places to go with it. They sit on top of these routes, and it really makes the quarterback second guess himself. And they should have won a Super Bowl 2 years ago, and that's why John Harbaugh is in there. They had the best defense. They led the league in sacks. They led the league in takeaways. They're doing the same thing now. And I felt like offensively, they ran the ball a little bit better than they did, week 18. But really, they couldn't get the ball over the top. And that's the problem. You can't get big plays against their defense. They're just sitting back in this cover 2 shell, but way more than just that. The way that they route read, the way they match you up, it's just different than everybody else. And honestly, I know we're going to get to this, but if you're looking for a defensive coordinator, I would be looking inside that Seattle staff. You have to look at Carl Scott, who coached at Alabama with Nick, who's been there with Mike Macdonald. You got to look at these guys and go, this is what I want. It's like when Bill Walsh was in San Francisco, guys, and everybody wanted a piece of that offense. It's like what Brian Flores started teaching in Miami and took to Minnesota. Now everybody wants a piece of that. There's certain trends that pass through this league where you go, that's what I want. That's the defense I want to play. Now, to your point, I heard you talking about all the holes they have. They have plenty. But, that's a difficult defense to pierce. The Rams will have a little better chance because they have Stafford and McVay and 2 elite receivers, and they've seen it, and Matt's seen it all. But he knows he's going to have to hold it at some point. And can the protection hold up so he can decipher where to go with the ball?
Having seen Seattle at Levi's in person, watching the game back, this is week 18, then, really studying their roster and what they've done, and then going up to Seattle, sitting in the stands, watching them again. Baldy, I believe this Seahawks team right now would have beaten a fully healthy Niner team, and it's not close. That's honestly how I feel. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, this is winning does this to teams, but being around that team, there's a camaraderie that is just rare. Everybody on the outside can say Sam Darnold could be a weakness, could be an issue because of the turnovers. There's not a guy on that team that doesn't believe they're only there because of Sam. They don't look at weaknesses. They just look at what the team needs to do to overcome any weaknesses they might have. And that's what they do. But they have a camaraderie that is rare. And, I remember talking to Graves Abel, the left guard, and he was telling me that he was really struggling the first week of training camp, first 2 weeks. And Leonard Williams was eating him up. And Leonard went and talked to the kid, and just, not just threw his arm around him, told him what he could do to be better and how to get better and what he needs to do to take this away. And Zabel's so grateful. And then you look at the championship game last weekend, and Graves Abel's telling Leonard Williams, look, the center is sliding to you. You got to take this route. And Leonard does and gets a sack. But that's the communication and the camaraderie. I know you all heard that soundbite, right? Because I see you shaking your head, Joe. But they have a rare chemistry. And, John Schneider deserves a lot of credit with how he put together the team and how Mike Macdonald isn't, he's not a czar. He's just a thinking man's football coach. You can tell he's not this animated guy and he's this hard note. They're a thinking man's team that doesn't beat themselves.
So I know personnel is a huge part of this, right? They've drafted 20 some odd like impact players in the last 3 or 4 years, Seattle, and the Niners have not. If you were to boil it down very mundane, why have the Niners failed to move the ball into the red zone, let alone into the end zone against the Seahawks in the last 2 matchups?
Well, they're not getting explosive plays. I mean, nobody's moving the ball in this league consistently without explosive plays. The Niners aren't getting those. They're not giving them to you. And that's one of the reasons why they're number 1 ranked team. Now, you can say, okay, let's just chip away McCaffrey on first down. Let's get 4. Let's chip away. We'll throw it to Juice in the flat. We'll get 4. We'll be in a third down manageable situation. All right, that gets you a first down if you do it. Can you consistently do that against them? You're going to get negative plays. They're going to tackle you for losses. You're going to get behind the sticks at some point. They're going to make you throw the ball away and get to the next down. Now you've got 3 downs to get a first down instead of 4 or 2 instead of you're going to lose a down. And so they constantly are putting you in these situations, and then you can't overcome it with what San Francisco loves is those layered throws over the middle of the field for 25 yards. Like they don't. They're taking that away.
Baldy, when Bill Walsh was struggling against the New York Giants and Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick's defense, they drafted Steve Wallace and Guy McIntyre prior to that, specifically to offset what that New York Giants front was doing. If you were to build a hierarchy looking at the 49ers right now on offense, what is the number 1 need and what comes after that?
Well, I mean, you should always be looking to upgrade your offensive line, always. So, like Trent is a great player. He's not going to go on forever. But everybody around him, you can look at it and go, I think Pooney's a good player. I think the center and left guard can be upgraded. Like, I just think it can. It's interesting. Like, if you just compare Seattle, San Francisco, which is what you should do. Like, Seattle's the champion, and they're the team to beat. What do? Well, Jalen Sundell, Graves Abel, North Dakota State. They went and got just tough guys that are very, very mobile and can move the line of scrimmage and can get to the second level. They're better at those 2 positions than the 49ers are. That's just one example. But, you've got Christian McCaffrey. I don't know. He's got 450 touches. How good is he going to be next year? At some point, you can't go feeding Christian McCaffrey 25 times a game. You can't keep doing it and expecting elite results. He had 1 40-yard run this year at the end of the season. But the explosive runs aren't there. Are they going to be there next year after 450 touches? Probably not.
Well, it's a good point. Brian Ballinger joined us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, our Odyssey NFL Insider. And we were just bringing up the stat, like Shasky brought it to me. Their fastest player, like the player that peaked out the fastest miles per hour this year was their linebacker.
The only guy to go over 20 miles per hour.
The only guy to go over 20 miles an hour was D. Winters on a pick 6, Baldy. Like, and we all understand that, like, this version of Christian McCaffrey wasn't the same as a couple years ago with just the burst. He still had an incredible season. Yeah. I mean, I wake up this morning, the guy's nominated for Offensive Player of the Year, Comeback Player of the Year, and MVP. Yeah. It was an incredible season. But they just have no speed, and that was another part of Saturday's performance for me, Baldy. Not only the speed, but the lack of just physicality. They just got out-hit. And when the 49ers were at their best,
But look at the first play of the game. Rashid Shaheed goes the distance, right?
Oh, my God.
Jordan James.
Rashid Shaheed, first of all, he could be the nicest kid in the world. Like, you can't get the smile off his face. He's a sweet, sweet kid. And I don't mean that in any other way, but like, he's just – if he was in your office, if he was in with you guys right now, you go, this is a great kid. You can't help but like him. And I asked him a couple weeks ago, I go, how fast are you, Rashid? He goes, I'm the fastest player in the league. I go, but I heard in New Orleans there's a guy that's faster. And he goes, yeah, I know people say that. He's not fast. But it was interesting, even on that play, like most teams, Joe, put 2 guys back to return the kickoff, right? Most teams, except Seattle. They just put 1 guy back there. They only want 1 guy touching the ball, Rashid Shaheed. Like, they made that trade for that kid at the trade deadline. He's helped them win games, big time. So, he basically outscored the 49ers on the first play of the game, with that touchdown. So they've got speed. That's my point, is they added Rashid Shaheed, a speed element. It opens up things for Jackson Smith and Jigba, maybe the best route runner in the league. It opens up things for A.J. Barner at tight end. Like the 49ers, to your point, they don't have a guy like that. Well, they can just take the time. Like Juwan Jennings is good. And Demarcus Robinson found a home. And, all these things, but they don't have that element on their team.
What about Ricky Pearsall right now? I'm very down on him. I was joking around. I was calling him the track man. He's just out there running routes. Ball's not going his way. And look, it takes a lot. The offensive line's got to block. Quarterback's got to find you. You've got to get open. He had the one target he dropped. It's a tough play, but it's like you got to make those plays. And, what do you do with Ricky? I don't even know what he is right now, Baldy.
Nobody knows because he hasn't been healthy enough. I mean, obviously, unfortunate situation as a rookie, and then you come back this year, and he's never, is he in the lineup? Not in the lineup. You don't know week to week. Is he playing, not playing? And if he is playing, what are you getting? Whereas you say, okay, same draft, Jackson Smith and Jigba, all right, hasn't missed a game, and he's the best receiver in football. And nobody thought, even coming out of Ohio State, everybody thought he was just a slot receiver until he realized he could play anywhere on the field. And he's Puka. You can't get the ball to him enough. The best route runner. He's always out there. He's always a threat. Even if he goes a half without catching a ball, it's just a matter of time before they start getting the ball to him. Ricky, I don't know what Ricky is. And I don't think the 49ers know because he hasn't stayed on the field long enough to make a difference yet.
Yeah. This guy, Nick Iwamura, he didn't play week one, but I saw him in the 2 weeks, the 2 games over the last 3 weeks. I'm not being hyperbolic. This guy looks like Ronnie Lott out there. He's just a hitter, and he's instinctual, and, man, he's a hell of a player. To I guess, attack him, they got to get a tight end. What do they do at tight end here, Baldy?
Well, look, you lose maybe as good a tight end as there is in football, and he's got to come back from a major injury, which he should come back, but it's a matter of time. Jay Tongas goes down. It's horrible. Why are the 49ers so injured?
Yeah.
Every year, why are they so injured? You got to ask.
Did you see the substation? Did you see the substation theory? It sounds, crackpot, but have you seen some of that?
Yeah, no, you have to at least have a conversation about it.
Do the players talk about that, Baldy, in the locker room?
The Giants had all these guys for years that were coming down with cancer, and they're up there with all of these pollutants out there in northern Jersey, and they thought that was like an issue. You have to consider everything. Practice facility, where the stadium is, what's next to it. I just think you have to consider all this stuff. And is there some reality to it? Or is it just the way you practice? Or is it just that because you don't see those injuries in Seattle. Those teams, they've all played the same amount of games. You don't see any of those injuries pop up. Imanwari was the winner of the combine last year. And sometimes you get the combine winner. Okay, he can jump out of a gym. He's 6'3", he's 220 pounds. He can jump over tall buildings, but he can play. And really, when Mike McDonald and John Schneider drafted him, that was going to be their Kyle Hamilton. And that's what he is, except he's probably a faster, bigger, stronger Kyle Hamilton. And so there's only so many of those. Derwin James, there's only a couple of those guys in this league right now. And then, but what it does is it gives him all that flexibility to play him in all these different positions. Match up with a tight end, blitz off the edge, extra linebacker. And they were going to play Devin Witherspoon at that spot, which would have been fine because he could do it. But because Emanwari is such an athletic freak and so big, it allows Witherspoon to just play corner. And so now they have an elite corner, has great hitting ability, can run like he's a cobra when he hits you. Now they have and then you got Woolen, who ran a 4.28 coming out of UTSA. They've got all this speed back there that just shrink, and they play these zones, and these windows in these zones just shrink because of their speed and length that they all have.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line, our Odyssey NFL Insider. And we don't know when Kittle comes back next year. He might not come back at all with the timing of this injury. It's Achilles, we all know. With advancements in modern science, you can come back faster, but still, the guy's older. He's in his early 30s. You never know. Should they address the tight end position, you think, Baldy, whether it be free agency or early on in the draft?
Well, I don't know if you have to, go find Kyle Pitts, who was a high pick and hasn't ever lived up to it. A.J. Barner looks just fine in Seattle with what they ask him to do. Everybody's playing 2-3 in Seattle's case, or the Rams' case. They're playing 4 tight ends. Everybody's playing these tight ends now. Like, you have to address it. I mean, there was a reason why the Rams went out and got Colby Parkinson and then drafted Terrence Ferguson, and they had Tyler Higbee, and they got Devin Allen, who's like an F-back. Like, everybody's in these 13 personnel positions. And so you'd be crazy not to go find another, maybe not with the first round pick. I don't know. I haven't looked at their draft board yet and what they have and what they don't have. But you should be looking at tight end for sure.
Baldy, let's flip over to the defense. It's just safety play. Renardo Green. There's so many elements we can go to.
Robert Saleh going to Tennessee. Yeah.
I think we start there. Would you?
Well, what happened to Renardo Green? What's the I don't know. I'm not digging for these stories.
Well, Baldy, he's just not very good. And it's been about 5 or 6 plays this year where clearly he's not doing something the coaches want him to, and he's been benched. He got a penalty after a play late in the game. Remember that one time? He got benched in that situation. And in this one, Kyle's like chewing him out on the sideline. Something happened on that 2nd and 20 that he didn't do, I'm assuming, or unless they're scapegoating him. It just feels like he doesn't tackle well in the run game, and he's not in the right spots in their zones. You tell me, Baldy. I don't know. You know this better than me.
So, Baldy,
exactly. As soon as he goes out, Luter goes in, they go right after him.
I know.
They score a touchdown. They went right after him, like what you should do. Like, go test him. But look, it's been a weak position for the 49ers. It just has been. Now, sometimes, like, I'm sitting in this defensive backs meeting for this American Bowl game, and I'm listening to this coach, Corey Chamberlain, who's really good. And we've got 12 defensive backs there, and I'm listening to him teach these techniques. And I'm wondering how coachable some of these guys are. These techniques aren't revolutionary. Like, there's things that you can do to cut down on mistakes, to cut down on the cushions that they're giving these receivers. Like, they need better defensive back play across the board.
Let's get to safety. Mustafa, Siegel, Brown. Are any of them keepers in your eyes?
Well, I don't know what they're being taught, honestly, and where their eyes are going. The eyes, there's certain indicators of what a route is going to be, down distance, where they're lined up on the field. There's just all these things that you've got to factor in. Like, I don't know if they can absorb all this stuff or not. Hufanga was a great player, had trouble staying healthy. We know in passing, he's not an elite safety, but we know that he's going to thump, in the middle of the field. And so sometimes you give something to take something. Like, Mustafa can do that. Is he a liability in passing? And then you have to ask yourself, can you live with it? Probably not. And so I feel like, and we'll see who they bring in and what the defense is going to be.
What would you do? What would you do if they came to you, Baldy, and they said, Brian, we're open to anything. Like, what should we be open to? Who would you suggest and why?
Well, I think this Carl Scott is pretty good in Seattle. But, I would be looking at guys on their staff right now that I could come in and teach this system, because it is a system of how they do it. And I do think it allows guys to play pretty fast, and right away. Weatherspoon played right away in this system, and he got better. Emanwari played right away in the system. They got a smart guy in the back end, Julian Love. If you want an elite safety, you probably got to go to free agency. Julian Love is a Notre Dame kid. He's smart as hell. Like, he doesn't get hurt. Xavier McKinney. Like, if you look around the league at elite safety play, you probably got, Kevin Byard, right? If you want a good safety, you probably got to go to free agency to get him. You got to probably pay, to have all the experience, to have the eyes in the right spot. I'm just throwing 3 guys out there. They all went through free agency. Teams decided we're not going to pay the freight. Okay, let's go to free agency. That Denver did that with Fofanga. Like, they're hard to find. They're hard to find because the college game is so different than the NFL game.
And a name right now that's getting a lot of buzz for the next defensive coordinator position for the San Francisco 49ers is Gus Bradley, who is an assistant coach for the Niners this season. Shanahan was asked at the podium yesterday in his press conference, Baldy. I'm going to play it, and then I'll have you respond to it on the DC's search.
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but I mean, Gus is the obvious one to everyone, and it is to us too. Gus would be the main internal candidate. We feel very fortunate to get Gus and great about that, but also we are going to go through the whole process. There's requirements we have to do and stuff that we want to do also. So hopefully we can get it settled sooner than later, but I see it working throughout this next week on it.
Gus Bradley, your thoughts?
Well, I mean, he's safe. He's a safe pick. Is that what you want? You want a safe pick, a guy that knows defense, knows the league, been around, traveled well, put good defenses out there, not elite defenses. All right. You're in if you look right now at the Final Four, Seattle's the number 1 ranked defense in football. Denver's the number 3rd ranked. New England's the 4th ranked defense. All right. And the Rams are the 10th ranked defense. Like, you got to be a top 10 defense if you're going to get to a championship Sunday. And defense are going to win these games. All right. The ability to take the ball away, something the 49ers can't do. You got to take the ball away. You got to challenge the quarterback. You got to hit the quarterback. Now, you could say the talent has to be upgraded, which it does. And, Michael will come back and Nick will come back, and maybe that'll help a bunch. But it's Gus Bradley putting a top 10 defense out there for you. So Kyle's saying all the right things, but he's looking for a guy. And Leslie Frazier's up there in Seattle. That's a safe pick. But
what about Jim Schwartz?
I think he's looking. Jim Schwartz is great if you got guys that can play press man coverage, can really play that style. Like, he's going to challenge your receivers and challenge your throws, all right? And then if you have Myles Garrett, all right, who's going to win the Defensive Player of the Year again, and you draft Mason Graham and Schlesinger, and you've got playmakers at those positions, it can work. But Jim is a good coach. You've got to be 8 deep on the defensive line, and you've got to have elite players. Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett. Like, you've got to have elite players in order to play that style.
All right, so, Baldy, we were talking about, hey, what's the thing to be most optimistic for next year, right? There's not a lot of carryover. And I know he got hurt this year, and it was, it was shaky there when we didn't know if he was going to recover from the injury. I feel really good about Brock Purdy. Now, I know he had a couple of duds. Believe me, I saw him. But when he's on and he's healthy and the offense is humming, he's playing as good as anyone in the league. How would you evaluate Brock Purdy's year and what to look forward to next year?
Well, he's solid. He's really solid. He's really good. This round that they just got, they went to Philadelphia and won a playoff game. All right. Wild card weekend, Philadelphia was a mess, but they won the game. And then, you come back and, you put up that performance against Seattle. You're not going to upgrade. You're not going to find anybody better than Brock. So he's what he is. You got to build around Brock. Things got to get better around him. Defense, receivers, speed. Like, you've identified this guy. You paid him. Jed made the right decision. Like, he's good enough. Is he? I don't know. Like, we'll find out what goes on in this round. Drake May's been very good, but we'll see what he does. This is because every round you go up, you're only going to see better defenses. You're only going to see better talent.
Would you trade Mac Jones not knowing who the replacement might be? Because that's a big talking point right now. There's teams that would want Mac Jones. Sounds like the Niners put it out there to the league. Hey, we're going to keep him, meaning you better pay us in a draft capital to be able to move this guy. Would you move Mac Jones?
No, because Brock Purdy has an injury history. He's missed games, and so I would not trade him. I would keep him there and just, be my insurance policy. Maybe an expensive policy, but what are you going to get? Are you going to get a 3rd-round pick for Mac Jones? Is that going to make a difference? Can you get a 2nd-round pick? I don't think that's the highest you're probably going to get for Mac Jones right now. But I would forego the pick and keep my insurance.
Baldy, one more for you. We appreciate your time this morning. Niner fans are going to be watching on the couch this weekend and an NFC Championship game, watch the Los Angeles Rams and the Seattle Seahawks play each other. How big is the gap currently between those two teams and where the Niners are at right now?
I think it's pretty severe, a gap. I think severe is probably a strong word. There's a gap there that exists. Look, you just got to look at these last two games that they played against Seattle. You can't score a touchdown. I know guys are hurt and they're out, and if you say, okay, if we're fully healthy, we're probably going to score a touchdown at least. But there's a gap there, and the Rams seem to overcome all their injuries. Now, Stafford stayed healthy the whole year, but they lost Devontae Adams. They lost Tyler Higbee. They lost Alaric Jackson. They lost, their right tackle. They've lost guys. They lost Emmanuel Forbes in a game. They've lost guys throughout the year, and here they are, going into Chicago now. They had to go to overtime, but they've lost guys all year long, and somehow here they are. And so they don't use that as any kind of an excuse. It helps that the quarterback is largely healthy, but they're not spending first-round picks on any offensive linemen. They're drafting and hitting with Jordan Whittington in the 6th round. They're constantly Puka in the 5th round. They're constantly hitting on their late-round picks and guys coming in. Kobe Turner was a 3rd-round pick. Name a defense tackle has more sacks than he does the last 3 years. Like they're getting Nate Lamb in for nothing in free agency. Like they're probably better in the front office right now with what they're doing.
That was my question. Where's the gap bigger right now? We have a vacant DC spot. We know what Kyle does on offense. Is the gap between the Niners and these two teams more in the front office? Because that's where I believe it is than it is in schematics.
Well, they're replacing coaches every year. The 49ers got to replace Saleh. But the 49ers have lost defensive coordinator Brandon Staley. They've lost everybody. They have the next guy up waiting. Shula's probably going to get real good coaching consideration with what he's doing defensively, with what he's had to work with. But they've hit on every single draft pick. Jared Verse, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Josiah Stewart. All through this whole thing, everyone has been, and they only had one first-round pick. And they struck gold with Jared Verse. He's a great player, and he stays healthy. And so the gap is in the coaching and how they're developing coaches and in the front office. And that's not a knock on John Lynch or anything. They've done well. Rams have done better.
Hey, Baldy, great stuff this morning. We'll do it again next week. In a couple weeks' time, let's hang out at Radio Row, man. You down?
Yeah.
All right. I'll come join you guys for sure.
Baldy, is that like your high school prom for you? Is that the day that you look forward to? You're going to be rocking that NFL jacket, aren't you? That Letterman.
I'm taking that. I'm doing the American Bowl tonight here in Orlando. I'm wearing it at the Senior Bowl next week, and I'll be probably rocking it when I join you guys on Radio Row.
Let's go.
Baldy, I cannot wait to do a month or 2 months of just draft breakdowns. Jeremiah Lubb, Caleb Downs. There's so many studs.
Let's go.
Yeah. How many can you get? And if you can't get those guys, who are you going to get that's going to come in and impact your team next year?
Exactly.
Great question. We'll talk about it with you, man. The best. We appreciate it, Baldy.
Okay, guys, you got it, man.
You're the man.
Thanks.
There he goes. Couple minutes, by the way. Be locked in. Your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Super Bowl experience. But first, the injury report. What happened to Jake Tonjes last Saturday? The 49ers tight end left the game against the Seahawks in the 3rd quarter with a foot injury. Kyle Shanahan yesterday said Tonjes was dealing with plantar fascia. Ouch. He would have... Yeah, because when I think Tonjes, I think Shasky. He would have been out another 3 weeks if the 49ers were still playing this weekend. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Yeah, when I think of plantar fasciitis, it goes in order. Pau Gasol, Joe Shasky, Jake Tonjes. There you go. It's not bad company, right?
Tiger Woods, too.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Sorry. Tiger Woods.
I mean, if you're going to list them, list all the best.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider, joining us in 20 minutes. Cousin Nick covers the Warriors for The Athletic. A lot to get into there. Steve Kerr had some interesting thoughts last night with Willard and Dibbs right here on our airwaves. Jonathan Kuminga, obviously the loss of Jimmy Butler for the season. There is a lot to get into with cousin Nick Friedel, but quick takeaways from what we just heard from Brian Baldinger, Joe.
I mean, he just simply said what I've been feeling, which is I think one of the biggest gaps on the team right now is personnel, meaning who you're picking, where you're playing them, how you're developing them. It's making or breaking your team right now.
I mean, my biggest takeaway was that he flat out said Gus Bradley's like just a safe choice.
Which
they can't do a safe choice. And you know why I think, and I wanted to ask him, we just didn't have enough time with him. I think Kyle Shanahan's, I'll tell you what Kyle Shanahan's feeling after I tell you about
I hate you guys sometimes.
the NFL Super Bowl experience, your chance to win a 4-pack of that because the NFL is taking over the Bay Area with the Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. For your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, your cue to call was right there. And be caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. That's caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. And you'll win courtesy of the Bay Area Host Committee. I think Kyle Shanahan's going safe and feeling safe because he's scarred of the last 2 hires prior to Robert Saleh. That is Steve Wilkes and Nick Sorensen. I think he thought I went outside of the box twice on 2 hires.
You hired Sorensen, was on the staff.
Sorensen was a risk because he had never had a defensive coordinator position before.
No. Part of
he
why
was a risk.
Okay.
He was.
They're all risks.
No, but in his mind, Joe, I'm telling you, he thought those were risks, and he failed tremendously.
I disagree. I think he's doing the same thing with Gus Bradley, even though Gus has experience.
He has a lot more experience, yes, than Nick Sorensen ever did.
He sucks. It's like Steve Wilkes sucks. The evidence is out on him. It's not that great. He's just not. He's not. And so, but the similar thing of we're hiring from within. Now, they did it with D'Amico Ryans, hiring from within. We've all figured out now, D'Amico's a very great, he's
a great coach, head coach, yes.
He's just a really sharp individual.
Yes.
And
great leader.
But hiring from within and having this replacement plan in place that the players like and everything, it does nothing for me. It just does nothing for me. And I don't like this one at all. I don't like the Gus Bradley thing. And look, I could be totally wrong. I wasn't really high on the Robert Saleh thing. I think that they need to just hire best guy available right now. And I don't think if you were looking out on the open market, Gus Bradley is the best man available.
Well, I don't think anyone else is looking at Gus Bradley. Of all these coach openings and who you want to bring in DC,
what I'm saying.
I don't think anyone. I'm with you, by the way. I'm just telling you.
I don't think it's safe at all.
Well, I think Kyle views it as safe.
Yeah, well, and that's probably poor judgment.
One more time, this is what Shanahan said about the defensive coordinator search yesterday when asked if Gus Bradley is a candidate.
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but I mean, Gus is the obvious one to everyone, and it is to us too. Gus would be the main internal candidate, but feel very fortunate to get Gus and great about that. But also, we are going to go through the whole process. There's requirements we have to do and stuff that we want to do also. So hopefully we can get it settled sooner than later, but I see it working throughout this next week on it.
I mean, the guy that I actually kind of wanted, but he ended up getting retained yesterday is Brian Flores, because Flores has had Shanahan's number, kind of like Schwartz has had in the past. And I just think highly of him as a defensive mind, kind of like what Baldy was saying. But he's getting head coach interviews, and he's already got retained as defensive coordinator if he doesn't get a head coaching job, obviously, with the Minnesota Vikings. So,
I mean, he's more 3-4, more.
No, I know.
But I'm open to it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But
you're not doing lateral. If you're him, you're not leaving one job to go to another that, in his eyes, is lateral.
No, I'm with you on that. But, when you succeed in certain markets and compare, Robert Saleh succeeded with the San Francisco 49ers, has a different feel to the Minnesota Vikings and succeeding there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, they were 15-2 or whatever the year before. I mean, and their defense is hang your hat on it. In terms of that team, what let them down was quarterback.
Yeah. It's true.
I think what's holding back Brian Flores is suing the league.
Well, that's what took place. Well, not only that, But what took place with the quarterback in Miami too, with Tua and all that drama there, they don't want to deal with it. Saleh has this for him. He was on a dumpster fire team with the New York Jets that didn't have any quarterback that wasn't worth a damn. And he was a good dude. And he was a good person. So that does help you on a new hiring cycle. And he's not off-putting at all with the Patriot way or anything like that. He's very magnanimous, if you will.
I think what Kyle needs more than anything right now, right? I think he needs someone who can actually stand up to him.
I don't think he wants that.
Well, I think he needs it. And this is where I would have, look, the bigger conversation is straightforward, is like, I would do like some sort of, and I've been opining for this, you need to like reorganize the chart. And we talked about this the other day, and like they need a pro player, a personnel director, they need a scouter, they need to redo that. That's not working. And they need to have a GM who's going to be able to put his foot down. And they need a DC who's like, look, I know, Kyle, you want to run this system from 9 years ago, that's the system you want to run. But like, I'm running my thing. Like when Steve Wilkes here, I'm not a Steve Wilkes guy. Did Steve Wilkes run his system?
No.
Or did he try to run Kyle's system?
I would have rather him ran his own, quite frankly, because he's more comfortable there, but they made him do their system.
Now, if you're going to do the wide nine, Jim Schwartz is kind of like the godfather of the wide nine.
Correct.
In this sense.
But Baldy just basically said, he's like, yeah, I like Jim Schwartz. You got to give Jim Schwartz the bodies, though. If he doesn't have talent around him.
Well, that's all these guys.
Correct.
But I think Jim Schwartz actually has the
chutzpah
to be able to stand up to Kyle.
Because he was a former head coach.
Yeah, I think he needs that. I do. I think he doesn't need like a guy on his last leg. Because that's what, like, who's hiring Gus Bradley?
No one.
If Shula leaves the Rams, if Shula leaves the Rams, right?
Yeah.
He's the DC down there. You think they're like, oh, got to go get Gus Bradley?
No. Well, I'm seeing right now the young defensive coordinator for the Chargers is getting a lot of Jesse Minter, who was the Michigan guy.
He's going to be the Ravens head coach.
Yeah.
That's pretty much locked in.
Yeah, he's been highly coveted.
That's what they're saying, Jesse Minter?
It's pretty locked in. Even Giddings has been telling me like it's already a fact.
Evan, are you kidding, Giddings?
Yes, that guy.
And Mike
I've
McDaniel.
never heard that.
Oh, that's the Nash Sullivan special. You've never heard that one?
No.
Evan, are you kidding, Giddings? There you go. It's pretty good. Gus Bradley, Niner fans. What does that do for you?
I mean,
Baldy
he's been
just
25, 26, 27, 25, 28 in defensive rankings in those last 6 years.
He also played on some dumpster fire teams. So, like, do we hold all that against him? He was with the Jags. He was with the Raiders.
Well, okay.
The Colts, who have not been great.
I think that speaks to how he's viewed.
Sure. Well, but now he's on the Niners. How do we view the Niners?
How many opportunities? Yeah, okay, but
I know
he's not the guy on the Niners.
Well, is there something to be said about Gus being a part of like a lot of these meetings, the draft process with all these defensive prospects? Sorensen never had defensive coordinator positions in the past. He wasn't. He was raw when it came to that. It clearly in over his skis. And he was the special teams coordinator now with the Dallas Cowboys this past year?
He'll never be a DC.
He's done. He's done.
I always do this equation. Like, would anyone else hire him who you deem to be a high-level team?
I don't think so. Not right now.
The Detroit Lions, would you, like right now, they got a lot of issues. If they're like, hey, Detroit hired Gus Bradley.
Oh, you're like, oh.
I just like, okay.
Great.
And I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just, it does nothing for me.
Well, it's like Greg Roman almost.
Exactly.
Well, see, this is the thing that
Jimmy Ray back in the day.
And I get it because
he's got experience. Yeah, being bottom of the league.
This is always what gets me, though, because, you know, it's the GM and the head coach answering questions yesterday. And I get it. Kyle Shanahan wants to have final say on his coaching staff. I kind of would have liked to hear what John Lynch had to say about that, though. Like, John, you have a defensive background. You are a Hall of Fame safety.
Or a rechart.
Well, why can't he, like, answer that, too? It's like, oh, yeah, like, what does John Lynch want in a defensive coordinator? Not what Kyle Shanahan wants. What does John Lynch think this team needs?
Here's the thing that I don't think there's enough of. And I know that it can go in the other direction where everyone gets burnt out. Everybody's a little too, like, secure. And I just think we need, and I'm not saying again, I'm not talking about hot seat. I'm just talking about, in general, there seems to be, with the Niners, this last year, it felt like there was a very tapered down sense of urgency. And I don't get it.
Well, I don't get it. I get it because they lost a lot of their best players.
Just paid the quarterback.
I know, but they lost like all their good players. They did. They lost 3 Hall of Fame players.
I'm talking about before the season started. It felt like, we're going to taper spending. We'll just see. We'll ease in some of our rookies. Like, there's just not this sense of urgency. And I want to, like, tell everyone involved, guys, we're in year 10. Year 10.
I mean, they did get to the second round of the playoffs. There was clearly a sense of urgency during the season.
Okay, but take a step back. Year 10, you lost in the second round, and you're at a crossroads, right? And two teams in your division are playing or one of them is going to be playing in your stadium for the Super Bowl.
Speaking of teams at a crossroads, one might say the Golden State Warriors, Joe, are at a crossroads. Head coach, star players, where this team's going forward, Jonathan Kuminga. Let's talk about it. Cousin Nick Friedel on the other side, our Odyssey NBA insider, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Kick off the new year with an exhilarating journey. Grab the keys to a new Toyota truck and turn every day into an adventure. Get low 1.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% APR plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Make this year an unforgettable one in a reliable Toyota truck. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 2/2/26.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area and the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Javon? We're rolling, baby. Great interview we just had, Shasky and I, with Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. You know, Baldy, you love him. Usually every Tuesday, but we had him on Thursday this year with all the stuff going on with the Golden State Warriors, which we will dive more into with Nick Friedel here momentarily. But great stuff with Baldy. Find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app, as well as all of our interviews like we had yesterday on our station with Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. He's on our station each and every week, just like this guy who's joining us next. We got to the open. We got it all ready to go. Let's get to our guy. Let's go. Cousin Nick Friedel joining us on the River Islands guest line right now. Oh, it never gets old. On the River Islands guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And obviously, he covers the Warriors for The Athletic as well. Some really great articles from you, Nick. Some of your teammates, Sam Amick, Marcus Thompson. But you know why Nick is such a good teammate here at 95.7 The Game? So he's at the press conference. You know, Mike Dunleavy, general manager, talking, taking questions. Nick hits all the hosts here with a group chat and said, boys, some juicy deets just went down with general manager Mike Dunleavy. And I'm sorry, I can't. My voice just doesn't. My voice can't go that deep, Nick. So I apologize for butchering an impression of you. But you're such a good teammate that you're even texting the quotes from Dunleavy to all the hosts here. I mean, come on, man. Steve Kerr could use you on the court. You're such a good teammate.
Can't use me because I can't shoot, and they need a lot of help right now, Spadone.
Well, you fit in then. If you can't shoot, you'd fit right in, Nick. So there you go.
Fair point. But look, that the other night with Dunleavy, I knew the pregame show had already started. You guys weren't running live to Dunleavy's comments in the moment. That direct message straight to Kuminga and his agent Aaron Turner was unbelievable. And then Turner bounces back in a tweet a few hours later. I mean, the amount of intrigue around this team just never ceases to amaze, even after something as bad and catastrophic to the season as Jimmy's injury was. So there are always so many layers to get into, but that was the quote of the year from Dunleavy so far.
What do you think is the number one layer right now for the Golden State Warriors? The number one layer?
It's what Steph wants, what he wants them to do. And Joe, Steph is always so good to the media. He's always accommodating. He understands what his role is to the greater part of the organization and the league. And I really thought it was noteworthy that he just decided not to talk after that game the other night because Steph always talks. He just didn't want to be in that public setting and share his thoughts yet. I'm sure he'll talk tonight here in Dallas post-game, and we'll hear how he's feeling and what he's thinking. But as far as the next biggest thing for the group, it's what does Steph want him to do? Because they could go a lot of different directions here, especially before the deadline. None of them, to me, get them closer to where they were when Jimmy was on the floor. But that is the most interesting part of whatever comes next.
You do all these different appearances with us. I saw you on the Plus Minus with Kawakami, and I'm Marcus Thompson. You write for The Athletic, so you read all the comments. You see social media. What's the biggest misnomer that Warrior fans have about some part of this team right now? What's the thing that you think they're not seeing with this team? Because they're angry.
They're really angry. Joe, I think they're not accepting the reality of what Jimmy's knee injury represented. At least to me, as I watch, I mean, this team, we could go back and forth. Did they have any realistic chance? Maybe, maybe not. Could they have pushed some people in the postseason? Sure. It's over now. It is over. Even if, in a best case scenario, and I know this has bounced around, you mentioned social media, since Jimmy went down in the last 48 hours, it's like, all right, we'll go get Giannis. One, Giannis told my colleague and friend Sam Amick, he doesn't want to ask for a trade. Okay, fine. Giannis, if you take Jimmy's slot, and Giannis would have to say, I want to go to the Bay and I want to play with Steph Curry. So you take Jimmy's slot and you add every draft pick, for the next zillion years, and you add Pods and Moody or whatever combination of younger players that Milwaukee wants. Joe, that team just is not that much better. Your team then is Steph, who's about to be 38, Giannis, who will be 32, and Draymond, who in the best moments is still struggling to put up that same standard, that same level every single night. That is your team. That team, while better than whatever version is right now, is not good enough to win a championship because you don't have anything else to put around them. That is the problem. The team was built on Steph and Jimmy. You take a $57 million a year player off of that team, and that's the wrap. I mean, that is a wrap for the short-term future of this group. And the problem, tying back to the first question, is it all revolves around Steph. Steph's playing at such an incredibly high level. There is so much frustration because Steph is playing at such a high level. But from where I'm sitting, when Jimmy went down, it made everybody have to face a really hard reality that they didn't want to face. And the person that has to face it the most is Steph himself.
So I'm doing that deal for Giannis. I'm just letting you know.
Of course you are. I don't blame you. Do it.
But I do think that, like, the thing, everybody thinks Draymond's the same old Draymond, and he's not. Scotty Barnes was guarding him the circle of the key the other day. Like, I dare you to take any shot you want. He's got more ice on his knees than a cocktail, than a Long Island iced tea. Like, it's... I think that there's a failure to acknowledge where Draymond's at in his career and what he does to compromise the lineups. So I guess my question to you is now, over the next 2 weeks, who knows beyond that? What do you do with Draymond Green and his role on this team when you factor in maybe what they should do with Kuminga? What would you do, Nick?
As far as Draymond goes, I don't think much is going to change, Joe. Draymond is best suited in smaller minutes these days, and he is best suited in games that he takes personally and that he knows are big to the group. The biggest problem, let's go back a few years, Aaron Baines falls on Steph's hand. Steph breaks his hand. Draymond didn't want to be out there most nights. I mean, let's be real. He knew that team did not have a legit chance. I think in the very short term, Draymond is proud. He is proud of the legacy and the standard that he and Steph and Clay created all these years in the Bay. He's going to give it everything he has. What would worry me is in like 3 or 4 more weeks, like then what? Because then all these guys are going to sit there and go, oh, you know what? We're a playing team. You know, we are a middle of the road group. So as far as Draymond, I don't think much is going to change at all. The bigger question I have for the short term before the deadline, I mean, forget the Kuminga stuff because we've hit that.
No, let's talk more about it.
Yeah, I mean, the question for me is, what do you do with somebody like DeAnthony Melton? Because he's got a player option next year that he's very likely to decline because it's so small. He wants to get paid. If you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, there's got to be a recognition of we're just not good enough right now. We should sell off of a piece potentially that could get us another asset down the line. Al Horford has been not good. Joe, we've talked about it all season. You can't tell me that some contender out there isn't like, hey, we'll take Al Horford, who knows how to play for championships and could give us 20 minutes off the bench as a big man. So those are the questions to me that are most interesting as we get set here for whatever happens in the next couple weeks, because there has to be a recognition of, hey, it didn't go our way. That's pro sports. But again, this ties back to, you asked me up front, what's the first part that happens really next? It's what does Steph want? Because if Steph wants to still compete and have a chance to win most nights, those are moves for a rebuilding or a reshuffling team. Those are not moves for a proud team that still wants to push to the end of the year.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Also covers the Warriors for The Athletic. And you just said it right there, Nick. What does Stephen Curry want? I mean, he's told us what he wants is just meaningful basketball. Whether that's, playoffs. I have hard to imagine he's talking about play in. Like, yeah, man, I want to be the 10 seed in the West. That's what I want to do.
No one's going to say that.
Well, no one's going to say that, but that's also why I'm asking, like, at this point, what is meaningful basketball to Stephen Curry? Because, like, I'm looking at it, there's going to be a lot more of those types of games we just saw against the Toronto Raptors. There just is. That's how the league, they're going to play a lot of young, fast teams. They're just going to outwork them. And maybe you have a good shooting night, but you're going to have a lot more bad shooting nights as well, because we've just seen it with this team. If Stephen Curry is now off because you have no Jimmy Butler, if Steph has a bad game, you're probably going to lose. So at this point, what is meaningful basketball for Stephen Curry, and how does Lacob and Dunleavy try to juggle that these next 2 weeks?
What they have to sit down and talk to him about is, what do you want? Because, Spadone, meaningful basketball the rest of this season is the standard that Steph and Draymond have set for themselves. This team, night to night, can win some games, and they're going to lose some games. They are a mediocre team. This is a team that is destined to be like 41-41 when we're talking in mid-April. They had a terrible, terrible setback. That is pro sports in a nutshell. I think Kerr said it very well. Injuries happen. It just happened at the worst possible time because they were rolling. The issue is that Steph is about to be 38. And so he knows. He sat up there on Monday, guys, and he didn't want to talk about what would happen if Jimmy were out. But, everybody sitting in that arena before that MRI confirmed it pretty much knew what it was. And so now he has to sit there and go, all right, how badly do I still want to stay here and play in one place and be the guy? And he, privately, publicly, he said the same thing for years. He wants to be a Warrior the rest of his career. And that's great. But there is an acknowledgement that as far as at least the hope of a title, that's just not realistic. That's really, it's the shift in perspective, Spadone, that has to be crucial in all of this, because nobody's going to sit there and say, hey, we can't win. These guys won titles because of the belief and the belief in themselves and the system, but they don't have the talent to compete with that upper tier of teams anymore.
So I have two bang bangs for you, okay?
Niner gang.
First one, if you had to guess, what do you think he wants to do here?
If I had to guess, he's going to sit there and say to Lacob and Dunleavy, I just want to be competitive. Put me around guys that want to go out there and win and do the best we can. And Joe, the issue there is only Steph knows exactly what he would ask for. But I just have never gotten the sense that anybody who built that thing up is going to say, all right, let's trade every pick that we have and every future asset that we've got, because it just doesn't always work. And with where everybody is in their own careers, I think the best possible outcome for the Warriors is you play as hard as you possibly can, and Warriors fans get to see Steph for another couple of years, and that is awesome. He truly is unlike anybody we've ever seen, and there's honor in that. Truly, there is honor in going out there and giving everything you got, no matter the circumstances, and still putting on a show every night. The issue, though, is for somebody as competitive as he is, that is where, in his own mind, there's got to be friction right now, because he knows that he's given everything he has. He's been awesome still, but he knows as he looks around without Jimmy that it's just not going to be enough on some nights.
So I guess where I push back, not to you, but just to the fans in general that are Warrior fans, like, it's not your manifest destiny to be in the finals every year. It's really hard. And when I was growing up, it was the Celtics, the Lakers, the Pistons, the Bulls, and the Rockets, in the 80s and 90s. And if I would have said to Warrior fans, you're going to have more success in 10 years than the 1980s Celtics, I'd be like, get out of here. You're insulting my intelligence. Yet it feels like a crime against Steph Curry has been committed by the organization for certain segment of this fan base regarding what they've surrounded Steph with over the years. And they've made a lot of mistakes. I don't want to cape up for mistakes. Every organization makes mistakes. They've made a fair, big share of mistakes. As you sit back and look at what has happened over the last 10 years, how do you rate what the organization has put around Steph Curry?
Joe, they won 4 titles. 4. That just is an incredible feat. And you hit on, I think, a key. Every team makes mistakes. The biggest one, as I look back, as everybody's kind of reminiscing now in the last 48 hours, is you missed on Wiseman. You had the number 2 pick, and you missed badly. And once that happened, it set up every other thing that has kind of happened over these last few years from a roster standpoint. I know that you all laughed at me when I said it in the moment, but the best thing that happened even in the last couple of years is that bonus title. Truly. The fact that they won that title is unbelievable. I love you too. I can see you on YouTube.
I'm giving you grief.
It's ridiculous that they were able to piece everything together after missing on Wiseman and still win another title because Steph was still so great. So if you're a Warriors fan and you're pissed off at the front office and the decisions and, oh my God, there's so many people who are mad at Kerr, okay, fine. They won 4 titles. 4. That is incredible, especially in this day and age. So I think everybody needs to take a deep breath and a step back and say, hey, let's appreciate what we've seen and what we have, because it's not going to be like this anymore.
Does the frustration online, does that bleed over to how people are in the arena quickly? Like when you run into Warrior fans at the games, are they as angry as the people online are?
No, when I talk to fans at the games, there's an appreciation for what the organization itself has accomplished. I have always believed that there is a separation between how fans are in real life and how fans respond online. What I would tell any Warriors fan who's all upset right now and is going through it and is saying, no, they can make this move and that, go appreciate Steph Curry. Go sit there at Chase, at least in the next few months, and go watch him shoot. Go enjoy the moment that you're in. Go see Draymond in at least some of these last couple big games against bigger teams down the stretch. He can still turn it on with the best of them defensively when he wants to. Those guys with Clay built something incredibly special for that area and for everybody out there. And there is a lot of pride in that. But I would say there needs to be more perspective, specifically with Steph, and just enjoy that you still have him right now, because in another couple of years, guys, he'll be gone. And then who the hell knows what's going to happen, but you're not going to be able to see him again. And nobody's ever seen a player like him in the league.
Another big layer, as there's layers and layers to this conversation, is the Steve Kerr angle here. And the Ringer's Logan Murdoch reported in a column published yesterday that several assistant coaches, quote, have been operating under the premise that Kerr will not return to Golden State next season. And these reported coaches have begun to survey the league to ensure they still have jobs, that Murdoch added to that. So, I mean, I think you've kind of said it on here. Would you be surprised if Steve Kerr's the head coach of the Golden State Warriors next season?
I would be surprised, Spadone, if Steve leaves before Steph. I have always thought that those two would kind of go out together and they would sit there and say, all right, we know what each other means to their respective careers. And I have always believed that Steve would allow for that. If Steph wants to play another couple of years, then go out with him. I don't think any part of that has changed. I have gotten the sense in talking to Steve and listening to what he said, in talking to plenty of people in the organization throughout the season, they'll all sit down at the end of the year and they'll decide whatever they want to do. But for me, I have always felt that the first inclination for Steve Kerr was to leave whenever Steph did. So if he leaves before then, it would be a little bit of a surprise to me. But as he said to start the year, Spadone, every year is different. There are highs, there are lows. The Warriors are in the midst of the lowest low that they got, given Jimmy's injury. So let's just wait to see what happens when they all sit down and have that discussion.
One word, Jonathan Kuminga.
Inconsistent.
Not traded.
Well, One word.
he's like, I'm not doing it. That's it. That's a walk-off. Thank you, cousin Nick
Let's
Friedel.
go to lunch soon, buddy. I'll see you.
Do it again next week.
Anytime, guys. I'll be there. And Mr. Shasky, as soon as the All-Star break hits, we're going to make it happen.
I'm ready.
There he goes. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. What I loved about that, it was the dramatic pause. Like, he doesn't even want to...
A full 6-second pause.
He doesn't even want to say one word on Kuminga. That was the pause. That's what it told me. He's like, I don't want to say anything.
Joe, I think Warrior fans are having a really hard come to Jesus moment where they can't accept that the mythical trade, it feels like it just can't happen.
No. The only way it would happen, and it would be Giannis forcing his way to Golden State, and that right now feels like a long shot. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by DAZN. Let's get into what we just talked about, though. I mean, Logan Murdoch of The Ringer reporting yesterday, several assistant coaches with the Golden State Warriors have been operating under the premise that Kerr will not return to Golden State next season. You hear that, Warriors fans, and you say what? 888-957-9570. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. We're rolling.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev. You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Tim from Burlingame. Great experience as always. Dale and Clay came out to install a new 14 by 10 foot roll-up door at our bakery. Dale did a great job explaining everything pre and post install. We've been working with RNS for almost 20 years.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Let's go. What's up, Laughing Monk? Dude, I could go for some lobster linguine right now. I can.
This is the Mission Street special. 1997. If you were walking along Mission Street, you just hear this thing bumping out of every car.
You think this is what Steve Kerr's bumping when he's driving to Chase Center? Why are you looking at me like that? What is that smirk? What's on Steve Kerr? You don't think Steve Kerr could get down with this?
No, he's more of a Simon and Garfunkel kind of a guy.
What? Come on!
I think he likes the hippie
judging
lettuce.
him. Come on. You could get down with like Van Halen, Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But you can also get down to some Tupac and some Snoop and whatever you want. Come on. Be a jack of all trades.
Yeah, I can really hear Steve Kerr. Hey, put in "Murder Was the Case." Pop that one in. Play that one, Alexa.
Come on, put some Mac Mall in there. Let's go. Hey, he might not be back next year. With the Golden State, did you hear this? Logan Murdoch, The Ringer, reporting yesterday in a column citing team sources and several assistant coaches, quote, have been operating under the premise that Kerr will not return to Golden State next season. Warriors fans, you hear that, you say what? We'll go to D, Phil, and Andrew. I ask you that, Shasky, you say what? I just say that to you, quite frankly. Have been operating under the premise that Kerr will not return to Golden State next season.
Well, I feel like it's a deja vu. When Kevin Durant was going through his final year, we kept hearing murmurs of it about right now.
Yeah.
January, February, right before the All-Star break.
Is it a coincidence that this came out the 2 days after Jimmy Butler's injury?
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
And then The same thing happened with Klay Thompson. Remember? Is he going to come back? Is he not going to come back? Like, murmurs started to come out like, he's really disgruntled. They've had a bunch of team meetings. Am I surprised? Not really. Just look at him. Look at his body language. There's I think there's an insane amount of pressure when you're in the cauldron of winning, and it can be very, very suffocating. I'm speaking just in general.
Sure.
And some people are always about like the build up, and they're addicted to the grind.
They like to start from the ground up, from the studs, right?
And I do believe that there are other individuals that, Harbaugh was this way for a long time. The build up and then the bounce out. And then build up something else. Larry Brown liked to build up and bounce out. That's not what Kerr is. I think he's somewhere in between. Just my particular feelings. I'm a little burnt out by him. I think he looks a little burnt out by the situation. I think it has been really taxing. They've gone through a lot of versions of the team.
He's also gone through a lot physically early on that we forget.
Well, and look at where he's at in his life. I don't know where his kids are at in their lives. Yeah. He may be a grandfather right now. I don't know, but that's a whole new chapter. Like, we never think about family lives when we talk about these things, because that is an element. Your greater family life, and when you make a lot of money and you have a lot of options, you have the ability to say no, which is what a lot of other people don't have in their lives. And so we stay on that rat race. People like Phil Jackson got to pick and choose their spots.
Yeah.
People like, Popovich talked about this, and my mom kind of went through this when she lost my dad. He lost his wife, and he poured himself into his work. Popovich did.
Yeah.
Right? So some people have things happen in their personal life, and they dive deeper into their professional life.
Tom Brady talked about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tom Brady did talk about this. And I think he was tortured by it, Tom Brady, actually. The decisions and just weighing the decisions. I don't know. I mean, now we're getting real deep. I'm just going off what I'm seeing. Like, I think the Jimmy thing, to your point now, like, the winning and every move being scrutinized and everything. When you don't win and you have a great, great, great player, all-time great player like Steph Curry, there's a burden that none of us can comprehend. You are expected to win. Yeah. And when you do, you're not celebrated, you're like relieved. You're like, oh, thank God we won. I bet, the Jimmy injury, he would never root for that injury or anything like that. But if he takes a step back, it's like a little bit of pressure off, in a sense,
Yeah, it's true. But I think guys like him, at least they say they are, they're wired to want that pressure. They say pressure is a privilege, right? And now that some of that pressure, because of the injuries, is taken back, he does have a chance to exhale a little bit, but it's also got to be kind of like a damn. This could be it. This is him on Willard and Dibs yesterday, asked about his future with the Dubs.
I'm very confident and comfortable with what I do for a living, with the job that I do. I said at the beginning of the, just felt like in my situation, I just wanted everybody at the end of the year to be comfortable and on the same page. And circumstances dictate that. So I can tell you that I love coaching and I want to keep doing it. But I also am well aware that these jobs, they all have expiration dates and everything has to line up. And we don't all individually control, the circumstances that help things line up. So I'm totally comfortable. I love working with the Warriors, love working with Mike and Joe and all the players. So this is an amazing job and I love it. And I imagine I'll keep doing it, but it has to line up at the end of the year where everyone wants that to move forward.
Okay. So then why is there no extension? Now, on one hand, it's been reported that Lacob has said out of his mouth he has a contract ready for Steve Kerr, and Steve, for whatever reason, has signed it. Now, that's Joe's version. Is that accurate? I'm going to operate on it being accurate. Right? Well, yeah. Okay. How is the organization supposed to make long-term decisions? How are potential trade targets, free agents, or guys that are up in the air in terms of like DeAnthony Melton? Could opt in, could opt out. All these guys want to know who's coaching the team next year. Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty important.
Well, the most important one is Stephen Curry. And as we just talked about, Nick Fidel covers the team. Like, Nick can't envision Steve Kerr leaving if Steph is still here. So if Steve leaves, what is that signal to Stephen Curry? Or does Stephen Curry send a signal to the organization.
If I ask you to bet right now, Steph, Dre, Steve, they all go out together on their own accord?
No.
Yeah.
No, I think Steve is walking away after this year. I think he's...
Why do you say that?
Because if several assistant coaches, as reported from Logan Murdoch, have been operating under the premise that Kerr's not going to return next season, then I don't think he's coming back.
It's got a Tomlin feel to it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Like
that we all kind of saw it coming.
Yeah. And
it's got a Tomlin feel, not a John Harbaugh, where John Harbaugh was clearly fired from the owner, by the way.
Yes. And I think Tomlin's going to take a deep breath, do some TV, which is smart. Take the Amazon job.
Yeah.
I would get Herb Street out of there. I'd get Al Michaels out of there. I'd hire Tomlin yesterday, and I think Tomlin will kick butt on television. Take a deep breath, and then you survey the land, and you go, all right, San Antonio, or who knows with Oklahoma City. You know, maybe they're one and done or something. Like Boston, there's a million different places he could go to.
So when I also heard in that cut from Willard Dibbs, if you missed any of that interview, it's really good stuff. Find on YouTube, the Odyssey app, Steve Kerr on with Willard Dibbs. He kept talking about early on, he never mentioned the Warriors. He just said, I love this job. I love what I do for a living.
I assumed this job meant this Warrior job.
I took it differently. I took it as I just like being a head coach. I like coaching in the NBA. I love this job. Because he could.
I took it literal. Okay.
Like he loves being there. Now he could have said, "Hey, I if they asked, like maybe in the future I do front office stuff," because he was a GM at one point with Phoenix. Like, no, he likes being a head coach. He did the Olympics thing. He won a gold medal.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to do that anymore. I think he is going to be selective going forward. I do think he could be at his Phil Jackson part 2 stage where Phil took some time, then he went to the Lakers, right? After the Bulls. I do think we could be getting to that portion of his career.
So let's look at the roster right now. There's the Curry question, and then there's all these smaller questions. Obviously, Kuminga is the one everyone goes like, well, you got this trade deadline. Do you trade Kuminga or not, right? I think equally, if I don't know if Kerr is going to be back or not, what do I do with Pods?
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, are you bringing in a coach that believes in him or doesn't believe in him?
I'm going to go Steiny on you. He's extension eligible at the end of the year.
Whatever that means.
No, but I think it's really important.
Yeah.
Like, okay, if Kerr's going to be here, you're more than likely keeping Podziemski, probably extending Podziemski. How much? Now I'm doing my budget, right? I'm trying to plan long term. If Kerr's not here next year, is it the prudent time to trade him? Is it now or is it after the extension?
It's a good question.
Or the extension that you would try to lock in, right? Like, see, I think that there are layers of ramifications, and the uncertainty of not knowing whether he's going to be here or not is really difficult for this team to plan short-term, long-term.
Well, that's why in this Jimmy Butler injury, if you're a guy, and Nick brought it up, if you are DeAnthony Melton and you are Al Horford, who have player options, like, okay, the championship windows are out the hopes. Like, is that what you wanted when you signed here to try to compete for a title? Maybe you're feeling hey, Mike.
What are you going to get for Al Horford?
Well, not for, it's more DeAnthony Melton who has actually, like, if I'm another, like, contender, I would covet DeAnthony Melton. I was like, oh, yeah.
I would say Buddy, GP2, Horford, TJD, Melton. I would go down my list if that's what I was doing.
But again, you have to get the chef to sign off on this because Stephen Curry wants to play meaningful basketball. And if Stephen Curry tells Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, no, you're not getting rid of those guys. I want to be like playing meaningful basketball in April. Do you listen to Steph at this point, who's going to be 38 in a couple months?
Well, then you break down, well, this is what's going to look like next year as Jimmy's rehabbing. Yeah. I mean, this is where I think it was smart.
There's a lot of difficult questions right now. There's 2 weeks away from the trade deadline.
I think this is why it's smart of Steph for maybe not talk the other night and wait till everyone sits down in the room. And I think they're probably, and I'm sure they did this at the beginning of the year, but now with the Jimmy injury, all right, this is what it looks like right now. This is what next year could possibly look like. This is the handful of moves we might be able to make right now and how it might look next year. These are the moves we don't want to make, but we would if we want to go this path. Like, I think now we're going multiverse.
Right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's Spadoni and Shasky, 1 hour to go here on a Thursday. If you're just joining us, the Ringer's Logan Murdoch reported in a column published on Wednesday, citing team sources, several assistant coaches said, quote, have been operating under the premise that Kerr will not return to Golden State next season. Dub Nation, you hear that. What does that mean to you? 888-957-9570. Nick Friedel, who joined us last segment, said this.
I would be surprised if Steve leaves before Steph. I have always thought that those two would kind of go out together and they would sit there and say, all right, we know what each other means to their respective careers. And I have always believed that Steve would allow for that. If Steph wants to play another couple of years, then go out with him. I don't think any part of that has changed. I have gotten the sense in talking to Steve and listening to what he said, in talking to plenty of people in the organization throughout the season, they'll all sit down at the end of the year and they'll decide whatever they want to do.
Okay. That's what Nick Friedel feels, covers the team for The Athletic. He's been a part covering this team at different iterations the last decade.
Can I give you one other layer that we don't know?
Sure.
Dunleavy was promoted in 2023. We're in 2026. That's 3 years in. Does he have a 4-year deal? Does he have a 5-year deal?
I'm not sure.
Does he have a 3-year deal? Does anyone know?
I'm not sure. Maybe the guys in the back can figure that out.
I've been scouring the internet looking for it, and I don't know.
Let's go to D in San Jose. Wants to talk about this when it comes to Kerr and Dunleavy. What's up, D? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing well. How you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I want to go off of what Nick said. Nick was talking about he said, fans, we need to relax. You know what I mean? The Warriors have won 4 titles. Okay, I understand that. But we won 4 titles underneath Bob Myers. The moment Mike Dunleavy came in, unexperienced general manager, we failed. You get what I'm saying? We failed. It all started off with the Klay Thompson move. It all started off with the Kevon Looney move. Steve Kerr is like the dealer. Not Steve Kerr. Mike Dunleavy is the dealer. He dealt Steve Kerr these deck of cards, so he has to play what he has. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we need a fresh deck, and I feel like Mike Dunleavy needs to go ahead and he needs to be a little bit more aggressive out there in free agency.
They have no money.
Just like the Michael Porter Jr.
No, but they're just real quick. They spent the money on Jimmy. And like Kevon Looney, are they Kevon Looney away from being a title contender? Are they
no.
Klay Thompson? I mean, Klay, let's call it what it is. Klay's been about as good as Buddy the last 2 years. Is that doing much for them?
Right. But the point I was just trying to make is that just like Brooklyn Nets, the Brooklyn Nets was willing to make an offer, but they didn't want Jonathan Kuminga. So Mike Dunleavy wanted to give them a first-round draft pick. I believe that was with Moses Moody, Buddy Hield, and Jonathan Kuminga. But won't we just go ahead and give them the 2 first-round draft pick, get Michael Porter Jr. Now you have this situation with the Lakers organization with LeBron James, so we could go ahead and give the Lakers Jonathan Kuminga. We could go ahead and give them Moses Moody.
Yeah, but you have to match the salaries in the NBA.
Thanks, Steve.
So you would have to. So like if you traded for Michael Porter Jr., you're surrendering Kuminga and Moody.
Yeah.
Right in that and with your picks. Like we have to be understanding. We have to match money in the NBA. All right, and. Once you make that move, there's not a secondary move after that to go get LeBron.
Well, and
I think that's where he was going at.
There's also a lot of uncertainty right now. If you're uncertain, if you're Lacob in this instance, and you are uncertain about your GM and head coach tandem, maybe we wait till the offseason to make a lot of these big decisions, right? Until we have the right people in place that I know we're all in lockstep with. You get what I'm saying here? So maybe you don't swing big at this trade deadline and you wait. Now, how does that signal to Steph and everyone else in the fan base?
Sand's coming out of the hourglass.
Exactly. I'm with you, but
these are the last embers of a burnt out fireplace.
I know. And I guess we couldn't find, there is no released contract years.
That's what I'm saying.
The guys in the back looked, so they couldn't find
all I found was long term.
What?
Long term was the only thing
that
I
could
found.
Be 4,
exactly.
5. I mean, you don't get 8 years as a GM.
And quite frankly, in whether it's baseball, basketball, NFL, you could rip those things.
Do whatever
exactly. These guys can rip these things up real quick.
Well, no, the only reason I ask is it's who knows? Who knows what they're going to do? I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's the problem.
Uncertainty.
As we're talking about, no one knows.
I mean, would you rather know for sure that Steve Kerr's here for the next 2 years, Or do you like the uncertainty? I don't like the uncertainty.
Well,
I want to know one way or the other what's happening.
There is...
I think the uncertainty did in the final Clay year.
There is an element of, wow, it's kind of... Exciting's not the right word, but it's like juicy, right? It's like, wow, ooh, what's going to happen? Ooh, I don't know. Like, but that's a media-driven aspect of this, right? As a fan, I want to have certainty. As a fan, I want to know what I am getting into next season, this season, all of it. I want to know what's going on in the plan. Because when you don't have a plan, like we're seeing a lot in the offseason in the NFL, Buffalo on line one, Baltimore on line one, it's uncertain and it's scary.
If I go to the LA Rams and I'm Devontae, I know for a fact Sean McVay will be there.
Correct. But then I'm this other person interviewing for the Las Vegas Raiders or Arizona Cardinals. What the hell's happening there? Am I answering to John Spytek?
I'm Geno Smith.
Yeah. Am I John Spytek or am I answering to Tom Brady?
Play for Pete Carroll.
Yeah, exactly. Who's the owner? Bidwell? Am I answering to him in Arizona? I don't know.
I don't
know.
Well, and then those are extreme examples.
Correct. But exactly, they're extreme. But these are the levels of how you have to act as a fan base.
If I go, in the hypothetical, if I go to play in Miami, I know it's Spoelstra and Riley.
Yes.
Even though Riley's up there in age and we question how long he wants to do this, Spoelstra's there for the long haul.
Absolutely. He's been there since he was in late 30s.
I would argue, though, Joe, my only counter would be Steve's been here for the long haul, and we are the outlier in this situation regarding certainty comparative to the rest of the league. For many, many years, coaches have felt disposable in this sport.
Yeah.
And this has been the unique situation.
Would you feel different if Bob Myers was still here and Dunleavy wasn't the GM? I know that's kind of
without knocking Mike, Bob's Bob. Bob's Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah. And people hated Bob at the end, too. That's the irony.
They did.
People were mad at Bob for not repeating.
I miss Bob. What's up, Phil in San Francisco?
Yeah, how's it going, you guys?
What's up?
The sky is still not falling on this team, so I think you don't want to put the cart before the horse, as they say, and stay in the moment and see what it is you're dealing with right now. And this is a call to duty for this team, which I think it's a certain mentality they've got to have that obviously players like Curry and Butler possess, and I think it's a coming of age that is about to happen here, potentially for the rest of this season. And I think that the Warriors can easily play 500 ball the rest of the way without even making a trade.
Interesting.
And but the main thing that I think is important for them to focus on if they are going to make a trade, you want a ball defending big man. Somebody, is at least, Draymond's height and is defensive minded like DeAnthony Melton. A player like that in a bigger body, they don't need scoring, especially if you're going to keep Kuminga. Kuminga's got, great, obviously he's had great potential that a lot of people, I guess, including myself, are a little disappointed that it hasn't come full circle yet, so to speak. But, give these guys a chance to regroup, focus on the things that make the most amount of sense in this moment, because you can't throw everything away on the rest of the season, especially knowing that if you play 500 ball the rest of the way, you're still going to make the playoffs probably.
Hey, Phil, if Steve Kerr hold on, Phil, stay on. If Steve Kerr isn't coaching the Warriors next year, how do you feel about that?
Again, let's not put the cart before the horse.
Asked, it's a hypothetical question, Phil.
Have some perspective about that.
Phil. I'm just asking the question. Yeah. If Steve Kerr is not coaching the Warriors next year, how would you feel about that?
I'd be okay with it.
Interesting. I like your perspective. So let me throw something that no one said, and I love I'm with him. His season's not over.
No, but it does feel like he's saying the sky's not falling, but your hopes at doing anything of significance this year have.
Okay, well, let me play it out the other way, all right?
Significance meaning meaningful basketball.
But let's just say, you really think if Michael Porter Jr. gets here that they're going to the finals? I'm asking sincerely, you. People probably do believe that.
With a healthy Jimmy Butler?
Yeah.
They had a shot. No, seriously. That's how I would phrase it.
What would you put the percentage at? This is unfair. We're just throwing out
10%.
Okay. And then what is it today? 1%?
0.1%.
Okay, right. You could still make some moves. So here's one that I would do. I would attach picks, something, even this year's first-round pick, Moses Moody, and whatever else they wanted off my bench. If it's Pods, then so be it. You're probably going to need to keep Pods for the playmaking right now. But I want to go get a guy from the Dallas Mavericks you're hopefully going to see tonight, Daniel Gafford.
Okay,
he's making about $18 million a year. If I got a legitimate center who could be a funneler on this team, that's a start.
Okay.
See, to me, that's a start. Now, if I'm going to keep Jonathan Kuminga or if I'm going to trade him, either Kuminga's got to be my second or third leading scorer every single night, and Pods has got to be my second or third leading scorer every single night. And in this scenario, Moody would probably be the guy out the door going to the Mavericks. Sure. Why would they want Moody? Well, you're probably going to have to attach a pick to it or whatever, but they've got a lot of bigs. Lively's injured right now with the foot injury. They got Anthony Davis. They need to clear their decks. That's something that I would do that I think can actually help you. Now, you need Moody scoring as well, but I'm expecting an uptick in DeAnthony Melton play, and if you're going to play more Pods at that, playmaker guard position, I think it kind of takes away from what Moody does. Here's another guy. What if I threw Buddy in that deal with something else? Maybe it's GP2 or those are expiring deals. Would they be interested in that more so than Moody? You go get yourself a rim protection big who can play alongside, offset Draymond Green, play kind of near around Kuminga. Like, now I've got a couple of things. If it's not Kuminga, I go get Michael Porter Jr. Now I've got a big that can help him out on the defensive side, half court. Look, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but to his point, you could survive and go about 500, and I think 45 to 47 wins. If you can get in that range, maybe you're the 7-6 seed.
Yeah.
I'm talking myself into it.
No, that's what fans are doing right now. And the guy actually...
Am I that crazy?
No, you're not crazy. I think that is a reasonable, that's a reasonable name that you could okay, I can see that happening in these 2 weeks from the trade deadline.
It's more reasonable than Giannis.
Absolutely. And we'll have the cut from Nick Friedel because you asked about Giannis and he's like, yeah, there's some major problems with that hypothetical. Andrew, we'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. The name I want from Dallas that they're not going to trade, though, is Max Christie. That's the guy I would love to have.
Trey Murphy III. Yeah. I'm in on that. I'll be willing to throw a pick or whatever at that. The other name, I would like Derek Queen. I think he costs a lot less. Yeah. More of a back-to-the-basket type of a player. They need a big, and they need some sort of a shooter.
We'll pick this up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless, Skinless Chicken Breast. Thin sliced or tenders. When you buy two, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dannon Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks, selected sizes and varieties like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro? Are you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or our homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops?
Or that people can order takeout takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places. Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
To...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. Here's your starting lineup for the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. At A chair, 5'11", from San Francisco State University, Joe Spadoni. And in the B chair, 5'10", from Reardon High School, Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
Yeah. Love talking to Steve Scott. Yeah? Is that what people are saying?
Or they go, Joe, as I come out of the tunnel.
Yeah.
Nothing was better than coming out of the Reardon tunnel with the band going. Ooh. Yeah. Reardon off to a good start.
He's aura.
Shout out my boy Joey Curtin. And while we're shouting out, I do it every week. San Francisco Baseball Academy Dude, it's so much fun. My little guy goes and he's hitting up against the net. Mike Accardi, my boy Travis, the whole crew over there. Today's Burrito Thursday for them. They order burritos as a crew over there.
Smart.
We have to do an outing out there, a 95-7 the game outing at the batting cages.
Let's go.
Yeah, because I don't think any of you are going to be able to hit 95-mile-an-hour pitching like you claim you can.
We will, Carter. We will.
Carter. Spadoni and I will. I don't know about you guys.
Exactly. Thank you.
Carter. You can't.
Come on.
Shasky, I'm an athlete. I'll be fine.
Yeah, come on.
100 pitches.
He's like, I'm an athlete. Takes a bite of his
swings.
McGriddles this morning.
I watched 2 swings, and we'll go from there.
I could swing the lumber.
Could you imagine if Carter's
going to bunt one at 95 miles an hour?
Carter's at the end of the Warrior bench. He's 6'8". He's like the tallest guy on the team because everyone else is 6'6".
Tallest.
And like Kerr's looking down at the bench. Let's go LJ Cryer.
Oh, boy.
Couldn't use Carter's size.
No, in this scenario, it would be LJ Shasky. That's what it is. Not LJ Cryer.
Is his name LJ Cryer, by the way?
Yeah.
It is LJ?
Yeah.
He's not the only LJ. What does the LJ stand for? Does anyone know?
No, I don't. I just looked up his name on ESPN to see if they showed it. LJ Cryer. Oh, Lionel J. So there you go.
Great name.
Lionel is a good name. Lionel Messi. There you go. Some call him Lionel. So there you go. Andrew in Berkeley's been hanging on.
Messi's, human growth hormone that he was receiving as a child.
Well, because he had like a hormone problem, so he actually had to get it like genetically like fixed.
Well, I have a problem.
Yes. What is it?
I'm not strong and tall enough, so I would like to take some of that HGH.
Well, there's this thing called Nugenics.
Some for myself, some for my son.
The big hurt Frank Thomas, he promotes it all the time. Big
hurt. I mean, his forehead's. He's got an 8 head.
Joe, you're over 40, so you can get like this testosterone boosting stuff for free from your doctor. So go do that.
Okay.
It'd probably help you out.
Actually, I probably should.
No, you do it. It's like free
steroids. If you got the HGH hookup, hit me up.
Maybe Andrew in Berkeley does. What's up, Drew?
What's up, Drew?
Hey, guy. I got the solution, or at least I think I have the solution. Curry, back in the days of Durant, subordinated his own interests, took less shots, made less points, and propped up Durant to take up most of the shots. In the same fashion, what he can do is have a one-on-one conversation with JK and say, when you're slashing, I will feed you. Look for it. But I'm the three-point guy. So if you don't have that slash, give it to me. Just basically pass the ball, which is the problem with JK. He doesn't want to pass the ball. He's a one-man wrecking crew. And he needs to get off of that. And I think that will inspire Kerr to design the scheme for JK and for Curry, and that'll inspire himself to stay further. And the psychology for Kuminga is, hey, I'm now doing what I do best, which is slashing, and it makes me look special for the fans, and it props me up for when Curry retires. Then I can go to a new team with all my popularity and ego and psychology and make the money. It's a win-win-win, I think.
All right. That's Andrew in Berkeley. It's a win-win-win.
It's just, hey, Steph, you sacrificed for KD at one point. Sacrificed for Kuminga. It just sounds insane.
What do you want to hear from Steph? He's going to talk it's like tonight probably, right? Or maybe before the game. I don't know.
Steph's going to say something to the effect of, we're going to try to win. That's what he's going to say. Like, what do you expect? It's over. Pack it in. It's Kuminga's time. I'm just here to
I actually don't know what I want to hear from him. I don't know what I want to hear.
We're going to go out there and we're going to, try to win. That's all you can do.
Okay. What about try to go get Giannis? You think he's going to say something like that? Hey.
No, he's not going to talk about another player on another team because they're tampering.
I was kidding. That's not what he said. That was me transitioning to a cut from Nick Friedel. Oh. This thing called radio. I'm trying to do it.
Well, you asked me. I answered.
Thank you. Hey, Nick.
I mean, after that last call of empowering Kuminga like he's Kevin Durant, I'm a little rattled.
I kind of liked it.
Hey, Steph, pass the ball to Kuminga more. Hey, Kuminga, pass the ball more for your next team, for your ego and the money you're going to make for your next team. I mean, that was just, there were layers of comedy on that. Was that a real call?
Andrew in Berkeley, I think he was hanging on for 30 minutes. So
I'd rather hear from Drewski than I'd rather hear from Andrew.
The guy before him said that Melton should be playing center, so I think actually that was a pretty good call. I'm not kidding.
Kerr's not opposed to that. He's under 6'3", right? Perfect center.
Nick Friedel on if the Warriors could trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Since Jimmy went down in the last 48 hours, it's like, all right, we'll go get Giannis. One, Giannis told my colleague and friend Sam Amick, he doesn't want to ask for a trade. Okay, fine. Giannis, if you take Jimmy Slot, and Giannis would have to say, I want to go to the Bay and I want to play with Steph Curry. So you take Jimmy Slot and you add every draft pick, for the next zillion years, and you add Pods and Moody or whatever combination of younger players that Milwaukee wants. That team just is not that much better. Your team then is Steph, who's about to be 38, Giannis, who will be 32, and Draymond, who in the best moments is still struggling to put up that same standard, that same level every single night. That is your team. That team, while better than whatever version is right now, is not good enough to win a championship because you don't have anything else to put around them.
I think too many Warrior fans think it's, I don't know, what was it, 8 years ago when all these duos started popping up?
Yeah.
And just start there and we'll go from there. The league is so penal now. When two guys are making $60 million each, that's $120. Cap's about $140, $150. It's just really hard to round out the rest of your team without getting up to that second apron, which freezes all your assets. It makes it even more difficult to swing deals. And if you use all your draft capital to send out the door, you don't have any suppressed contracts to bring in.
Correct.
Yeah, give me Steph and Giannis, and then we'll build it out from there. But what are you going to, I mean, I love Pat Spencer. Pat Spencer, LJ Cryer.
Come on.
I get it. The other part of this, I think actually the bigger part of this that Warrior fans are failing to realize is that Draymond's cooked. It's just
hey,
the people what?
He's not fully cooked. He can still have good performances. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm being serious.
Just because you leave the turkey breast in the oven and the whole thing is overdone doesn't mean there's not a piece somewhere down in the middle
no,
that you find every now and then that's not
I could do something with overdone turkey. It's called a sandwich, and I layer that thing with mayonnaise. All right?
Yikes.
There you go. You're a big fan of the mayo. That's your condiment. That's a condiment
if
of
I
choice.
ask the average fan online, who are this, the Steph believers, if you will, there's the Steph truthers, the stans, Draymond, they're he's still Dennis Rodman.
Well, Dennis Rodman got to a point where he was no longer Dennis Rodman. It's called aging.
I would love to do a film breakdown, just sit down with people watch how this defense is playing Draymond at the top of the key. Just watch it. Let's just watch it.
Well,
who's guarding him?
Well, I'm fascinated when Steve Kerr does leave, what happens with Draymond Green. Because whoever comes in here has no love lost with that guy. He just doesn't. But the guy in San Francisco thinks Steve Kerr might stick around for one more year. I would love to hear why.
So a 1-year extension, we're going to do the same thing next year in terms of the rhetoric? Okay, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
Let's go to the guy in San Francisco. What's up, the guy?
It's actually that guy, but good morning.
That guy.
I know that guy.
All right. Yeah. Hey, it's been a tough week here for the Bay Area, with the Niners losing and Jimmy going down. And what are the odds he goes down against his old team right in front of his old coach? But
Pretty
anyway,
crazy.
So, hey, listening to this, I'm a season ticket holder from the Warriors. And, Joe, we've been through it all, man, back in the, Sleepy Floyd and Superman days. And I think the realization is it's just not going to happen this year. And I listened to Steve yesterday. He sounds broken. He's just all this stuff coming in with Kuminga this year, and now Jimmy goes down, and then, he put on a good show, and I believe him that he wants to stick around, but he just sounds broken. I feel bad for him. I'm a Steve guy, and listen to Uncle Nick this morning talk about, what's going to happen. I think we all got to come to the realization that this is probably not going to happen this year. And I think Steve, though, he's saying he wants to stick around. This is his last year. I think he might, they all might tip their cap next year and go out together. But, the thing I don't like, and here you guys can wheel it back last night, is you had Fox anyway. They had, what's his name, Bucher on. The guy was a wannabe cowherd, Jim Rome, but he's talking bad about the Warriors. He's making jokes about Steph. He's saying Melton's a joke. He's going to run the second team. I mean, we can see what's happening, but we don't need – he's always been like a Warrior hater too, Buger, but we don't need that type of – especially on the flagship station. And if you guys run it back, it was at 8:35 last night on Fox Sports where he came down.
Well, we can't control that.
That's the Fox Sports Radio.
It's okay.
But listen, he clearly said something that got you a response. So he was doing his
at 8:35 last night. He did it in the Oval Room.
He did it on the flagship. He said something critical about the team. I was like, well, they got you a response. So thank you. From his show, he got a caller to call into ours. So again, I mean, Rick Bucher, whatever he's saying, I don't care. He thinks they're going to do one swan song next year, and that's going to be it for the entire team. Okay. It might be a possibility. That's honestly, that does nothing for me, but maybe for the fans it does something. Like a farewell tour, basically, with everyone there. They're not going to sell it like that, though. Like, no, they're going to be, if they're running it back next year, like, do they think a year older that they're going to be in the same position they're in this year, where they were still behind multiple teams? And the gap like grew exponentially after the Jimmy Butler injury. And when you get Jimmy Butler back next year, what version of Jimmy are you going to get? Like the minute allocation total. There's so many questions I have if they do run it back next year. My first question to you, Joe, would be why? Why run it back next year with the same team?
Farewell tour?
No. I'm just asking. Well,
maybe they show you something down the stretch.
Maybe they do. Maybe they can do that 2 weeks from the trade deadline. Austin and San Mateo. What's up, Austin?
Hey, nothing much. I'm coming down Steve Kerr. This is all his fault, and he got to lay in his bed. We had what we had. We had Jordan Poole, we had Kuminga, Moody, James Wiseman, and Steve Kerr failed these young players over these old veterans, and think these old veterans can still put work in and be that number one options, and you got these young athletic players. They should be battling the OKC Thunder right now. The Jordan Poole, Moody, Kuminga, James Wiseman. They failed these young players. They did not develop how they were supposed to be developed. This is Steve Kerr's fault. Stephen Curry and Draymond, yeah, I like the little duo or whatnot, but they should have been coming off the bench with Klay Thompson and having these young players run a show like Iguodala and David Lee and them came to the Warriors. And it could have been star players, but they chose to, that leadership role off the bench with Livingston. Is how the young Klay Thompson and Curry and Draymond won the chip for them. That's what Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond should be doing with them young players with Jordan Poole. Instead, they want to ship them off and run them out of town. This is exactly what Steve Kerr get. That's all I wanted to say.
That's Austin and San Mateo. Not a fan of Steve Kerr. He never really has been. Austin and San Mateo.
I'm not sure even if they hit on all those picks, we would be competing with OKC.
No. The thing with Oklahoma City is Oklahoma City has hit on like every single pick, and that's why they're in the position they're in. And they've done the developing, and they've gotten the scars.
They didn't hit on every pick. They actually traded away talent. They've hit on so many picks. They traded some of them away.
The picks that they hit, they traded away.
I know,
that's what I'm saying.
It's crazy. Well, they also had every pick.
They did. I mean, Sabonis.
They do what I do in Madden. I'll take over the Cleveland Browns, and I'll trade everyone.
Everyone.
I have 17 first-rounders in this year's draft.
There was also Nick Friedel.
So you just turn on automatic trades then?
Exactly. No, you just trade everyone, dude. And then you got staple stuff over a 3-year period. Dude, I'm a wizard on Madden. You don't want to see me, dude.
Nick Friedel on the biggest
turning 66 overall quarterbacks into 99s.
You're Kyle Shanahan?
All the time, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They should give you a call.
They should, dude.
Hey, Joey.
I'll tell you this right now.
Some help with our quarterback development plans and getting the defense together.
That's pretty good, Shanahan. That's pretty good. It's just the dude, right? That's just the with him.
Oh, I love it. I love you.
Possibly.
I'll tell you this. I ain't running no soft zone coverage on 3rd and long.
Hard press man? Where's Bully Ball Man? Rest in peace. Actually, don't even know if he's gone, but like he called us.
I bet you I won't draft a D tackle in the 11th overall. That's one thing I don't do in Madden.
Hey, Friedel, biggest misconception fans have about the Warriors?
They're not accepting the reality of what Jimmy's knee injury represented. At least to me, as I watch, I mean, this team, we could go back and forth. Where did they have any realistic chance? Maybe, maybe not. Could they have pushed some people in the postseason? Sure. It's over now. It is over.
Okay.
I don't want to hear that.
Well, I think a lot of fans feel that way, though. Like, there are fans that within the fan base, there's a segment of them that feel like they still have a shot whenever Stephen Curry's out there.
Well,
and I hear that.
When Steve Young went down, you still had Jerry.
Yeah.
With a shot.
Yeah.
It was like, that's Steve Young on the ground, not moving.
Were there any Niner fans that felt they had a shot to win the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, I did. I slowly believed it.
Okay.
Then after losing week 18, it felt very faint.
There you go. Yeah, like after,
like there was a path.
Even Kyle Shanahan said during his presser yesterday, like after Fred, he's like, yeah, it's probably not going to be like we're not a Super Bowl team. He's like, after Bosa, like Bosa was gone, he still felt like they had enough in the room to say, you know what? I think we could do something really, really special. Then after the Fred injury, he's like, well, maybe not. Maybe we just don't. You lose 2 Hall of Famers, it's going to be tough. The Warriors lost 1 Hall of Famer. And in basketball, when you lose 1 Hall of Famer, that's like the equivalent of losing a couple in the NFL because of the size of the team. Like what Jimmy Butler means.
And the difficulty of trading.
Correct.
In the modern landscape.
Yes.
So the amount of calls we get like, hey, just trade some picks for Michael Porter Jr. It's like, you have to attach money to that.
I mean,
trades are hard.
I mean, even Steve Kerr yesterday, Willard and Dibbs acknowledged it. Like, he thinks the recovery will go well for Jimmy, but like, you only get so many chances.
His style of play should hold up fine after an ACL, given that he plays with his brain. He's got such a strong body, strong fundamental base. I think he'll return at a high level, but he'll be 37. And the main thing for me is guys like that, Steph, Dre, they only get so many opportunities. And this was a real opportunity. I felt strongly that, and I've said this over and over again, just give us a chance. And I meant that. I know I stirred up the Hornets nest a couple of weeks ago when I talked about the dynasty, aging, but I felt strongly that we could play with anybody when healthy, and we were showing that, and that's why this is just so disappointing for everybody.
Fast 5, final thoughts. Let's do it. So we're doing a little bit early because we're having a makeshift crossover on the other side. Can't wait for that. A little crossover action with the midday shows. Steiny and E-Dog?
I think it's Evan and then Guru TBD.
Okay. I can't wait for that. I'm sure Steiny has plenty of thoughts on what he heard from Steve Kerr last night and the report that some of the assistant coaches on the staff already feel like Steve is gone.
So my final thought is this. The electrical substation. Why do you roll your eyes?
Just the
Joe. Everyone that I know, I have a very vast family and friendship circle. There was a handful of people that didn't want to get the COVID shot, right? There's people that will believe anything. And once they get it in their head, and I'm not trying to re-adjudicate COVID.
I just love those people that say that, and then when they're sick or really in trouble, where do they go? The hospital.
Okay.
Dial 911.
How many people do you know that discuss the moon landing over and over and over?
Oh, sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So once someone gets something in their head, and again, I'm inquisitive on those things. So we could go all day about Stanley Kubrick and what he put out there. But that being said, it's not about whether Joe Shasky or Joe Spadoni believes the electrical substation is real or not. It's whether a player of prominence who might have influence believes it. And if one of them believes it, then they're going to start gossiping and they're going to start talking. And it's not about like, all 53 guys are going to feel this way. It's simple this. If it gets out there that other players around the league are even putting that into the profile of pros and cons when considering getting drafted by, signing with, extending with the 49ers, we've got a problem. And so I don't even know if it's real or not. I have no idea. I'm not a scientist. I have no idea. I kind of laugh at it. But on the other side, I don't know, maybe, I guess. But it doesn't matter if Joe Shasky, if George Kittle thinks it, then other guys think it. And that's a problem.
Yep.
So all I'm saying is, The electrical substation, whether it's real, it's not real, if the player of prominence thinks it's real, we're in deep doo-doo. We got to move that ballpark. No, I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. You can laugh at it, you can scoff at it, because I'm kind of laughing at it. But if players believe it, we're in trouble.
John Lynch on the EMF story.
Because it deals with allegedly, the health and safety of our players, I think you have to look into everything. And so our guys we've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see, does a study exist other than a guy sticking an apparatus underneath a fence and by coming up with a number that I have no idea what that means. That's what we know exists. We've heard that debunked. So yes, we will look into it. We have the health and safety of our players is of the utmost priority. We pour into it. Our ownership, Jed.
And he has to say that because who knows if there's a potential lawsuit.
And then they'll look into it, and then eventually they'll say there's nothing.
Joe, I'm now imagining like an Egon Spencer, like in Ghostbusters.
Spangler.
The Spangler with that EKG thingy machine.
Yeah, the reader.
And he's like,
what is that called? Oh, I love it. Oh, Benny has a toy one. He loves the Ghostbusters.
Joe, I know it's laughable, but it might not be. But maybe it is, but I don't know. But if a player believes it, they're in trouble.
PKE meter.
PKE, what I call it, EKG?
Psychokinetic energy meter. Is that what it is? Any boys in the back?
Yeah, so funny thing is we were coming out of the stadium coming out of Hard Rock Stadium on Monday night happened as we're walking out, my dad and I, very sad affair. And we're walking out and we're having a conversation. Shasky, you'll appreciate this. My dad and I are just having a conversation just like, the quarterback play just wasn't good enough. And as soon as I say that, this kid in a Carson Beck jersey turns around. It's like, what more did you want from him? He did really good this year. Like, you can only do so much when you're blah, 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 blah. And I just completely ignored him. And I turned to my dad. I'm like, that was literally every single Jimmy G conversation we ever had at this station right there. And I just thought it was funny, Shasky. I imagine you and your dad had that same conversation walking out of SoFi once upon a time. And
me and Bonte.
Yeah, there you go.
For 5 years.
and then my phone buzzed right after that, and I looked down, and it was a Twitter notification that Jimmy Butler was down. So.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah, that's what life was like on Monday night for me.
Oh, my God.
But other than that, it was great.
Hey, can I ask?
Hey, Sharks won.
The tailgate?
Oh, there was a lot of them. It was popping.
A lot of what?
What's the food of choice at the Miami tailgate?
They had literally everything.
Women.
There you go.
The danger zone, if you will. What's up, Carter?
Was Dad on the prowl?
My final thought, I'm going to piggyback off Shasky. I'm totally with you in lockstep on this. I think on top of that, even if they do prove that there's nothing to it, I think that you still have an issue. Like, the players have to believe that at the end of the day. And even if you prove it and there's still players that don't believe it, you have a problem on your hands, period.
We don't have a problem on our hands. We have Evan Giddings and Steiny joining us next segment for a crossover.
It's a pet cemetery.
Guru.
It's a pet cemetery. And the pets, they're coming up, the spirits. They're the ones causing injuries.
Everyone's next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go! Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom,
think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
It's your boy Guru, and you know the big game is almost here, and there's nothing better to cash in during America's biggest sporting event with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Prize Picks is available in California. I downloaded the app and I've been playing ever since. New feature alert, my favorite, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters: love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
E-Dog, I got to throw this at you. I threw it at you right before we went on air.
Evan Giddings in studio.
It's a tough one.
All right. I'm refereeing a basketball the other night, 7th grade versus 8th grade. 7th grade They body bagged us. Antonini's team, they put us down. And they put us down loudly. And I go to shoot Rick Barry style. You know, they have the side hoops and they have the main floor at any of these like local gyms, right? And I go on one of the side hoops. I'm going to shoot. I go, Rick Barry. I go to shoot underhand. And we have this unbelievable competitor on our team, Dawson. He comes flying in and I don't see it. And he tries to block my shot. And it just completely jams my thumb, my left thumb. And I came in the next day. I couldn't even move it at all. And I go, I would rather have a broken foot than a jammed thumb. And I know it sounds insane, but I can't do anything. I can't grip a golf club. I wanted to go golfing today. I can't put my hand into my baseball glove. We had baseball last night. I can't grip a bat. I can barely lift up my son. I would rather have the walking boot than the jammed thumb. Am I crazy?
The one thing you can do is walk.
Yeah.
Which you would not be able to do if you had a broken foot.
That's true.
You can do all the rest of those things to some extent. The only reason I would say no is because I'm dealing with, like, it might be a stress fracture. I don't know. So there's something in my foot that's not well.
Where? Because I've had plantar for a long time. What do you
exactly?
Where's it in the heel?
Yeah, it's in
that's
the heel.
bad. That
so
sucks.
I'm walking around. It's in pain. I got an appointment tomorrow to go check it out. But since I walk every single day just with using the train, it's like you can put the pain to the side, but it's pretty painful.
So what happens with the heel is a couple of things. The bottom of it, there's a tendon that wraps underneath. It's going to start putting pressure on the Achilles, on the calf, which goes up the leg. You got to get it taken care of.
Oh yeah, no, it's like it's a kinetic chain sort of thing. It's probably just from, I don't know, doing dumb stuff. But like,
and it's called old age, bud.
Well, turn 31, start getting foot problems. No, I think that the hand stuff is always difficult. I mean, I can't speak like you have a kid. If you got to pick them up and do all these different things. Carrying things is obviously a bit of an issue, but I don't know, man. You start messing with your feet, like you're right. You have to get it taken care of. You have to get it looked at because you don't want to be just Charles Barkley for the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
Now, okay, we're going to go deep. I had to buy another pair of shoes. Now, I've had foot problems for how many years, Joe?
I guess for a while.
Yeah. The plantar fasciitis.
We're learning about it together.
It's gotten a lot better because I've my boy Joe Jaime, who's a chiropractor. I'm going to tell you where I'm going. Hey, you need to strengthen up the muscle. You need to do all of these things. So I do all these calf stretches. I bought a stretching board that I step on every single day. It really works.
Do you do they tell you to do the ABCs with your feet when you do the stretches? Yeah.
There's this guy on IG.
For ankle mobility.
He's like Dr. Foot, basically. And he tells you what kinds of shoes to go get. Now, Brooks Brothers has all these shoes, Hoka, that are designed for plantar fasciitis and people like that. And you would think soft cushion shoes are good for you. Well, they are and they aren't.
Do you have flat feet?
I have high arches.
Okay.
And it stretches the tendons. And so the high arches, also years of wearing bad cleats and ill-forming basketball shoes, ill-fitted. I should have went wider and bigger earlier in my life. And also, I'm in my 40s.
Should have had the skateboarding shoes like we were talking about.
So I'm at Nike yesterday, and I'm like Googling, and I'm trying on all these different shoes, and I'm Googling, what's the heel drop on this shoe? And you guys don't even know what that is, do you?
The heel drop?
Heel drop is...
I might find out tomorrow, but...
From the forefront of the shoe, like where you step on the ball of your feet, to where the heel is, you want a little drop. And somewhere between 10 and 12 millimeters is what you're looking for.
Well, that's how the arch, that's why they want to measure your arches
exactly.
and stuff like that.
And so I can't wear flat shoes, Chucks, because I wore a lot of Chucks growing up.
You gotta get those Dr. Scholl's insoles.
Jordan 1s. Yeah. No. They just... What? I can't wear them anymore. So maybe I'm saying they might recommend, after you get this taken care of, to look at, more arch supporting or heel supporting feet.
Well, yeah, and you got to just basically invest in your lower leg strength. Like, I remember reading a story about Steph, and it was in 2015. One of the reasons why he had issues with his ankles at the beginning of his career is because he did not have a strong lower base, or like a strong enough lower base. And he invested so much time into strength training to the extent that he could out deadlift Andrew Bogut.
Wow.
By the time that he was, 26, 27 years old. Obviously, Bogut's a little older than him. But the point was, he had more pound for pound strength in his lower half than everybody else on the team. And he invested in stretching and stuff like that. But the kinetic chain, you don't think about, all right, my ankles hurt, my feet hurt. You don't actually want to work on your feet or your ankles. You have to build everything else around it to take pressure off of it. And that's something that Steph did that at least he credited and his trainer credited with his longevity afterwards.
It makes a lot of sense. And then we can talk to Joe, who doesn't wash his feet.
I do wash my feet. I don't have to scrub my feet like you do because mine are very immaculate and clean, and I take care of my body in various ways. I like how you're a professional, though, and you brought it back to Stephen Curry. Thank you so much. Talking Golden State Warriors, let me ask you this. I'm sure you read Logan Murdoch's column in The Ringer yesterday.
I did.
What did you make of several assistant coaches have been operating under the premise that Kerr will not return to Golden State next season?
Well, I think it's one of those details that just slaps you in the face like, oh, duh. Chris DeMarco is the longest tenured assistant coach for the Golden State Warriors.
Didn't he just leave?
Yep.
Yes.
Like a week or two ago was his final game in New York, correct?
Yeah, but the news came out a while back.
Yes.
It's one of those things where if he's the longest tenured assistant, and he obviously has aspirations of being a head coach because he took a job in the WNBA, if he felt like he had a chance to get that job, why would he leave? And you're just connecting dots. Obviously, I don't know this for a fact, but you start to think about it, you're like, okay, so he makes his move, gets his first head coaching gig, and is going to be in the WNBA for one of the premier franchises. Great for him. And then you start to hear, all right, well, our other assistant coaches kind of looking to do the same thing. Why would that be? And Steve Kerr may come back next year, but there's been no advancements in regards to extension talk. No one really has been asking about it. I think he's just trying to put his head down and make the most of this season, which obviously became a lot more difficult. But, I'll ask you guys, and I think, does it feel a little bit like Bruce Bochy's last season with the Giants?
So Bruce Bochy's final year, you have to go back a year prior. The year prior, they've made him fire Dave Righetti, which at the time, you're talking about the longest tenured guys, Righetti had been there prior to him. He goes back to Dusty.
Yeah.
And then he was here through Felipe into Bochy. And they were tight, real tight. And
they won 3 titles together.
Yes. I got the sense of like Bochy was never going to fire Dave Righetti. And the fact they made him fire Dave Righetti and you started hearing murmurs, that was the beginning of, all right, Bochy's out the door.
Well, and also the Farhan Zaidi angle and all that, where it's like, well, Farhan's going to want his guy, right? Like Kerr's been here, like through the Dunleavy's been part of the organization with Steve this whole time, basically, right? So there's an element of if Steve does walk away, I do think it will be on his terms more so than him getting forced out, kind of like Bochy felt like he was forced out. And I wonder how that lands.
Well, but the team also just wasn't very good.
No, they were horrible.
Yeah,
the Giants were horrible. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yes, they were horrible. 17 and 18, horrible. 19, not good at all. But we saw where it was going. Well, the other aspect is you lost all of the Buster Posey had that post July hip surgery in I want to say 2018, and that would be like Steph shutting it down.
The 2019,
you know what I mean? So it was white flag waved.
The 2019 San Francisco Giants, weren't they kind of in it though? They made a final stretch. That Giants team that last year.
Season Giants. I mean,
Buster didn't play. Gabe Kapler was the coach in 2020.
No. I said 2019. I said 2019. The 2019 Giants, didn't they try to? They didn't trade Bumgarner because they felt like they wanted to try to make this kind of run towards the end because they were hovering around 500. Fake. No, I know, but I feel like this Warriors team is also going to be hovering around 500 is why I'm saying it. So and we're 2 weeks away from the trade deadline.
The 2019 Warriors, the 2019 Giants.
They didn't have Stephen Curry, obviously.
And they didn't make the playoffs in 2017, 2018, leading into it. This Warrior team has at least touched the playoffs.
But I think that the point is Kerr going to decide at some point that he wants to do something else, or this team has nothing left to offer. I mean, I was thinking about this before the show and ran it by the boss, so I'll kind of throw it at you guys. Just the best and worst case scenarios. I'll get into it with Guru when he's here, but what are the best and worst case scenarios for the Warriors for the next, couple months?
I'll give it to you. Best case scenario, they make a trade right now, whether it involves Kuminga or not. And hypothetically, it's Gafford, who I was talking about earlier. You get a little rim protector. Maybe it's Michael Porter Jr. Maybe it's both. I don't know. That might be a little too aggressive. You make a trade. You go about 500 the rest of the way. you get in, whether it's a play-in game scenario, 7-8, you win that, you advance, or you sneak into the 6th seed somehow, some way, because the West is a little jumbled, and you win a series. Wow. How incredible would that be? Do I sound insane?
No, it'd be like the Niners season.
Yes, it's exactly what I'm going
I go
at.
the complete opposite of him. I think the best case scenario for the Warriors is actually getting like a top 10 pick somehow this year in a loaded draft. And the only way
I don't want to hear that today.
No, I don't care. He asked what the best case scenario is.
I don't want to hear that.
For the team, that is the best case scenario.
Are you selling off in that scenario?
Well, the worst case scenario, no. Well, maybe if D'Anthony Melton wants to go.
No, I don't know what you're getting, but GP2 is
what
gone.
What is selling?
Horford's gone. That's what I know. What are you getting? Second round picks? I don't know.
Correct.
But you sell off what you have.
Worst case scenario is you exert so much energy for a play-in spot and so-and-so gets hurt. That's the worst case scenario. Then you're really screwed.
But what if, let me play this out. What if Pods shows tremendous growth and without Jimmy Butler, wow, this is a version of Pods we've never seen. He's more than what we thought. What if they keep Kuminga and he does something that's nice? What if they keep Moody and he does something nice? And now, hey, these guys that I didn't think highly of 6 months ago, not that they're the next Shea and Jalen and all that, but just these are winning players that by year's end, they anchor wins, not help, on the outside looking in. As Steph protect us. I don't know.
Can you have, again, people aren't going to like how I'm saying this, but if Pods and Kuminga show tremendous growth together and improvement, but you're not winning games, but you're highly competitive, and you still somehow get a top pick, again, best case scenario, isn't that a win for everyone? But then people get mad. But then people get mad because you're not winning. You're not winning games.
Oh, 26 in a 10-point loss.
Honestly, once Jimmy went down, I think you had to recalibrate your expectations.
Well,
you get what I'm saying, though, Evan?
I do. I think both scenarios involve a trade, but I'll throw this to you because what you're describing is the strategy that the team the Warriors play tonight took. The Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
The Dallas Mavericks don't have Steph Curry. The Dallas Mavericks don't have a player of his importance to the franchise.
They think Cooper Flagg could be him.
No. Yeah. But the point is, when they chose to pseudo-tank last year, they didn't have a player on the team that meant as much to the franchise as Steph Curry does.
100%.
To me, tanking is not an option when you have Steph.
I agree.
I didn't say tank. It's like quiet quitting.
No.
Same thing, though.
But it is, yeah.
I threw this out the other night, though. To me, if the roles had been reversed and this was Steph being out for the entire season, which we're glad that he isn't, then I think you could consider quietly quitting because you don't owe anything to Jimmy Butler and, to a lesser extent, Draymond.
Yeah. That's a really good point.
Steph, meanwhile, if he's available, you still have to win.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, to the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Evan Giddings in studio right now with Spadoni and Shasky. He'll be joined by Daryl the Guru Johnson momentarily, soon.
So are you going to ask what's the worst? That was the best case scenario. You had a totally different vision for best. I mean, worst case scenario is...
Well, my worst...
You stand pat. Yeah. You stand pat completely, and you're the 11 seed or the 10 seed, and you lose in the play-in. I mean, I don't even want to put this into the ethos. I mean, really the worst case scenario. Steph gets hurt.
Correct. That is the nightmare scenario.
Yeah. Steph wants out.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think
take those off the board.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you stand completely pat, and you lose in the 9-10 play-in game, and no one shows promise.
Yeah, but at least you have, but to Spadoni's point, at least you have your pick. I think to me, the two...
I just assume we're not getting bailed out like that.
Well, yeah, no, I know.
Well, no one saw the Dallas Mavericks getting the number one overall pick.
It's a 1 in a gazillion chance.
But you never know.
But the idea of tanking, sometimes. I think, always is fun in principle, and then you see what actually happens. Exactly. I mean, like the San Antonio Spurs, the LA Lakers, teams that have moved on from their Steph Curry to an extent... We're stuck in absolute nothing, even with top picks to try and prop up and promote.
I only tank. This is my belief. I only tank like the very end of a season. So, for example, Nelly was coaching the team. They would have lost their pick. It was a protected pick. The soon-to-be Harrison Barnes draft. Right. They had to lose a couple games down the stretch to ensure that they keep their pick. Because if it fell out of that, they would have lost it. They would have never had the opportunity to draft Harrison Barnes. That's a perfectly plausible tank scenario. Game 17 of an NFL season. The 1 or 2 seed is at play. Yes, tank that game. But like 9 times out of 10, I want to win those games. I remember when the Niners were playing the Seahawks. It's like week 15. They hadn't beaten the Seahawks in forever. And everyone's like, you want the number 1 pick? You want to be able to get Nick Bosa. It's like, I also kind of want to beat Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll. We haven't beaten them in forever.
Yeah.
It was a monsoon. They ended up winning the game. They still got the number 2 pick because it worked out in their favor.
You know why? Because the Raiders beat the Steelers, who are also a playoff team.
Kyler went 1. Nick Bosa went 2. It worked out for them. Yeah. You play it out until the very, very end.
Yeah, they got Cleve Furl, who was number 3 overall. So it all worked out. It all comes back.
But like even in these scenarios, like the year that the Warriors, everyone got hurt, you could just pick the wrong guy.
No, it's facts.
Or the right guy.
But this is supposed to be a really stacked draft from what I've heard and read.
Look, Joe.
So was the Trey Lance draft.
Thank you. We've got 5 quarterbacks.
Yeah, there's so many quarterbacks, and only one of them is halfway decent. He was the number 1 pick.
Cooper Flagg. I like Cooper Flagg. I think he's really good. I watched him
tonight. Yeah,
but I think he's got a long way to go.
Yeah.
And I think you just put him on the Warriors. Like it's still a work in progress, and I like him.
So
right?
You also could get the top pick in a draft with a James Wiseman. And you're kind of stuck where you have to take the guy, or you feel like you do, and he ends up being a bust. I just think that when everyone envisions a team bottoming out, that the year that they get the number 1 pick, Victor Wembanyama is going to be there, or Andrew Luck, or John Elway's just going to be there.
Do you guys remember Tim Duncan?
That's not usually the case.
Yeah, but what if you get the pick and then you can flip it to someone? Does that do anything?
You still need to attach money.
Correct. No, you do, but does that make it more desirable for a team if you're trying to go, quote unquote, all in for Stephen Curry next year?
So now you're asking for someone else to help you out and play ball with
you. But again,
it's a lot harder.
No, it is. But who is Cam Boozer probably? That's the guy everyone's saying.
Yeah, I mean,
the
Boozer,
guy from BYU.
Peterson, DeBoncha.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, though, the players that you want, that you would try and package a number 1 overall pick for, are generally on teams that are very good, that don't have use for a number 1 pick unless they're trying to restart their situation.
And how many times, we've seen this in the NBA, how many times does the worst team in the league actually get the number 1 pick? Outside of Cleveland being gifted it twice, like in terms of Kyrie and LeBron, like it's
they
very
also
rare.
got Anthony Bennett.
Yeah, it completely whiffed.
Yeah.
And Andrew Wiggins, and traded him for Kevin Love. So, I always go back to the Tim Duncan draft.
Which is a big thing, by the way. This is what I'm mentioning. They traded Andrew Wiggins and got Kevin Love. Again.
At that time, it wasn't as penal regarding the entire league and the salary cap and the flexibility.
I would like to have that pick if possible.
When Tim Duncan came out, was San Antonio the worst team in the league?
No.
You know who was? It's the Boston Celtics. And they were trying to tank for 3 straight years. And everyone was like, this is the year to get...
Is that Rick Pitino?
Yes. Rick, and they had Tony Delk and all these random guys. And it was like, this is the year to go get... the Celtics thought they were getting Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
And then David Robinson's injury happened.
Yeah, I mean... They
got lucky.
The one guy involved, again, in all of this that prevents me from believing the Warriors would ever do something like that is Steph. If he was the one who got hurt, I don't think it would be as much of a straight line, well, we got to move forward because he's your franchise. But with Curry, it's kind of a problem, but it's also the reality. You owe him to try and be as competitive as possible, even if that's awful.
Even after the Butler injury?
Yes.
I mean...
What, you're going to go to him and say, Steph,
it's over.
I know you're healthy. I know you're averaging 28 a game. I know you're shooting 50%, 38 from 3. You're scoring more points than anybody in the history of the league at your position, at your age. We're just going to shut it down.
Well, no, we're not going to shut it down, but you know what? DeAnthony Melton's probably not going to re-sign with us this offseason, and we want to get value of him right now. And we're going to trade him at the deadline.
For what, 2 seconds?
Yeah.
So you can get a couple more Quentin Posts?
Correct. Then is he going to get mad at you for doing that? Sorry, I have to start thinking about the future now. If Jimmy Butler is coming to be 37 years old, coming off an ACL injury next year, I got to start thinking about the future sometime.
Well, but here, I think where Evan's going is this is nothing guarantees you anything. And you do know there is a guarantee. Steph's great.
I guess the worst case, everyone's afraid they're going to alienate Stephen Curry. That is...
Sure. The year Klay Thompson went 11th overall. I always talk about this. Do you know who went number 1 in that draft? 2011. Anyone?
2011.
Yeah.
Kyrie
Irving.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to read you in order every pick in between Klay and Kyrie.
He had a very Wiseman resume, by the way.
Who?
Kyrie.
He broke his arm or his wrist or whatever.
Like 4 games in college.
Duke legend.
I mean, God. Derek Williams from Arizona. Remember him?
I thought he was going to be sick.
Enos Freedom, Cantor.
Yep.
Tristan Thompson, who actually had a good career but never lived up to the 4th overall. Jonas Valanciunas, Jan Vesley, Bismack Biyombo, Brandon Knight, Kemba Walker, Jimmer Fredette, Klay Thompson.
Teach me how to Jimmer. I know.
It's so unpredictable.
It is.
Not like, how many of these teams thought they had a difference maker in between Kyrie and Klay?
I'm not a proponent of trading off a bunch of first-round picks, but I think the idea that you just want to tank to you, I just don't see it as a path for them right now, unless things get really bad. You know, if you lose,
I'm with them.
If you lose 10 of your next 12, maybe you think about it. But for right now, until the trade deadline, you have to just try and win games. That's all you can do.
I want to be abundantly clear. I'm not saying they're going to tank or should
you're just
tank.
making an argument.
You said what was the best case scenario, and somehow, some way, getting a top 10 pick this year for me would be a best case. And Steph is healthy.
So okay, you have a top 10 pick.
Yeah. Yes, I think that would be a great pick of value. Best available player, as far as I'm concerned, should be the
that's
move.
what they did with Wiseman, they thought.
No.
What do you mean?
I think they did more for need, too. Like, I know, like they say, like, they wanted a big man on that team. They did.
Okay. But, like, he was going to go 1, 2, or 3 in that draft. Everyone said it. It was him and Edwards and LaMelo.
And then there was LaMelo. Correct.
So,
you can have if you want.
What are you getting, Ev? If I told you right now, forget the player specific. Number 1 pick, what are you taking?
You're taking the best player on the board. I think that's what you learned from the Wiseman draft. Like, it's not so much.
Who was the best player on the board? Who was the best player on the board?
Would have been LaMelo.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I think. But then again, the Warriors obviously felt differently. I just, like, that's a scenario where I think Golden State wanted a center. There's this guy with this, supreme potential. And maybe they also felt like, and this may sound arrogant, that if we miss, we can still survive it. Which, to be fair, they did because they won a championship 2 years later after drafting him.
I did all those shows leading up to it, and LaMelo was very controversial.
Because of his dad.
Not the clear-cut number 2. It was up in the, it was Ant-Man everyone was like, Ant-Man's probably 1. That's how it went, probably 1. If Minnesota goes, because they had Cat at the time, and believe they hadn't traded for Gobert yet, he was still in Utah.
And remember, the conversation around Anthony Edwards is funny in hindsight, is like,
he's a rapper.
Well, no, he doesn't really love basketball. He actually likes football more.
Yes.
And he thinks he can be professional in baseball,
But Georgia wasn't great with him in college. Like, there's a lot that went into it.
Tom Crean was his coach there.
You know? So, like, I remember LaMelo was very, very controversial because Lonzo was controversial prior to that.
Well, and there was the LeVar Ball. Everyone was so scared because LeVar Ball was going to be the guy.
And Klay got hurt the night before.
And Klay got hurt. And they're in hindsight, it's like, oh, well, you had Jordan Poole and you have Steph, and Steiny, I'll give him some credit here, because when we brought up LaMelo during those times, he's like, I actually like LaMelo because he could pass.
Yeah,
like that is something I will always take someone that is a willing passer on his team.
He's always been a passing guy. Yes,
and I will defend him on that regard. And in hindsight, LaMelo Ball, how's he going to look here? Just you can have him now, Joe. You can. I know you have you. You can have LaMelo now, Evan.
I watch a lot of college basketball, and I never did in years past. And there's a lot of great players. I mean, this kid from BYU is a freak.
Well, LeBron's saying he's got body envy over that. When
that guy's a freak.
I know.
A freak. But again, like, if you told me he was great, I'd believe you. If you told me he wasn't good at all, I'd believe that too.
888-957-9570. If you'd like to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, we could do that. We got Evan Giddings in studio. We'll get Guru in here soon. We're efforting Guru in here.
We are.
You know what? It's all good, guys. It's all good. I'm having fun talking to you. You look spiffy, by the way. You're looking good.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the old work after work. It's
you and Mark Grandy, by the way, and oh my God, some of the shifts you guys have had as of late because of the Niners.
Well, Mark has aged tremendously.
Talking about the salt and pepper.
He does.
He is the oldest looking 16-year-old I've ever seen.
16-year-old.
I think he's 25. No, he's got to be almost 30.
And I want to know what is going on with my Oregon Ducks.
They're gonna choke, Mark. Sorry, I don't mean to. This is what they do all the time.
No dibs.
The old joke everybody used to tell me when I lived in Oregon was, you know why it's the O, right?
It's the amount of national
Zero
championships.
national championships.
Yeah, I hate to see that. Yeah.
Honestly, it's the stadium, though, Autzen Stadium. Been there. My buddy went to Oregon.
It's beautiful.
My brother
Eugene's
went.
awesome.
My brother went there. Yeah.
Incredible. The whole town is incredible.
Yeah, Eugene, the setup, even before all the investments, like Corvallis is probably a more fun town to be in.
I've never been there.
It's a little off the beaten path. You
Like
have to go
upstate?
out of your way.
Yeah.
It's probably 20, 30 minutes from Eugene. But Eugene along the interstate, you're just rolling through. You see Autzen Stadium off to the left. Even when it's raining, it's still a super fun place to be. It's a lot of fun.
It's badass.
What did you make of Shanahan and Lynch's post-game or postseason presser yesterday? Anything stick out in particular?
Yeah. They said Brandon Ayuk will never play for the 49ers. I don't think I've heard.
Surprised though?
I've never heard them take as staunch a stance on anybody. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Shasta got better knowledge on this than me.
What's that?
Have you ever heard them take as staunch a stance on a player like they did Brandon Ayuk yesterday?
It's the most bizarre thing I have ever seen in my entire life. And I would argue the way that they budgeted and accounted for him, he ruined this season. Debo's gone because of him, because you thought you were going to pay Ayuk. You gave it to him. You didn't take draft capital back in return. You couldn't afford Devontae Adams in free agency because you spent money on him. You drafted Pearsall to complement him. You probably alienated Charvarius Ward, Hufanga, Greenlaw, etc. because of the money you were going to allocate to him. I would be livid too. I'm furious over the acting. Now, that being said, I also step back and I go, this is my belief, and people think I'm crazy. I think there's something going on inside that guy's head. I think he's not right. I legitimately don't think he's right. Why would you fight for months on end for every guaranteed dollar? I'm not worth 25. I'm worth 30. I'm worth 28. I'm not worth 25. I'm worth 28. I'm worth 28 million. To then just throw it all away. All of it.
Yeah.
It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen.
We talked about it real quick, Evan. We threw it out to the audience. Is this like the biggest blunder? That's how I kind of phrased it in the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan 49er era. We got a lot of Trey Lances, and I get that. But this one, like to say you did like we never saw this coming or there wasn't any signs. I was like, well, you did kind of have signs of who this guy was. Like Kyle Shanahan at least did, right? Like leading up to the signing of the big contract, there was the doghouse stuff, the shorts. There was some, after the Super Bowl.
Social media post after social media post.
You kind of saw some writing on the wall, right?
No, it's worse than the Trey Lance pick, in my opinion. Because
I agreed, by the way.
Well, yes, you traded the 3 first for him, and that's gonna come back to bite you. But with Brandon Ayuk, you had every opportunity to decide whether you wanted to extend him, whether you wanted to trade him, whether you wanted to bring him back, whether you saw that this guy was in your house for 4+ years, and you didn't see any of this coming. To me, it reflects poorly on everyone. Obviously, it reflects poorly on Brandon because no one really knows what's going on with him and why he even wanted to sign the contract in the first place. Number 2, I think that the Niners, you had this guy. You selected this guy. You should know him better than anybody else. And he basically flipped you the middle finger during the process of trying to pay him. And then you paid him. And then he threw up the other bird to you. And you couldn't do anything about it. To me, I've never seen a situation like this where each side had every opportunity to end the relationship before it got this poorly, and the Niners made the call to sign the ink. Kyle Shanahan sprinted upstairs to try to keep this guy, knowing full well that, or apparently not, that this kind of potential for catastrophe was there.
Have you ever recommended a friend for a job, and you're the one that you put your name out there, and they let you down?
That's never happened to me, thankfully, but I know people that has happened with, and that fractures relationships.
It's the worst.
Yes, because it makes you look bad.
100%.
Yes.
You recommend, let's say, like a plumber, an electrician, or, a contractor, and they not that they screw somebody over, but they're just, they do something, and you're like, oh no. And now it's going to mess up everything else. And this is way more different because this is your legacy, Kyle. This is your job.
Correct.
This is the team that you're building and how you're budgeting and all the other relationships that you have to kind of balance as well, and it's just been a nightmare. There's no doubt about it.
Well, and then you
complete
look,
nightmare.
And then you look at the Ricky Pearsall thing. You traded Deebo Samuel, and what are you gonna do with Ricky Pearsall? Now you got like.
Well, let me ask this: would you have drafted Ricky Pearsall at all? No, I'm serious. If you knew you weren't looking for a complement to Ayuk, but a replacement for Ayuk, is he the wide receiver you pick?
No, not for a replacement.
But who has like a 1 was better than him?
Well, they had a Jacksonville deal on the table where they would swap ones and send, again, allegedly from Mia O'Brien.
Mia O'Brien to cover
thought
sacks.
that the Jaguars wanted Brandon Ayuk. They were going to swap ones, and it wasn't good enough for the Niners, and the Niners would take Brian Thomas.
And now there's conversations. Maybe they try to trade for Brian Thomas or a Jordan Addison.
I think Pearsall is 100% getting dealt.
Yeah, but isn't Brian Thomas, hasn't he fallen out of favor in Jacksonville, essentially? I mean, he was great his rookie season.
With Mac Jones.
He was better with Mac Jones. With Trevor Lawrence.
I like different offensive coordinators, too. So, like Liam Cohen taking over, maybe it just didn't fit his system or scheme. Sometimes that happens.
I think he's a change of scenery guy.
Immediately, they trade for him. They extend him because he has that repertoire of Trevor Lawrence pretty quickly. So, it makes it a little bit easier. But, yeah, there is something to that. For sure, like Brian Thomas is.
He's not a perfect player.
No, he's not. Neither is Jordan Addison off the field too.
I think both guys fit.
Well, they brought in DeMarcus Robinson, so
exactly, who has a similar history of what he did. I mean, we could draw the line on moralities. We can talk about that later. But
can you go out there, be healthy, and catch the ball?
Exactly,
That's really
and add speed. And add speed though,
and
too,
force a safety to actually bracket you a little. Like they got nobody that scares anyone in a one-on-one.
No, but I think not. It's going to sound bad. Not that speed's overrated, but you have to be able to get open. And obviously, guys being fast helps, but like you don't need a Tyreek Hill.
No.
Like you don't need a guy that is just okay. It's like Jacob Cowings is fast. He can't get on the field.
Well, that's a totally different skill set.
Also
Keenan Allen is a great example. He ran like a 4.9 or whatever. He's always open.
Yeah, because he's big and can create separation.
Exactly. Mike Evans.
And he can stay on the field.
Yes.
Well, but also, I hear you on that. And it's not just wide receiver specific. It's everywhere on the field. They're lacking speed because when D. Winters was your fastest player this year at 20 miles an hour, he was the guy that was clocked the fastest at any point. He was the only guy to reach 20 miles per hour on a pick six. That's a problem. When I see Rashid Shaheed on the other side, kickoff return touchdown to set the tone for the game, right?
No, I understand, but I mean, let's not forget Ricky Pearsall did torch the Seattle Seahawks in Week 1.
He did.
I mean, he did.
Played 4 games, though.
Well, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Can you keep him on the field? But it's not as if, after Week 3, he was leading the league in receiving? I mean, yes, some of this is availability versus actual ability, but I just wonder if they're willing to give up on him yet. Because
they did it. They've done it with other positions. Like
not guys that are that talented, though, right?
Well, I mean, look, they gave up on Reuben Foster after like 6 weeks.
Well, they had to.
I'm just saying, like they took him in the first round. They've done it before. Here's what I would say.
That was more off the field.
That whole wide receiver class is up in the air right now. Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman,
who's still on the team.
Brian Thomas. I mean, the best receiver is your boy, Ladd McConkey. He's one of them. Obviously, JSN's in there as well.
Yeah, but Ladd's more of a 2 or a 3.
No, I agree.
So's Pearsall. To be a 1.
Yeah.
I think Ricky Pearsall could be a 1.
I disagree.
But okay, was Brandon Ayuk a 1?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because he can actually play on the line of scrimmage and doesn't have to be motioned to be able to get separation. And on this offense, one of their wide receivers has got to be able to be playing on the line of scrimmage and fight a press one-on-one, especially right now against that Seattle team. And Jawan Jennings, though he can get open at times, is just he's a 2 or a 3. Pearsall, to me, is in their system, is not a guy like an X. He's a Z. He's opposite end. And I think you could do a lot of like clear out routes with him. He can play off the line of scrimmage or in motion and going. And he's not a slot guy.
The position.
Just for me.
The position I would want, quite frankly, I don't know how many of like the blue chippers are in this draft. I haven't done my Mel Kiper yet or Todd McShay, Evan, is a tight end, quite frankly, because I think that like Kittle coming back at that age with an Achilles, you have to start looking for the future now. And that's why I was kind of open last year to like a Tyler Warren or a Loveland. And I know not a lot of people are in agreement with that. But like that's why this year, I think there's the Oregon guy. I can't think of his name. Someone out of Oregon. He's a top
targeted
10.
to go 19th.
Yeah, exactly. So I would be open to something like that.
Look, they have nine or 10 holes that you could make a legitimate case for why they should draft that in the first round. If I was them, I know Kyle Pitts is out there. Like, a low-level move like Mac Jones is going to get dealt. Could you work some sort of a combination deal? Get me Michael Mayer from the Raiders.
You're not buying what they said yesterday?
I don't buy it, but I understand why they're making the position that they are because it is an important spot on the team. Like you trade, like it makes sense. Like, hey, go get yourself a second-round pick for Mac Jones. All right, I agree that they need draft capital. Who's making the pick? And then the next question, which is more important, who's the backup quarterback you're signing? Zach Wilson? Now, to be fair, I was on Mac Jones, and I was wrong. Way wrong on Mac Jones. He's really good. He won me over. But, like, you're going to go Zach Wilson? Do you guys like Zach Wilson? Like right now?
No, I do not like Zach Wilson.
Now, I also didn't like Sam Darnold at one point, and I didn't like Mac Jones at one point. So I'm willing to be open-minded and have my opinions. If you told me Flacco wanted to come here and back up, as crazy as it sounds, I'd kind of be in on that, I guess. If I could trade Mac and bring Flacco
Where do you draw the line? I think I brought Marcus Mariota.
I'm out on him.
You did not like that. He's won games and gone to the playoffs,
I know,
too.
but I don't like him for Kyle.
I mean, I think if we're talking about a backup quarterback next season, yes, they survive one this year, but no, I think we're going to be looking at can Brock Purdy stay on the field. I think that's going to be the conversation if you have to.
And if he misses 5 or 6 games, now we're talking about that contract and how we might be restructuring it.
Yeah.
All right. Not Steiny. Steiny's out. Evan in. Goo next.
Oh, I thought we'd be in here all week.
Well, you know what? I think we could have done it. This is I like this 3-man weave. It's fun. Evan, looking beautiful as always with the button down.
I'll be solo for a little bit, and then Goo's going to join us very soon.
I'm riding solo. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And that segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breast. Thin sliced or tenders. When you buy 2, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6-ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dannon Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks. Selected sizes and varieties, like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges. Plus, for a limited time, receive up to a $3,000 rebate with the purchase of select suite combinations. Uniquely style your kitchen at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
This is life and death.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. No Steiny, no Guru. Evan Giddings with you solo, at least.
We need
until
Thundercat.
Well, thanks, Goo. At least until Guru gets here. Goo is unfortunately stuck in what I've been told, per KCBS traffic reporter Ken Luttrell, one of the worst accidents in modern history on I-80, and Guru just happened to be a part of it. Now, Guru's life is one that we'll get into eventually when he gets in, but this guy seems to be in the middle of everything. He is the modern day Forrest Gump. This guy is involved in just about everything that goes down in the Bay Area, and until then, we're going to hold it down for him because that's what they do. So, Steiny, he's out. We'll just call it load management, for as much as he likes to rag on the NBA and the Warriors and all these people for sitting their stars. Yeah, so he's out today. Evan. Thank you, Steiny. And Goo's going to be in a little bit. But where I wanted to start today, Shasky, Spadoni, first of all, thank you for sticking around, trying to help us out for a bit. And it was fun chatting with you about the Niners. Goo and I will get into a little NFL and the 49ers, mainly kind of just the big takeaways yesterday from the Lynch and Shanahan press conference and some of our thoughts off of it. But I do want to start with the Golden State Warriors, who tonight, season's got to go on, guys. Just because Jimmy Butler tore his ACL Just because Mike Dunleavy's talking about demand versus demand with Kuminga doesn't mean they don't go out and still play games. They'll play the Dallas Mavericks tonight at 4:30. Klay Thompson will be on the floor with Steph and Draymond. They're wearing opposite uniforms, but the point is the show must go on, and that's kind of where I think everybody is wondering what the aftermath of all of this is going to be. I've thought about it long term. I've thought about it short term. And Ken was able to help me out with this earlier today, right? I feel like the Warriors are essentially in the same spot as they were before they made the Jimmy Butler trade. Steph, Draymond, Kuminga's back in the rotation because he has to be. The only difference is maybe you add Melton, you add Horford, but for the most part, this is the same team that they were last year. And we saw what they tried to do. They're kind of stuck. So how do we get them unstuck, right? And Ken pointed this out. I thought it was a great point. You know, Jimmy Butler did not want to be a Golden State Warrior. The Warriors even put out through various sources that they were not interested in Jimmy Butler. There was a trade out there that they were looking for. They got reneged. Kevin Durant didn't want to come here. So they stumbled into their second choice, who ended up being the correct choice. What is going to be that trade this year? To me, there's a few factors that make this increasingly more difficult. Number one, you do not have as much money to send out to get in another superstar. Jimmy Butler was, for all purposes, a superstar type of paid player. So that's number one. Number two, Mike Dunleavy, I think, took the appropriate posture the other day by saying they're not looking to trade Jimmy Butler. They are looking to potentially move him. If it can make this team better, can they use Jimmy Butler to go get someone? It's going to be more difficult to do than it was last year, but that is what brought me to the kind of the conversation that I, along with Spadoni and Shasky, were having about best versus worst case scenarios for Golden State. And to me, the worst case scenario and the best case scenario both involve trades. And that's why it's a really delicate situation. To use Steve Kerr's words, it's a difficult situation. It's difficult because I think both paths involve them making a move. I don't think that they can stand pat at this deadline. I still think that Kuminga's on the table. And I also think that they are a team that's not, because of Steph Curry being available and still playing at a high level, I don't think they have the guts to say, this is a season we should tank, this is a season we should shut down, and we're going to try and do everything we can to get in the lottery and basically bottom out. And I think that's for, number one, Steph isn't that kind of guy. And I said this during the crossover, and I believe it. If Steph Curry had gone down with an ACL instead of Butler, which we're fortunate did not happen, then I think we could be talking about what's going to happen the rest of the season and the Warriors trying to get into the lottery. But whenever you have a player like that on your team, you don't owe them everything, but I think you owe them a whole hell of a lot. You owe them the opportunity to compete at as high a level as possible. And while it's not going to be that high, it may not even be a playoff scenario. I still think that's, unless he comes out and says, let's stop doing this and we need to look towards the future, you have to approach tonight against Dallas, the next two games against Minnesota, like it's business as usual, and Jimmy Butler is just simply out as if he had an injury. I really think that's all you can do at this point. And that means Jonathan Kuminga has got to play. It means that they're probably going to run out 12 or 13 guys. And again, it's what they did at the beginning of last season. To me, it's kind of back to square one in that sense. The Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr now have to go back into experimentation mode. They have to go into, all right, we're going to play 11 in the first half. Whoever's playing well, you're going to get to play in the second half, and you're going to close. And that's basically how they have to do it. And they puzzle pieced it together at the beginning of last season, and that, in some part, to me, is what the best case scenario can be now, which is you puzzle piece your way into some victories, and you try and take a chapter out of the 49ers books and somehow make a playoff push, maybe get into the playoffs and see where it goes from there. Obviously, there's a lot less hope. People aren't smoking as much opium as they were before the Jimmy Butler injury as they are right now. But to bring it back to the scenarios, and I'm curious to get Goo's thoughts when he's in here, which he will be For those of you wondering why Evan's talking and Steiny and Guru aren't here today, Steiny's out. Guru is on his way in, was stuck in an accident, so he's going to be here soon. But best case scenario for Golden State is you make a trade and you use Butler's contract, honestly, because I think that is how you get the best caliber player in here that helps you now as well as next season. Because, again, Curry and Draymond are under contract through next year. I think you owe, at least the former, the best chance to win, as I've stated. Along with that, you somehow slip into the playoffs and Curry makes some magic happen. And again, that's the needle that is the best case scenario of which to thread. The worst case scenario, I think, also involves a trade. And this is where the Warriors, I think, have to be even more careful than they were when Jimmy Butler was available and able to play. And that's, you mortgage your entire future for a player that either doesn't or marginally moves the needle. And that's why I think the Warriors right now are kind of in evaluation mode. They're standing pat. They're in no rush to make a desperate move. Because if you cash in your chips now and it doesn't move the needle, or maybe it gets you back to where you were, which was an 8th seed, which technically they still occupy as of now, then you have no future and you have no present. And that to me is the worst case position the Warriors can be in, where you're kind of competing. You're tricking yourself into believing that you're going to be a team that could upset a 2 seed or a 3 seed in the first round. And you also have zero draft capital to go and improve your team, not just around Steph Curry or use that as a trade chip like Spadoni was talking about earlier, but you also have no future in regards to picks after Steph. And that to me is a dark place that the Golden State Warriors absolutely cannot be. So I'm going to throw that out to people. What's your best case scenario right now for the remainder of the season for the Warriors? What's your worst case scenario? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson is going to be here soon. And we already got a call. So let's go to Leroy, who's in Oakland, wants to talk about the silver lining with Golden State. Leroy, first of all, good to hear from you. What's going on, my man? Good morning.
What's up, E? Evan, man, it is good to hear you this morning, man. I had to call and talk to my guy, man. I wanted to ask you a question, and I'll ask you the question, Evan, and then you chew on it a little bit, and I'll tell you what my answer is to the question or what I thought.
Okay.
So the question is, Evan, what silver lining do you see with Butler being out? Because the silver lining for me was I thought that, okay, we'll get maybe a little bigger, and, of course, we'll get younger. And, the other night the Warriors ran out like the 18th different starting lineup of the season. And that is unheard of, but it's what we do. And so I'm like, hey, Steve Kerr, keep experimenting with it because there's some lineups that I have not seen yet. And with Butler being down, I have a lineup where we can get a little bigger and we can get a little younger. And I was looking at it, and this, what I'm about to say, Evan, is the biggest lineup that we could possibly run out there. It's Curry, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, Jonathan Kuminga, and Mobley Leons. That's the biggest lineup we can run out there. And I'm like, hey, if you're working with lineups, Steve Kerr, and you're running out all these different lineups, try that one. And maybe it'll work. Man, I was so mad at the Warriors when they played the Raptors because I was like, okay, you're letting the main guys get off. But, Evan, the Raptors had 42 assists to the Warriors' 28 assists. Now, you're letting others get off in other areas. And I'm like, that cannot happen. So I think Draymond should come off the bench. DeAndre Milton should be your 7th man. And, Buddy Hield should be your 8th man. But try a different lineup. Try the biggest lineup possible, and that's Curry, Moody, Post, Kuminga, and Leons, and just see how it works out. So tell me what you think, Evan. What's the silver lining for, with the Warriors with Butler being out?
Well, thanks for the call, Leroy. I would push back on Leons just because I'm going to be honest. Shout out Shaq. I'm a little unfamiliar with his game. But what I will say is I think your point about throwing out whatever, whenever, wherever, it's valid. The Golden State Warriors have every opportunity now to experiment. And I think that maybe it's with big lineups. Steve Kerr's going to play some odd combinations. I know that those rotations and combos and it's all going to be discussed ad nauseum for the next 37 games until this season is over. It just will be. And it's going to fall at the feet of the head coach. It's going to fall at the feet of some of the players. But what I think that, this isn't 2020, a year where the Warriors essentially mailed it in because, again, and this is why I think it's different than 2026. Curry got hurt in 2020, needed to have surgery on his hand, was going to be out for multiple months. They decided to punt because there was nothing else really left at that point outside of just, hey, let's play Wiseman, let's play all these young guys and figure out if a few of them can play. Well, that season was a lost year. This year, I think you can you can serve both masters. You can try and compete, but you can also do what you're talking about, Leroy, which is giving a lot of guys run that generally wouldn't. And one of the silver linings of that 2020 season, if you're asking me about silver linings, one of the silver linings, I'd say the biggest one, is you found out Jordan Poole might be able to play. Jordan Poole, who, by the way, was the 28th overall pick, he was not very good in 2020, but he got a lot of run, went back to the G League in 2020-21, came on strong at the end of that season, and ended up being the sixth man for a championship team the year after that. So are the Warriors able to find on this team the next Jordan Poole to an extent? It's going to be more difficult because you still have Curry and you have Draymond who are going to eat up some minutes. But this was something that I was curious about when Steve Kerr was chatting with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. Okay, if you got 30 minutes that are available now, which is what Jimmy Butler was playing, where do they go? Do 25 of them go to Jonathan Kuminga? Do all 30 of them go to Jonathan Kuminga? Do you spread them out evenly? There's going to be certain nights when Melton's not available, when Horford's not available. There is as much room for flexibility as there is for experimentation. And so I just feel like, Leroy, the silver lining is we're going to get to see a lot of different things that we otherwise wouldn't. And for a lot of people, I think that does revolve on Jonathan Kuminga because he was a player that when Jimmy Butler's out there, we weren't going to see him. That's just how it was going to go. 16 games he did not play. It's been over a month. And now that he's out, we get to see him. So how is Steve Kerr going to handle this? And how are the Warriors going to be able to experiment without him? Here's what Steve Kerr said yesterday on if he's feeling better about the team post-Butler injury than he felt about years past. And I would say last season, really, when I think this team resembled 2024-25.
I feel differently about this group, mainly because we have Al Horford and Melton. And as I said, the addition of Quentin Post, I think that's given our team a totally different look. I think part of the reason we've had a lot of success the last couple of weeks and had a great homestand was because of Melton and Al finally, really being healthy enough to find rhythm, to find confidence, and both guys are playing at a high level. So I really want to see what we have here, on this road trip, these 4 games, Dallas, 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Utah. Let's see what we've got because as I said, I think we can continue our momentum the way we're playing. We've generally taken care of the ball. We're shooting it well. We're spacing the floor, playing a lot of 5 out with multiple shooters. It's been an active run for us, and we can still do this without Jimmy. Obviously, we're going to miss him like crazy, but we can still play the same way, and I really want to see what that looks like, 4 or 5 games from now.
Yeah, so Steve Kerr's telling you they're going to approach this the exact same way as if Jimmy Butler was not here. And that means Jonathan Kuminga, you're up. Some of these rotations, I still think People might not like to hear it, but you'll probably for tonight, you're going to see Curry alongside Podziemski in the backcourt. You're going to see Moody, Draymond, and Post, and that's going to be the starting five. But the biggest question that I have about the remainder of this year, and really I would say the next couple of weeks up until the trade deadline where they have to make that choice on JK, who's going to close? And that is the biggest decision that Steve Kerr is going to make every single night, unless, of course, it looks like Toronto, which it was an absolute blowout. Who's going to finish for this team? Because there are 3 spots available right now. I feel confident in saying Steph's going to be one of them. Draymond's going to be one of them. Outside of that, there are choices to be made, and that's the biggest connection between last season and before Jimmy and this one now. It's you have to figure out every single night who is going to finish for your team. And the Warriors have already struggled in clutch situations. They've already struggled in tight games. And so Steve Kerr's got to figure that out. And it's going to take some time. It's going to look... One of the things I felt like watching the Toronto game the other night was it felt a lot like Game 2 of the Minnesota Timberwolves series last year after Steph obviously got hurt in Game 1. Steve Kerr basically punted that game. If people remember, he played 13 guys, played 11 in the first half. You're wondering, why is this guy out there with this guy? Why is that guy playing with this dude? All of these different things. And it's because he was just trying to get some tape, trying to get some guys some minutes, and seeing if Bleep would stick to the wall. That's what this next week, and maybe the next 2 weeks, honestly, are going to be for the Golden State Warriors. It's going to be them throwing stuff in a wall and figuring out who can play well with who. Toronto, I thought was a decent start because maybe you have something with Kuminga and Hield. If it's off the bench, maybe put one of them in the starting lineup. But clearly those two guys, they play well together, right? So that's something we can use moving forward. And again, it's all with the goal of trying to win games. That is the only path for them right now. They have said this. You've heard it from the head coach. I think you effectively heard it from the general manager 2 nights ago. And I also think it's kind of the only thing that you're going to hear from Steph and Draymond. And so, again, back to the best and worst case scenario, to me, the reason why they both involve trades is if you jeopardize your future and it doesn't pay off, then you're stuck in a really bad place. And if you try to use some of your future to get better, it better not just be for now. It also better be for next season. And that's why I don't know if I want to wait until Goo gets here to reveal not the trade that everyone should be looking at, but the one that we just have to open up our minds to, or whether I want to reveal it right now. I think Goo's going to be here in the next 15, 20 minutes. We'll see if... we'll see. Yeah. Thank you, Zach Taylor. If Interstate 80 allows, Gerald Goober Johnson will be pulling up hot, and I can guarantee you, because he's got to slam 4 hours of takes into 3 hours, he's going to be absolutely electric.
A lot of people miss me.
Well, they do, Goo. They absolutely do, including me, because we've been doing a solo show so far on Steiny and Guru, and people are probably driving around wondering, what the hell is this guy talking about? And why is there only one voice that I can listen to right now? And it's because today, at least for now, I'm going Sputnik. Going full Sputnik. A trip around the sun solo. And for those who don't know, is the first guy who got into space. All right, let's end this thing with Big A. Not the show, just the segment. Big A wants to talk about the best and worst case scenarios for the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Big A? How you doing, man?
Hey, Evan, you're doing a great job, man, driving the vehicle by yourself. Congratulations on that.
Thanks, man.
Hey, but listen, worst scenario, man. The best scenario is this. That Kuminga come back in the fall, he's embraced. They run him into a good playoff, and that's it. But the worst scenario, which I really think they're leaning towards, is that the Warriors is going to start telling on themselves. The organization is not a top-tier organization, and everybody knows this. I mean, the Warriors have 15 good years running. I remember in '75 when they had 2 years running, and they let everybody go. And everybody went on to other teams and had championships. The Warriors is Steve Kerr himself, which you said earlier. It depends on what Steve Kerr does. And Steve Kerr is going to do what he always do, and he's going to get up in his feelings. and he's going to put Kuminga on the bench, and he's going to tell the media some great, fantastic reason why he's on the bench, and the season is going to just be a bust. In the Warriors fans' eyes, it's going to be a bust. But that's how I see it.
I got you, Big A. So I would push back a little bit, and I would ask. Oh, well, he's gone. No, you're good. I think that the reason why Kuminga won't go back to the bench is because they have no other choice, and this is the unfortunate cycle that it kind of just reverts back to is, all right, Jimmy Butler gets here, he makes Kerr feel like, and it looks like sometimes like Kuminga along with Butler and Draymond, they just don't fit together, right? He comes in and he plays well sometimes. Other times it messes up the flow. All right, we're going to leave that to the side. We're just going to roll full steam ahead with Jimmy Butler. Now, Jimmy goes out, or last year in the playoffs, Curry goes out, so one of your stars and major ball handlers is gone. Jonathan, you're up. And you got to give the guy credit because he hadn't played in 16 games, steps in and scores 20 points in 20 minutes, and he does basically what he's good at doing, scoring the basketball, giving this team some athleticism and some youth and some speed and some power that it just doesn't have. Now that Butler's gone, and I said this before the game, and I still feel it so, I may not be the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan in the world, but he's got to play. And I feel like that's how Steve Kerr has to approach this entire thing. He may not be his actions tell us that he's not the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan. In fact, he might be the biggest Jonathan Kuminga hater to a lot of people. But he's got to play him. He just does. Because if there's anything that can help this team, you have to consider it. And you saw in one game, and we'll find out if that continues to roll, but the past would tell you that JK is going to be ready. He's going to help this Warriors team score some points, might even help him win some games. In that case, as a head coach, I do think we have to give Steve Kerr the benefit of the doubt that he's going to do, and he always has done this, I think. Some people might push back, and that's fine. I believe he's always done what's best for the team. In his mind, those are his thoughts of what is going to be best for the Golden State Warriors. And right now, it absolutely is playing Jonathan Kuminga. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings flying solo up until Guru gets here. Steiny's out today, load management. He'll be back tomorrow. And I see you, Big Smooth. I see you, Father Time. We'll get to your calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Evan Giddings back. Signing Guru next. 95.7 The Game.
957thegame.com.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
You know, this is the beat that I imagine Guru walking into, stomping both feet as hard as possible because he's so pissed that he had to sit in traffic for the last 3.5 hours. Evan Giddings sitting in for Matt Steinmetz.
I should be in a mental ward.
I would too after today. And Guru's going to be in just about, I don't know, maybe 5-10 minutes. The thing is, how this crash that's prevented Guru from getting in today has been described to me. It's like the Pompeii of accidents. That around Hercules, apparently there's this major pileup. And
who the F?
I want to also ask Gu why he felt the need to send me 17 pictures of still traffic. Like, I know you're not moving, buddy. I realize there's nothing but brake lights in front of you.
This is life and death.
He'll be here soon. In the meantime, Evan Giddings flying solo. 888-957-9570 is the number. The question we're throwing out today, we will get to the San Francisco 49ers. Gu's got a lot of takeaways from the Shanahan-Lynch press conference, but also in sort of where we go from here. And I think he has a pretty provocative question about coaches, not just in the NFL. It kind of is around Shanahan. I think it also applies to Kerr. So I'm looking forward to diving into that with him. But for right now, I just want to know, for Warriors fans, what is the best case scenario and what is the worst case scenario for the rest of this year? To me, I think they both involve trades. A best case scenario involves you getting a guy, using Butler's contract because it's a max salary slot, a guy in here that helps you now and that helps you next season play meaningful basketball, which to me is the only objective that if Steph Curry is healthy, the Warriors can try and accomplish. Meanwhile, the worst case scenario is you do cash in your chips. The player you bring in does not really improve the team, or it marginally improves your chances to contend, which right now to me are as close to zero as they've been in the past few years. And you're stuck with no present and no future. That to me is the worst case scenario that the Warriors are trying to avoid. Let's get out to the phone lines and talk to some people who want to get in on the conversation. Again, 888-957-9570. Let's talk to our guy, Big Smooth. Big Smooth's in Oakland. Hope you didn't get stuck in that traffic jam, Big Smooth. What's up, man?
No, I'm going the other way. I feel for you, Goo.
Attaboy.
But listen, man, Happy New Year, first of all. I haven't talked to you guys in a minute. But listen, I think Todd has just been playing so well off the bench. He's like a new player. I don't know what it is, but I would keep him on the bench because you can give him the minutes. But he seems to just be playing. He seems to be shooting better off the bench. I don't know. I can't explain it. But I don't know about as a starter. We'll see. Maybe he's turned the corner. But I'll give him props because I've been his biggest critic. He's been playing a lot better.
Yeah.
Now, what I can see happening, if you check the players on expiring contracts, there's some options out there, right? Not the big splash. We're not going to make a big splash. But I believe somebody like DeMar DeRozan should be looked at. Why? He has that mid-range game, same as Jimmy. He's a dog, same as Jimmy. He's not Jimmy, but I'm saying. But he doesn't miss games. If you check him out, he doesn't miss games, man. I would like to fill that spot with the DeRozan. Kings are not going anywhere anytime soon. They're going to be doing a rebuild. I would like DeRozan there. Surround him with Steph and some shooters, Draymond. I think DeRozan could be formidable again, and I think he plays that role. He has that mid-range, and he can hit a three every now and then, but we don't need him to. Here's something else. What's going on with Steph Curry? What's going on? I know he had a back issue, but are we going to get to see him anytime soon to see if he can bring anything to this team, or was this just a appeasing Steph trade? Or it could have been both, but I'd like to see what Steph can bring. And you got to give D'Anthony more minutes, man. I know he's on a minutes restriction, but the way he's playing, we gotta uptick his minutes if at all possible. If the medical staff allows it, we got to give him more time. Anyway, that's what I got, gentlemen. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Speaking of time, we've been buying it for this moment. This very moment. All right, first and foremost, Daryl the Guru Johnson, everyone. Finally made it through hell and back. I described the shutdown as the Pompeii of accidents. First of all, Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
You doing all right?
It wasn't an accident. It was major police activity.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was mad at Ken. I'm mad at everybody right now. You were radio crying. You were by yourself. I get it. But you have my back. So did Butcher and Joe Spadoni. But, dude, I got to Hercules. I was on time, and then they were looking for some person or persons. They haven't found them.
They just shut them down?
Shut them down. Public enemy. But I'm here, man. 13 years I've been doing this. I've never been late like this.
Well, that's true.
No.
That I can account for. We know about the tire. You know, we know about.
But I got here. Well, look at you. Yeah.
No, man. I'm just glad you're all right, and obviously that you made it.
I appreciate you, bro.
A lot of people.
Are you tired? That's yeah.
No, I've had 7 cups of coffee. I'll fade around 12:30, and I'll just hop on your back.
And then I'll argue with Waze because it was shut down, so it wasn't moving. I think they're looking for me too. I went hand solo. No, the police. I went hand solo to get here. I'm arguing with Waze like, that's not the way. But I got here. Evan, I did some stuff, man.
No, that's
Lando
so true.
Calrissian.
Dude, like, I grew up in the East Bay. There's so many side streets beyond Richmond and Panola. You can try and skirt around. And, of course, you're basically just, you're basically playing roulette every time you get off the freeway and you're going to get back on.
Nobody believes me. Who cares? We'll get to it. I left the cribbo at 7:03. That's my normal time.
Yeah, you leave the same time every day.
So I know you've done an hour by yourself. Butch and Spadoni had to do 30, but you ain't had my morning. You can't walk in these shoes. Well, dude, the pressure of knowing you got to be 14. On stage at 10. I text you thinking, okay, it's an accident. Then when I saw the major activity, I do want to know what happened. I'm nosy by nature.
Well, the real question is now, do we want to break it 12 or push it? We can break it 12. So let Goo get his
What have I
missed?
Bearings.
What have you missed? Well, I don't know if you noticed, but the Warriors are searching. the Warriors are searching for answers, Goo. No, we talked about a bunch of stuff. I do want to get into the Niners with you at some point today. But the question that I sort of started with, and me and the boss were talking about, was what's the best case scenario for the rest of this season for the Warriors? And what's the worst case scenario?
Okay, that's easy. The worst case scenario is obviously not make the play in. Okay?
Yeah.
I have confidence that they can still get it done, but I did hear your question. Who was that? Our guy Leroy called in.
The silver lining.
Politely asked you the silver lining. And to me, the silver lining is, we get to see Jonathan Kuminga basically unplugged. And Evan, you didn't ask me as early, and you had a good line. He's got 3 hours. He's going to try to get 4 hours worth of takes in. I do have to say, after just chilling last night and talking and just thinking to myself, I thought it was very unfair of Mike Dunleavy to say what he said or alluded to about Jonathan Kuminga and the possible lack of a market for him. I didn't like that.
And you're talking about the line of the year?
Yeah, the line of the year. That's what you dubbed it, the line of the year. And then on top of that, I got to get this off my chest. I've met Logan Murdoch. You know, he used to be out here all the time. I hadn't talked to him in a while, ran into him at a game or two, but I read that story about Steve Kerr. And if this is true, as a die-hard, lifelong Warrior fan, I'm going to go sports ghetto in the sense that we got so much to focus on, and the coach got 4 chips, Steve Kerr. But if some of your guys are looking for other jobs, I think it's fair for a fan to just step back, scratch their head and say, again, not dedication, but what the hell is good? Because, Evan, that's big. How am I pay my mortgage? What am I going to do? Where are my kids going to live? If you guys don't have that under wraps, that's bothersome to read, if true to me. And you Evan, you're looking at me like, man, Goo, that's none of your business. But it is. If that story is true, then I'm thinking to myself, well, Kerr's probably like, you know what? I'm going to ride this out. I ain't playing Kuminga until he had to.
No,
you know? I don't like hearing that. That is not, like, come on, man. That shouldn't even get out.
Well, it shouldn't. But again, there was a guy who literally took a job. So
you know what? Right in our face.
Well, and I think that
DeMarco.
That's going to bring up questions. Yeah, when the longest tenured assistant for a team says, I'm gonna go take this job. And look, it's a head coaching job, WNBA. It's a step up for him. But I do have to wonder, and I texted you guys this last night, that's one of those nuggets that slaps you in the face and said, why didn't I see this all along?
Totally.
All right, 888-957-9570. We got more on this. I do want to get Goose thoughts on not just the best case, worst case scenario, potential trades, but also yeah, that story, what it means. And then later on, we do have to get into Brandon Ayuk and what just went down at the podium yesterday. All right, all that coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Terrell the Guru Johnson. Back after this, 95.7 The Game.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
It's always about the show, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let that breathe.
Yeah, in this show.
I need that.
It just got a shot in the arm.
Yeah. Smiles 5. I've been waiting on the jokes, and I'm sure Shasky and Spadoni and you had them during the break. But anyway, he goes, major police activity equals woke up late.
No, not today.
This is a real story, man.
And this is, you don't have to prove it to me, but you did. So, by the way, Evan Giddings in for Steiny. Goose here. He sent me, for those watching
and
on
Butcher is Spadoni on a separate thread.
He sent me an article from the Sacramento Bee in traffic. Quote, major police activity shuts down Interstate 80 between Bay Area and Sacramento. And the whole thing, you were sending me all these pictures. I'm like, well, there's no update. All I see is brake lights and a big-ass truck right in front of you.
You know what my name should be really right now, the rest of this show? Daryl Earnhardt. If you could have saw what I did to get here at this point, Evan, you would be proud.
Guru Earnhardt. Oh, man. My God. Well, I'm just glad you made it because we know how that story
now real quick,
ended.
the life of a criminal. Whatever pandemonium we know you caused and what you did to evade and run away, what do you think when you get to jail like, I just did all that? Evan, what's your mindset?
I mean,
where's the remote?
Better be worth it. Wow. You know, we're talking about best and worst case scenarios. I wonder for that guy.
Or guys.
Or gals. I don't know. What's the best case scenario in that spot? You're bipping through traffic.
Hitting cars, allegedly.
People,
on the freeway.
People in danger.
Yeah.
You know you're going to get got. What's the best case scenario there? You stash the car and you live under a freeway for the rest of your life? I don't know. Worst case scenario, go to Sand Keel. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's in. Evan and for Steiny. We're talking about the Warriors' best case, worst case scenarios. We will get into that Kerr piece as well as some of the Kerr sound. I thought that was revealing yesterday from Wilder and Dibbs. But Father Time has been hanging on in Napa very patiently. So, Father Time, welcome to the program. Guru's here. I was saving him for you, Father Time.
What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
Goo, I'm just glad you're safe.
Right. Hey, you know what? You're right. I appreciate that.
And next time, tell Chewie to hit the punch it and hit the jump to light speed. You know what I mean?
Okay, gotcha.
Faster, Star Wars.
Back to the future.
Yeah.
That's my
Chewie. I want to say first thing, guys, is I know your connection to the Dubs, flagship station and all that. I really need to thank you, and all the listeners should thank you for being really objective about the Warriors and not being afraid to call it like it is sometimes. And I think that's what tees me up. I'm going to call it like it is. First, I have so many things to say. First of all, the whole Kuminga situation, what organization sticks a guy on the bench, and talks about well, he's not playable, or it's a tough situation, and then expects anybody to want to trade for him? It's bananas. I don't understand that from a sales standpoint. Goo, I know you were a salesperson, right?
Man.
How could you take an asset, tell the world how sucky the asset is, and then expect to sell the asset to somebody? It's bananas. I get all fired up about that. As far as the good, best case, worst case scenario, the best case scenario is the same as the worst case scenario. They lose. They go into the lottery. They somehow luck out NBA style, where their number comes up, Cooper Flagg style. I mean, come on, Cooper Flagg to the Mavericks after that disaster, that was insane. And then maybe you get somebody, but that somebody you get is going to take a little while to develop. So you got to think about Steph's timeline. Maybe 2 more years, maybe 3. He's a miracle. He's been a miracle forever. If he's able to play that long, if you don't have somebody to support him, who cares? It's like a kabuki theater. It's like we've got the greatest player of all time, in my opinion, the greatest pound-for-pound player of all time, and maybe the best player ever, and in terms of global impact. The idea that they're somehow going to trade somebody. So I don't think that, Evan, I don't think that the trade for Jimmy can happen until the summertime. I don't think they can get off of that. So that's back to the reality of this year. What are you doing? You're trying to avoid the play-in. You're trying to get the 6th. And then what are you going to do? Win a first round? And then you're going to have the 14th, 15th, 16th pick in the draft? Who are we kidding? You've got to think hard and be ruthless about the future. Bill Walsh cut people, traded them, got rid of them before their prime was even over. And that's because the brand is more important. The team is more important than the actual player, with the exception of Steph Curry. So I just don't think that I think they're all kidding themselves. But what do I know? They're experts. And, back to the premise that Dunleavy gets on the mic and says, well, it depends on what depends. And, there's nothing to do except for what depends, is bananas if you actually want to move that asset.
Thanks, Father Time. No, appreciate the call. I think that's all fair. Look, and the quote is about, in order for there to be a demand, there has to be demand. And that's a bar, but I can understand where you and it sounds like Father Time too, are feeling as if, why would you say that?
No doubt, Evan, and Mike D, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, up until this point, presidential. And as naivete as I am, Evan, I had to come in and ask you and Steiny, was that a shot? I thought he was just basically stating how, my guy, I have a sales background. You dangle something, you ask for a price, and you go from there. But you don't hate on what the entity you're trying to move. So I came in like, what good did that do? And to be honest, Evan, I thought it was kind of a low blow. The more we played it with Willard and Dibbs, I'm like, well, maybe he was sending a shot to Aaron Turner or whatnot. But I don't know how we got here. Evan, I don't know who's on your list that's credible in regard to DeMarcus Cousins. I'm not saying he's the Pope. I agree with everything. But if you just take and you didn't ask, Evan, but if you just take a temperature check on former players, people not in the Bay that have played this game, or Eddie Johnson that's up in Phoenix, everybody seems to be coming to one conclusion, that it is truly, truly, truly weird on how this kid has been handled. So when Mike D said that about, the market, I asked you, Evan, the more you think about it, was that a shot? And now that you've had 24 hours to sleep on it, can you understand, like a guy like me saying, I thought that could have been a low blow? I
mean, I think it was overt honesty. I think he probably, thinking back on it, should he have said it? Maybe not, but I kind of appreciated it. And it's also what we have read for the last 3 weeks, which is nobody really wants this guy that badly. And a lot of it is because he hasn't played. But
even the summer, nothing popped off.
Okay, so how many people do you think picked up the phone after watching him against Toronto? Like, do you think that really changed how much people believe or don't believe him? I don't think it did.
And I'm with you. And, Evan, I feel like it's like,
you introduce me to your mom, and I tell her, hey, I just read a book, and she's
Careful.
like, hey, Mom, Daryl can read. And I'm going to think to myself, well, why would you? What the hell has Evan been telling you?
Yeah.
That's how I took the 20-point performance. You had his whole career. You had the Minnesota series for the millionth time. There's enough data for people in the know that know the game to know if Jonathan Kuminga can grow into what they want. So I thought it was almost an insult for a lot of people, not everybody, throwing confetti that he went Barry Sanders. We know the dude can play. I'm not saying he's imperfect, but my gosh, Evan, no, I don't think people said, oh my gosh, we got to call for him. You already know what it is with JK.
Yeah, and again, I think he deserves credit, and you got to give him some for just doing what he did, for being willing to play after not playing 16 games. You got to give the guy credit, but we didn't learn anything about him in his development as a basketball player. He played well. He scored. He ran the floor.
Right.
He jumped. He dunked.
He's young.
He did everything that we know that he can do.
Right.
The real question is, why hasn't it been on the floor?
That is it.
It might be the most unsolvable case of all time. I have my reasons. You have your reasons. The only reasons that matter, to be honest, are the head coach.
Okay, and I have to. You're an hour late, Goo. Nobody wants to hear about your life. So yesterday, I get home from the show, Evan, getting ready to take a shower, and my buddy June calls me. You met June at the picnic, at the June picnic.
Oh, yeah.
He's on his way, got some property in Tahoe, going to fix the property. Gonna stay up there till the weekend. I go, okay, have a good time. Dude, put some work in, my man. And the premise of the call was, out of nowhere, and I just did 4 hours, he goes, something had to happen behind closed doors with Kuminga and Kerr. And I wanted to hug him through the phone of, I don't think nothing had this. Like, Kerr, you need to address the nation, Dub Nation, on why this guy went 16 games and you didn't call his number, Evan. And I was Aaron Landers and my boy June, like, I don't think nothing happened. Do you? Like, personally, Evan? I don't.
I don't think Steve Kerr's that kind of guy. I really don't. If anything, the Dunleavy comment was probably towards his agent more than the actual player, just to try and get him to stay in his lane. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about that situation, though, yesterday to Willard and Dibbs on if the Kuminga situation has been hard.
I wouldn't say so. I think it's, this job is filled with challenges. They're all different. I think what's made this one unique is just the spotlight, on the issue. I mean, we've spent, half this interview talking about Jonathan, in 15 minutes or so of chatting. And, he's a good young guy, but he's one of 15 guys on our team. He's a talented player, but we have a lot of guys who are really good, who can play basketball, who can help us win. And I think there's just been a ton of focus on him. And my focus is always on the entire group and trying to help every single one of them. And for whatever reason, he's been the focal point for the media, for the fans. I believe in looking at the team as a whole, and that's always my focus, is what do I have to do to help the team win and help each individual player, achieve his potential.
Evan, I'm smiling because I love to laugh, and I will say this about Coach Kerr. He's sticking to his guns. Of course, obviously, JK is going to be in the rotation now by default. But I would love to know what it is about him that, like, hey, Coach, you got to understand, like, he's a little more talented or has a bit more upside than a lot of guys on the roster. And that's why people are clamoring for him. But there is something JK doesn't do to tickle his fancy. And it's his prerogative.
That's why, if you listen to that, it's extremely simple.
Right.
He thinks he's just a guy. He thinks he has seen him more in person, up close, up front, as a basketball player than anybody here. And he doesn't think he's that special. He just doesn't.
Willard and Dibbs, the interview was predominantly JK.
Well,
like, why are we talking about him?
It was funny. So if I could take behind the scenes. So occasionally after the show, I'll go over, get a workout and come back and then see if Lucas and Grady need any help with anything.
My man.
Lucas is making questions for Steve Kerr.
Okay.
It's what they do, right?
Yeah, got you.
Just like I help you guys with questions for your interviews. We all put our minds together and we figure out how we want to conduct an interview. So Lucas asks, what would you ask Kerr? And I'm going to be honest, a lot of my questions are not about Kuminga. Wow. And one of the big reasons for that is he doesn't want to talk about it. He clearly, every time he's asked about it, he either gives you the same answer or describes it as being difficult. He is over it.
Wow,
and
man.
I think that's one of the reasons why, if he comes back next season, great. If he doesn't, I don't think he's going to miss it because he's going to be over that aspect of what his job has been for, I would say, like 3 years of asking about a particular player that he clearly, I'm not saying me or you, clearly he does not feel like Kuminga is special to an extent where he is above the team.
No doubt.
He doesn't.
No doubt. And Evan, my other thought that, the scientist in me had is, everybody's at fault in regard to why in 5 years were the player development for the Warriors, and I know Kerr may not have his hand in that, why were you not able to get this guy up and running in this system? And I'm not exonerating JK at all. He's a part of it. But Ev, that's the $1 million question to me is, this ain't 1 year. This ain't a half year or two. Evan, this has been 5. Why didn't it click?
Well, we're going to find out now. You got 2 weeks. You can either trade him or you can stick with him.
But what if Kerr...
And he's going to play.
What if Kerr's future behind closed doors, they know he's gone, and Joe Lacob, maybe that's why he was clapping as he brought him down. A lot of people didn't like Joe getting up, and they were down 15.
Well, there was nothing really else to get up for. If you watch the game, Joe was going through. You saw, you're behind the bench. In the third quarter when he was there by himself, the guy was just reeling, man.
15, Joe.
He's watching the Raptors.
It's come to. Come on, we're not up.
There was a play where Steph turned it over near the baseline and kind of just looked like, damn it. And it ends up being a quickly three in the other corner. And Joe just, eyes get real big, hands behind head. And you just feel for the guy because he's so into it. And it's just like it's all coming to focus.
But I'll say this. Who's JK's protector in regard to, I always thought, and I told Steiny and you ad nauseum, I thought Joe really was high on Kuminga to the point to where he could prevent the Joe Montana DMPs. He could prevent, 3 or 4, it ain't getting to 16. So that didn't happen. So if Joe is in the know that Kerr's out of here, I guess, Evan, I'm telling you all, I wish you would have flexed a little bit more muscle and tussle to where Kuminga could have hit the floor. And again, it's not you're looking at me, and I could be wrong, I'm jumpy. It's not the Golden State Kumingas. It's the Golden State Warriors. But when you're devoid of talent and body types like Toronto and the rest of the team, Atlanta's of the world, forget the record, the body types, and I look over and I'm like, we got that. And then he scores 20 on the fly. It is more than fair to question, what are we missing about this equation? And if Kerr leaves, we'll never know, right?
I don't want to be that guy, Goo.
Oh, give it to me. You can. You're my guy. Who cares?
What was their record during those 16 games?
See that, and there you go. You're going back to the Minnesota series, but they lost all those games.
No, my point was it wasn't like he was the missing ingredient when Butler was there. Now that Butler's gone, everything changes.
That I get. I got you.
That's what I'm not telling you he should keep getting DMPs.
Yeah, no, I'm not even telling you.
He's got to play.
Like, I'm not giving Kerr credit for playing him now. It's mandatory, And I'm not robbing him of credit, but it's not like he woke up and said, you know what, Evan and Goo, I'm going to play him. You're playing him because you know you need him, and he's part of your team. But I just want to know, Evan, and maybe that, and I don't want Kerr out of town. I'm just telling you he's earned when he says, I want to dip up out of here. But it is something I'll always wonder about.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be unanswerable because the honesty, we just don't really know. Yeah. All right, let's go down to San Jose. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Daryl. Not our Daryl. You're not stuck in traffic. Let's go to Daryl in San Jose. What's up, man?
Hey, Guru. Hey, Evan. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Good, man. What's up?
Good. I'm glad you got in, Goo. We was waiting, man.
Yeah.
So,
I'm safe. I'm safe. Yeah.
Well, that's secondary.
There you go. That's right. That's what we need to hear. Hey, real. I'm trying to get this out. You was talking about best and worst, the best scenario, if they stay, I would think 2 first rounds, Porter Jr., Giannis, or Vichonis in the middle, but we got to move Jimmy, Dre, and Hield. That's my best scenario. The worst scenario, do nothing like last summer. If you do nothing like last summer, because Dunleavy don't want to get rid of Jimmy, Steph don't want to get rid of Draymond, I think it's going to get worse because you won't bring no wings in. Another thing about Kuminga, can he do 20 against every team, average, consistently? OKC, Houston? If he does that and don't turn into an ISO player, develops a jump shot at the elbow, you got to keep him. But don't try to showcase him for an ISO player just to get him off the books. If they would have developed his jump shot, you can't get rid of him. But he didn't turn into an ISO player to try and sell himself. He's too good of a player to do that. So that's my take. That's my best and worst. You guys, let me know what you think.
Have a good day.
I got you, D. Appreciate the call, man.
Oh, interesting, E.
Well, he is an ISO player.
But he ain't been a no player because he hadn't been playing.
No, but also the Warriors, and this, like, the idea of showcasing a player, I think needs to be sort of put to the side.
What, you don't like it?
No, but no one does it. If he was going to get showcased, why would he get DMP'd in 16 straight games?
That's very fair.
At least on this team. I don't think Kerr believes in, he's telling you, he doesn't believe in showcasing players. He believes in trying to win games, and he believes in doing it his way.
And Frank Sinatra. Let's be honest here. To the caller's point, Evan, and this is where I'm disappointed in Kuminga a bit. He hadn't picked up the Warrior system. So
no.
Will Richard has picked up the Warrior system on the fly. So is Pods, Moody. I know it's been some turbulence. And I'll just throw it to you. Why couldn't JK pick it up better and then help him get there? That's the answer we don't have. So, I saw him the other night. I thought he was overpassing. But he was reading the tea leaves like, I don't want to get yanked up out of here. Let me pass and it'll come to me. But here I go. How would you describe Jimmy? Would you call him an ISO player?
He can be. I think Jimmy's a chameleon.
That's the best compliment you could give a player.
Jimmy can play with anyone. Kuminga at this stage in his career cannot.
And who is that on? Is it both parties, you think? 5 years,
I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, he's had opportunities, and he's taken advantage of some of them. But when Jimmy got here, just like now the fact that Jimmy's gone, everything has changed because he does what Kuminga does, but at a far higher level. Like, the biggest obstacle to him getting in what he wants to do and getting minutes has been Jimmy Butler.
Yeah. You right on.
I mean, and look, and I do want to get back to the kind of the trades as well. We can keep talking about JK and Kerr and stuff, but to me, like if there's a trade out there, Goo, I think we have to think, and someone brought this up earlier, we have to think outside of the box. The players that the Warriors were previously not interested in, I think they have to be considered again, including a guy who is on the team they're playing tonight.
Oh, yeah. I think I know where you're going.
No, where I set this up earlier was I think that, to me, the best case scenario is you make a trade using Butler's contract because you can't use him, but you can use his money. Can you somehow turn Jimmy Butler into Anthony Davis?
I love it, but why would Dallas want that 55, if not more, from Butler, and he got another year on the books?
You would have to include something else.
Okay.
Maybe it's Kuminga. Maybe it's a few other players.
But if it were Pods?
Maybe it's a pick. Well, yeah, that's fine by me.
Okay.
But the point is, Butler's not going to be able to help you a lot next year.
There's no doubt, man.
Anthony Davis is injury prone. There's no doubt about it.
When he's available.
Which he's going to be more than Jimmy because he doesn't have a torn ACL. And
I'm in.
And my thing is, he's a lot cheaper than a Giannis. He might be cheaper than an MPJ because the Mavs want to move off of him.
Gives us rim protection.
I'm not saying that that's the solution and that's going to automatically catapult the Warriors back into contention. But my point is we have to be more open-minded now with Jimmy Butler tearing his ACL. And to me, Anthony Davis cannot be off the table. It makes more sense to trade for Anthony Davis now than it did 3 days ago when Jimmy was still on the team.
I love it, and you have come a long way in regard to being, sitting on that fence right now. But I will tell you, Mike D has to be Irvin Magic Johnson damn near to pull this off with any team that would take on Jimmy, that contract, Evan. And at this point, you're saying if you're the Warriors, you got to go Kenny Rogers all in, the gambler.
Well, that's true. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Ceremony Ford's got over 40 Explorers in stock and ready to roll today. Get $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. Ceremony Ford off 280 in Colma Daly City, not I-80. We're not fans of them right now. Or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com today. Your trusted Bay Area Ford dealer. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson back after this.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Let's keep having fun. These football playoffs are rolling on, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all this action because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy as you know. You pick your favorite players. They're going to go higher or lower on all the stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, interceptions, whatever. Get them right, pair them up. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, you got good defenses in these playoffs. You got weather in certain environments. I would really lean toward going lower than on passing yardage for a lot of these quarterbacks coming up. That's kind of been the trend. Underdog make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you are concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online ncpgambling.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
San Francisco, sun and clouds, mixed, high temperature 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
95.7 The Game congratulates our sister station Live 105 on being named Legendary Station of 2026 by the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. We welcome you to join them as they celebrate January 30th in Alameda. Get your tickets and all the details at 957thegame.com.
I went hand solo to get here. I'm arguing with Waze like, that's not the way. But I got here. Evan, I did some stuff, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm just reflecting real quick, Evan. My boy Raymond Mejia sent me this. Fatal shooting shuts westbound I-80 near Hercules after highway attack. Oh, so the guy got out messing with cars and they killed him. And I'm just thinking, I've been to a lot of funerals last year, and I'm always saying, if you got something, a relationship, pick up the phone and fix it. Tomorrow's not promised. Evan, I'm not making this about me, but I missed my job an hour and you guys had my back. But I'm just thinking about, man, what if the guy had been where I was at? You know what I'm saying? Like, today is not all bad, and I hate that happened, but man,
no, I mean
that's why it was shut down.
No, someone said it earlier, and it was I was joking about it, but seriously, no, I'm glad you're safe, and I'm glad that everybody else who wasn't impacted by that is doing okay. It's not worth trying to get to work on time in order to put yourself in a position of danger.
And not to bring the party down, it just goes to you never know. Those people that were affected or impacted, you never saw that coming. So.
Well, and I know
never do.
He put a lot of people in harm's way, or she did, but someone also lost their life today. Yeah. So, yeah, just glad everybody's.
Thanks for letting me share that. Yeah.
Glad everyone's doing all right. Goo obviously made it in
unscathed.
Yeah, 11:10.
Now, I got. So boy, I'm an hour behind.
You got to catch up.
If you're tired, let's.
I said that in jest, and I know you're listening. And it wasn't just to fill time. I'm dead serious. Like, you got 4 takes. You always bring 4 hours worth of takes, and you had 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Spadoni and Shasky, both Joes, are intelligent. You have to be intelligent to know. And as a master of personalities that I am, people can do stuff without doing it.
You think he was talking to you?
Oh, that's Joe. Guru might be here. Spadoni every time he was with words. And Butch was just drop dead quiet, funeral quiet. And I go, oh, I know they got jokes galore. But
well, this goes to show how much they know. Okay. They thought that Steiny was in.
Oh, they didn't know.
Because it was a Thursday.
Okay, look at you. I do got to get this off. Why am I excited? And is it unfair that I think Steve Kerr and the Warriors get to show us what Kyle and the Niners did with their injuries and where they got and how they kept it alive? Is that fair or is that fool's gold? Okay, Steve, Joe, Mike, and the team, show me what you got.
What is beautiful and also eye-opening about what the Niners did this season is I think we might find out how difficult it actually was. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Because typically when teams lose big pieces of their squad, they don't go up.
Right.
They go down.
But the Niners went up.
Yeah, but what I don't want is that to set a false precedent. So people expecting the Golden State Warriors to all of a sudden get better after losing one of their best players. And I think that's what to an extent Dunleavy was trying to do before he took the demand to demand. Before he was talking about that, he basically said, we're not a good team anymore, or the kind of contending team. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't go out there and try and that we shouldn't still pay attention to them, because my question is, what do you do about it? What do you do about it now that, yes, the reality is Jimmy Butler's gone. You are no longer as good of a basketball team. But you also, before you traded for Jimmy last year, you were a game below 500. You were a 12 seed, and you did something about it. That's why I originally, yesterday when you guys were talking about do they make a trade, do they not, I almost feel as if they are required to make a trade, whether to go one direction or another, because the one thing you cannot sit here and be Goo is a team that limps into the play-in, gets dusted, and just falls back on the 17th pick with no direction.
Oh, that was a couple years ago when we lost to Sacramento. Remember that?
Yeah.
In the play-in.
But at least that summer, you heard about, well, they want to get Paul George. They want to get Larry Markin. They were big fish hunting or big game hunting. I know you know a little bit about that.
That was like say it to me.
The Warriors have to be back in the business of at least thinking about big game hunting again.
And they could be in the woods possibly right now.
I think they are.
You said AD, Evan.
He makes so much more sense to me than he did 2 weeks ago.
If he can stay healthy, oh my gosh.
Well, but that's the thing. I don't believe that he can stay healthy, but the cold hard truth, the rat on the table brought to you by Adco Pest Control is Anthony Davis can stay healthier than Jimmy Butler because he doesn't have a torn ACL.
Man. So you grading on a curve like a little bit, like best ability is available. Well, he's not available right now, Evan AD.
Well,
like if we got him and the news sounder went off, we probably have to wait a little bit.
And I'm of the thought that if he stays in Dallas, he's not going to come back. But if he got traded to Golden State, he said he's seeking a second opinion. Maybe he would be back for the end of this season.
And that's why he went at Shams lies when it said he was going to be out. Maybe that's why he put that.
But the worst case scenario, if we're talking about it, is he would be back for next season. I think Anthony Davis, that has to be those kinds of players. All I'm saying is you have to open your mind to someone like that, to an injury-prone player, to a redemption-type story arc. You have to open your mind up to everything at this point because Jimmy Butler no longer is here. Thus, everything changes.
I'm with you,
man. In addition to the idea of, can Kuminga be something for us now? Again, I just think nothing is off the table right now.
All right. I'm with you.
888-957-9570.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Does that make said GM's job easier or more difficult? Well, where nothing's off the... Like, from a fan standpoint, it sounds like you're looking at Mike D, no excuses, or anybody in his position, like, go get her Larry the Cable Guy.
No, it's not that there's no excuses, but I just think that there's less margin for error now. Wow. So I think there has to be something done, but you do have to be careful about what, because you're at a place now where if you act desperately, you could really do some damage for not just this season, but the remainder of Steph Curry, which is obviously the one thing that they have to prioritize.
Yeah, you're too young, Evan. I've been desperate in life.
Well,
and it leads to hasty decisions you regret.
Lived a couple lives in these 30 years.
That, my man.
I'll say that. Coach Hall's been hanging on patiently in San Diego. Coach Hall, good morning, man. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm about to blow a daggone gasket in my car listening to some of these tapes, man. All right, listen, I've only rooted for 3 teams my entire life. I'm almost 40. The Bulls, the Pacers, because I'm from Nap, and the Warriors. I grew up on Run TMC in the early 90s. My dad actually worked at the stadium.
Wow.
So to see this, I'm a Warriors fan, okay, first, as a team. And I think we have a Kerr and Draymond problem. And I'm going to just, like my granddaddy say, put it where the ghost can get it.
Go ahead.
This started the Olympic year when Kerr wasn't playing Tatum, and we started getting this reputation of him not playing young guys and him not liking young guys. And I saw the podcast with DeMar DeRozan when he was on Draymond's podcast, and he said, Drake said, we tried to get you to come play here. And out of D Rose's mouth, he said, no, I don't want to come play for you guys. And it was like a snicker, kind of like an undertone of like, I don't want to be nowhere near around that system, which is broken, and that coach that does not develop young players. And we got to just be honest. We're walking around as a fan base as if our ish don't stink. Trades are hard. If people wanted to come play here, play with Steph Curry, top 3 greatest player ever, they would. Nobody wants to come play with us. and we are about to get rid of a young asset that we could have possibly built around, or at least go get another young piece. Draymond and Kurt are the problems. Aaron Gordon cooked Draymond. Julius Randle cooked Draymond. Austin Reeves cooked him all in the playoffs. He was dang near unplayable against the Celtics in that championship run. We got to just be honest with ourselves, man. This thing is over. Just don't put a Band-Aid over a wound that is gushing out blood. We just need to rip it off, see what Steph wants to do, and just rebuild, man. This thing is over. That's just my opinion.
Hey, don't hang up. I want to hug you through the phone because I'm in the same doctor's office with Draymond-itis. Everything you said, I swear to you, it's not personal for me. I agree. But for you to say to them, take off the Band-Aid, they don't look at Dre as a problem. Dre can do whatever he wants. So that's why we're stuck. In 10-2, we call that guy out when it needs to be, but they don't look at Dre as a problem, and that hurts me as a fan, man. I'm being real.
Let me ask you this, Goo. Okay, so Steph to me is maybe the second or third greatest player behind Jordan, Kobe, Bron in there somewhere.
Okay.
Do you think Kobe would let, if Kobe was on our team, would Kobe let Draymond or management get away with the things that he's done? He's basically no call, no shows to work. He gets attacked 20 seconds into the game. He's been suspended. He's choked. He's kicked. He's punched people. Like, this is asinine when we really sit back and think about it. And we could have got rid of this problem. We could have got ahead of the problem way beforehand. And to me, Dre and Steph look phony to me because if they really wanted Kuminga to play, they got enough power to go say, hey, Kurt, stop. Cut this out, man. Cut the BS. Put the kid in. We need buckets. That stuff Kurt said about we got players, good players that can help us win other than JK. If we did, we'd be winning more games. And we wouldn't be struggling to win. Like, we just gotta just keep it real, man. It's like the whole system is broken. I'm not letting him pull the wool over my eyes. I see what's going on. We got a Draymond and a Kurt problem, and Steph is stuck between a rock and a hard place because of loyalty. But if it was me, which it will never be, I don't have that kind of money, I would have been got rid of Draymond and just ripped the Band-Aid off and rebuild.
Thanks, Coach All. Appreciate the
Man,
call.
Evan.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
That hit me more than you'll ever know. Okay, I'll just start with that, and then I'll wrap this up with this. I think the biggest flex and compliment I need to give one Draymond Green, who is a big reason that this dynasty was built, is whatever he's done to make Steph loyal to him is greater than anything that Coach and he was on fire to me. And others think about Draymond and where he's at and what he's getting away with and what he's not bringing to the table. But, Evan, that's Draymond's biggest flex, is the best dude on the team for whatever reason, and I can think of a lot, here not a lot lately, made Steph, the captain, have his back. Like, I can't take that from Dre, and I don't know what it is, but it's got to be major because you and I, as you look at me today, know just how smart, how much of a killer, how astute Steph Curry is at the game of basketball and what he means to it. But for him to never turn his back on Draymond, I don't look at it as a weakness. He has his reasons.
I also think that's why he's never going to be a guy to pound the table to get something that's unattainable. He's not LeBron. I think that's what makes Steph so great and certainly different from him. He's not the GM. He's not going to try and trade everybody. He's going to try and make the most of what he has. And right now it's not a lot, obviously, without Jimmy Butler. Oh, by the way, and I know you love this guy. You know how many games Kobe Bryant won the last 2 years he was on the Lakers?
I heard you guys. How many have been?
21 and 17. Okay, Kobe would never stand for this crap. He played with Nick Young for 2 years.
But he won a chip with Andrew Bynum.
Yeah, 7 years prior to that.
Yeah, I got you. We all age.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now before our very eyes. The Warriors are getting old.
But Steph's, you Butch and Spadoni talked about, he's still averaging 28. He's giving you 28.
No, he's playing great. I'm not talking about Steph. My point is of these people who think that all stars go out on top. Even the most maniacal competitor, even the most hard-nosed,
We saw
overly
Bird get
aggressive
injured.
guy.
Yeah.
No, but like Kobe Bryant stunk. That
But he
team
tore his
stunk for the last
Achilles
2
too.
years.
I got you. And they were loyal to a fault. But he tore his Achilles, and they were just, we love you, we know what you mean, and that happened. But I do feel like that injury to Kobe just sped up your old process like a million miles a minute. You know what I mean?
No, it did, and it expedited the end of his career for sure. But the point is that everyone thinks that like stars get to hold everyone else accountable. That's not how it goes. Front offices are there for a reason. Head coaches are there for a reason. We may disagree with them, but Kobe Bryant didn't run the Lakers. Steph Curry does not run the Warriors.
Well, could one make an argument
that they should have?
Like, how can he be blinded, Curry, right now, where Draymond is just as a player? How can you front it to or even tell yourself this dude is doing more good than bad? And we can look at the plus minus in the month of December. Okay, you can say, I'm cooking the books. We watch this team. What is Draymond doing that has Curry like he's Elliot Ness? Like Draymond's untouchable. And my last thing, Evan, before you go, the coach, if you think coach who just called in, and Draymond are a problem, well, one's about to be alleviated because Kerr looks like he may be out of here. Then what do you do with Draymond? I'm telling you can't do anything. He's Kobe to the Warriors, like you say Kobe was to the Lakers, without the benefit of being a top-tier player.
No, he's not.
But he gets the benefits of it.
And maybe this is the year where they figure out that they need to move on from him. Wow. I don't think it is, because you've already passed the point of no return. Like, Draymond's not going to help.
Options.
No, the Warriors are saying publicly that they don't want to trade Draymond because they may know they can't.
I'm laughing, but you might be very...
Dunleavy's line about demand might apply more to Draymond than to...
Wow, man.
I don't know. That might be out of bounds, but the point is that guy has one more year left on his deal, just like Curry does, just like Jimmy does. And the Warriors are going to have to try and make the best of their situation when their second best player just tore his ACL. That's incredibly difficult to do. Let's go to Manly Man, who's in the city. Manly Man, what's up? Welcome to the program. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Goo, I'm glad you're safe and everything is good there.
Appreciate you, man.
Hey, life comes before everything else, and family,
Yep.
Couple of things. I don't think Anthony Davis is our answer because he's old and we need to get younger, number one. Number two, Draymond did say that he would be happy to be traded if it was for the Greek Freak. So, that is out there and still available, but very highly unlikely, and only with Steph's blessing would that happen. Number three, I think Kerr is part of the problem, but, how are we going to get into that? But here's what my suggestion is. We need to get younger. And before the injury, Ja was available for basically another player or a swap, and that was it. Ja is still available, and Jared Jackson is not going to stick around. We packaged Jared Jackson, Ja, and Vincent Williams for Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, Buddy Hield, and Guy Santos. And we include 3 first-round picks and maybe 1 swap if we have to. So you're getting 2 for Jared Jackson and 1 for Ja, which is more than what his current value is. You get younger, you get taller, which is what we need. We keep Kuminga because we're getting rid of Butler because of the contract, and that's the only reason. And those are reasonable things. Everybody has a price. Our price cost us more because of the injury. So we would have been able to get Ja for maybe a swap and a good player. Now it costs us a pick. And if we have to do 4, we're getting younger, and that's the key. And we're getting taller. That's a huge key. And the other player that's available that's out there that's under controversy is Ball. Ball would be a great asset. He's young. He can shoot. He can control the offense. And everybody has injury problems, yes. But we have to get younger. And I think the Ja and JJJ is a key to our success now and in the future. And, everybody's available for trading, in my opinion, if they have the blessing of Curry.
Thanks, Mainly Man. Appreciate the call.
Now, that goes to what you said, Kurt. The Curry doesn't, get into that stuff.
Well, I don't think he does.
You have to run it by him, right?
Yeah, I mean, any trade they make, you probably have to ask Steph. I'm sure they asked him about Jimmy.
I know everything.
They presented it like, we think that this is the best way to help you.
Do it, yeah.
And then if he has their trust, which he does, then they'll come to an agreement.
Evan, I'm so desperate.
Ja Morant
I would take him. I would take, because the future. And they lost to Atlanta at home last night. I watched that game. Oh my gosh.
Would you mortgage your future for Ja Morant?
Okay, my question to you, Evan Giddings, what is my future right now?
Your future is 4 unprotected first-round picks.
But that doesn't necessarily guarantee I'm going to be back by 2030, 2031, 20.
Oh, I agree.
We can do what we've just done with the trifecta of Kuminga, Moody, and James Wiseman. But you're being proactive for the sake of this conversation. Evan, I would take that chance. I don't want to do the dance of doing all the intel and drafting Evan Giddings out of, where'd you grow up, E? I know it was
El Cerrito.
I want to say Richmond. Can I say Richmond?
It's not the same.
Okay. El Cerrito.
No. I'm not saying that like it's a bad thing. If I'm in the East Bay and I say I'm from Richmond and someone asks me what neighborhood and I say I'm from El Cerrito, I'm going to get clapped. Like, that's, no.
And me from the U saying I'm from Oakland.
Yeah, you can't say you're from Oakland. You're not from Oakland. That's how it works.
You are right. I've been with cats from the U and we'd be somewhere else. I'm proud
of being from El Cerrito, man.
Yeah,
I like EC.
Stick your chest out. Yeah. But you get where I'm going, E? Like, you might not pan out. So when you say it now, it almost looks better, and I get the future, but then what if that doesn't pan out and we miss and continue to miss?
Sure.
I'd rather take, Jared Jackson. Like, I'm desperate.
Well, Jaren Jackson, and maybe that ends up being the case. I don't know. I think that Memphis is going to want a lot for either of those two players, especially them together. You're going to want the world.
All right.
And you've already seen that the ceiling of Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. is, a second-round series?
Right, I got you.
Is it worth sacrificing everything for that? Maybe they decide it is. My thing is, if you, and this is why I say it's the worst-case scenario, if you trade every available draft pick under the sun, which would extend out for the next 6 to 8 years for a player or players that doesn't move the needle, then we're back here in 365 days saying the Warriors need to make a move. The Warriors need to do something. And the God's honest truth is you can't, because you went all in on pocket aces and you end up getting beat by a guy with a full house. That's just,
I love that.
And you don't want to be in that situation. There's risks and reward.
And those dudes aren't Giannis. Like you're describing.
If you could get Ja Morant for players and maybe a first-round pick, I would consider it. Yeah, I do think you have to think outside the box. I just believe that Memphis, who just traded Desmond Bane for 4 firsts and a player, is going to want more for those two guys.
Oh, man. Just think about, now you got me, Evan, now I'm down in the dumps. Bane got 4 firsts. So what's Memphis going to ask for these two?
I think they're going to want quite a bit. Yep, see, this is the 925. I knew this is where we're going to go.
Uh-oh.
Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys text line. Us from Richmond, don't allow you from EC to claim Richmond. That's what I'm saying.
He did say
I'm from EC. I will never claim Richmond.
Oh, love your city. I got you.
For the land of the Gauchos.
I was just curious, man.
Land of the Gauchos. All right. Again, the other part, too, about this is, does Steve Kerr's future matter at all right now for the remainder of the remainder of the season, but like the scenarios are kind of considering?
Now, what if I told you from a fan standpoint, it does, but to the players that are already living this and may be in the know and know he's out, I would say no. But for one particular player, Kuminga, if he knew that and Aaron Turner knew it, why would just a few days ago they demand a trade? Or it could be bigger than Kerr. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to answer that, Evan. I just know from a fan standpoint, if my assistant coaches are worried about their future and I understand it, then I think it's fair for us to be like, well, what's going on with the tutelage of this team? Mainly the younger players. How invested is everybody? And some listening right now could be like, oh, dude, you're so unfair. That's foul. But I can make a case, Evan, if that's the case and that's how they're feeling, that is a distraction.
Well, I don't think it's much of a distraction because it sounds like from Murdoch's piece, everyone has an idea of what's going to happen. Wow. And for those who didn't read it, this was from Logan Murdoch of The Ringer. Though Kerr has publicly been mum about his future, multiple assistant coaches have been operating under the premise that he will not return next season, according to team sources, with some surveying the league to secure jobs next season. For example, last month, longtime assistant Chris DeMarco left the staff to be the head coach of the WNBA's New York Liberty. So to me, I think people know this unspoken factoid about the Warriors and their choice or Steve Kerr's choice. And we can get into more on the other side because we got to hit a break here. Right. But I do think that it makes a difference. I also got to talk to you about Brandon Ayuk. Okay. I know that we were pretty hot on that yesterday.
Text too. I will see if he come at me. I didn't say anything bad. That's my guy.
No, it actually might be about me. By the way, Evan Giddings filling in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. He's taking a day off. Daryl the Guru Johnson in as well. A reminder, Warriors This Week is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and you know the big game is almost here, and there's nothing better to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by, get this, getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks is available right here in California, and you know, I've downloaded the app and I've been playing ever since. Tonight, we got the Warriors on the road in the Lone Star State, and I have Draymond Green with more than 5.5 assists. Let's go, Warriors. And now Prize Picks has a new feature alert. It's called Early Payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today, and I got you covered. Use my code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code GURU957 to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineups. Prize Picks. Feels good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
Would you consider yourself a mentor?
No, absolutely not.
Now, why is that?
Because I don't care enough about anybody else but me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And that's why he's off today, ladies and gentlemen.
I got to defend him. People that don't, he didn't mean that.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he
Steinmetz is a nice guy.
Yeah, he's got 3 daughters. He doesn't mean that.
But I talked about this earlier. Maybe you heard in the car. Maybe you didn't. He's probably not listening right now, so I can say this. He's load managing.
You oughta.
Yeah, he needs it. I like
He's
it.
load managing today.
I like it for him.
I do too. He's going to be in a way better mood tomorrow than he would have been today.
He was like, I'm out Thursday and I'm just smiling like buckwheat. I was like, he's just like cheese and Eddie Murphy.
I do think that is one of the biggest differences. Not saying that other shows don't do this, but if one of you guys comes in, it's like, you know what, I need a day. I think I'm going to take Monday off. All of us are like, let's go. Let's go. I want to prop you up. We'll be there for you. We got your back. Just like the first hour of the show. It's no problem.
It was a problem. Listen, it was a problem. I was like, Evan, help me out. I do have to say this. I did some Guru Analytics.
Oh, Sonny's listening.
And 94. Is he listening?
I could have sworn he wasn't listening.
Oh, my gosh. And of my misses last year, Evan, as you filled in, I feel like 96% of my misses were funerals. And I bring that up or something bad.
A little lower.
Hospital visits. Yeah,
for sure.
So I talk too much. But there wasn't a lot of vacation in there. And I want to fix that. Like what Steiny's doing today, that R&R. You need that.
Yeah, and he'll be back tomorrow. He's going to be locked and loaded.
I
He'll
want
be
to
ready
do
to
more
go.
of that this year. Like, I don't want it to be, he's at a funeral or somebody's in the hospital. If that's worse than work, that's draining.
We'll just take more vacation this year.
Or go somewhere to vacay.
Where do you want to go?
I'm the king of staycation. What's that say about my life?
You know, actually, I was talking to a friend last week. We went out and we're having a couple drinks. And we were just talking, where do you want to go? Where do you want to be? And she says, I'm going to be honest. I really like San Francisco. I don't think I want to go anywhere.
Wow, tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I got to respect it.
Oh, Snyder, we got him on.
Hey, Warriors fans, it's going to be okay, all right? You could be the Giants. You know, they made a move today.
Oh, I had a lot of stuff going on. The shutdown. What was it? I didn't hear.
They traded a minor league catcher, Carlos Martinez, to the Marlins for money.
Yay! Okay. Buster!
They're making moves.
Yeah. So are other teams. Freddie P. in the Big Apple.
Everyone's making moves except for the Giants. That won't be the Warriors' deadline. I can guarantee
forgot about. No, I'm being real, Steiny, listening too. I'm talking to you.
What?
You didn't forgot about Adames, huh? Devers? Like, have you guys forgot? Those don't just
talk to me in spring training when Adames is hitting 500 and then shows him and goes 1 for 40 to start the season.
Hey, back to the Warriors, but I got to give him credit. He was awful. You got to give him love for putting it. He went on one.
He's not happy with this. He's not happy. You know how to talk his language.
I got to say something.
Yeah.
I felt some type of way that I personally sent him a text of the article of the I-80 shutdown and then put under it, I'm letting Evan down. And you know what bothers me about it, guys?
What?
There was no response. I guess maybe I needed a little, just hang in there from my man. And it was just cricket.
Well, of course, he doesn't listen when I go Sputnik for half an hour, but he listens when we take shots at him. All right, let's go to...
Did you really call me Forrest Gump?
Yeah, you're in the middle of everything.
I didn't like that either.
Well,
I turned out.
That's not. I hear you.
Wow. Tell us how you really keep going.
I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that.
Wow. I turned the dial.
I don't even know.
Ratings down.
Yeah, I don't even know if I want to.
Ken, you didn't jump in.
I want to dive in the middle of this.
I pictured you left Forrest Gump.
But the context, Goo. He's not saying you are Forrest Gump.
And he kept going, though, and had some alcohol. Ain't no telling what else would have came
Forrest Gump was an All-American. Forrest Gump was there for Watergate. He fought in Vietnam.
I'm fighting for my life to get in, and I'm the black Forrest Gump. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, I love you. We're the most toxic show at the station.
If you were the real Forrest Gump, you would have ran here.
Yeah, right. Oh.
Let's go to Christian, who's in Fairfield. Christian, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. What's up, fellas?
What's up, C?
Good, man.
Hey, what's that? Hey, Goo, we live in a crazy world because when they said Guru stuck in the worst accident ever on I-80, I went straight to Google.
And it was there, but it was something else. Police activity.
No, yeah, it was something serious. You're not capping, but I'm just saying, look at how crazy the world is. We got to go fact check to see if you were capping or not, and you're going through something.
Yeah, I'd have did the same.
I know. But, Evan, I got a trade for you for the Mavs, but that was my second idea. Because it's Coach Hall and Google, you're 100% right. Everyone can see Draymond cannot guard the power forward no more. He can only guard centers. Look at it. He guarded Wemby well. He guarded Giannis well because he can't shoot, and he guarded Cat well. So I think they want to go let Kerr and Draymond the ship sink. So if they're going to go with the ship sink, the trade for the Mavs, for me, would be Jimmy, J.K., and Buddy, because J.K. and Buddy been getting DMPs, plus the next year's first for A.D., Gafford, and Clay, if they want to go out, the big three together with Kerr, and then just see what happens. But what I actually would do, I would call the Hawks and send J.K. and Buddy for C.J. McCullough because his contract's expiring. He can fit right into doing what Jimmy did. He played with Dame before, so he could start Moody, Steph, CJ, Draymond, and Post, keep the bench how it was because the guys you're sending don't play anyway. Then at the end of the season, you have an expiring Jimmy and that $30 million to CJ, and then maybe you can go in a different direction with a coach and see what happens with Steph maybe having 1 or 2 years left. So that's my idea. And the worst case scenario that no one's talking about is Steph saying, hey, I want to go play for the Knicks. That's who I wanted to draft me. I'm not letting this ship sink. I'm not Kobe. I think Kobe's one of the greatest ever. That's my favorite player. But he went out with the ship sink in the last 2 years, like Evan said. So that's the worst case, is Steph saying, see you later. You guys have a good day. Glad you safe, Phil.
Hey, right on, Christian.
Thanks, Christian. Appreciate the call.
And I think you threw that out to the boys this morning. What is Curry getting to that point? I don't think that will happen. But I was all down yesterday, but I got myself back off the mat. Speaking of Matthew Steinmetz, I'm really excited to see if Kerr and this team can get their niner on. Is that too simplistic, too dumbed down, or is this an opportunity for Steph Dre to get out of his doldrums and ball out and do what the Niners did? Or no, Goo, this is different. This is basketball. It ain't football.
Well, I do think that there's one common thread, and that's they have a player who's able to step in who can give you something. Tatum Bethune is not Fred Warner, nor is who's my guy? Wallow.
Okay.
Garrett Wallow, Eric Kendricks. These guys are not Fred Warner. Jonathan Kuminga is not Jimmy Butler. But can he score 20 a game? If he plays a lot, maybe he can. He scored 24 in the series against Minnesota. He's not going to give you everything that Jimmy Butler gives you, but can he give you enough around Steph and Dre and whoever else he's going to be playing with to help you win some games? I don't know if they're good enough to go with whatever you equate 5-3, which is what Mac Jones did without Brock.
I was just going there.
I don't know if they can get better, but yeah, you can go win some games, sure.
Now, and you brought it up this morning with the guys again. I was listening, E. My worst nightmare on Warrior Street is we turn into the team that needed Jimmy when we had Wig. And the reason I bring up Wig, could we get him back?
You want Wiggins?
I would take him in a Bay Area second.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. That doesn't really do it for me personally.
His familiarity with what we do, we're desperate, right?
Well, I think that's something that just maintains status quo. So again, are you trying to get better this season? Or are you trying to get worse? I think the Warriors are going to have to make a choice. And I don't think that I don't think they want to tank. I don't think they want to lose. Now, if the next 2 weeks let's say you go, 2-7 or something.
Oh, that would be nasty.
It would be, but then you would be forced to make a choice. All right, well, we're not winning. We're not playing well. This Kuminga experiment's not working out. Maybe we try and trade him. Maybe we try and move off of him. We try and look towards the future. And by future, I mean next season. But right now, you're playing the Dallas Mavericks tonight. You got the T-Wolves over this weekend, 2 games.
Oh, I don't like it at all.
But, can you go 2-2 on this road trip? I think that's and I understand why, but we're obsessing over all of these moves that are going to set the Warriors up for 5 years from now. And I really think that Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green, the collective healthy brain trust, is looking at how can we win tonight.
No, I love that. And I did a horrible job yesterday, Evan, of trying to tell you and Stoney and the listeners what I meant by, could you imagine the deadline had passed and this injury happened? You don't have what I'm dubbing the luxury of the deadline. And I think Mike D and Lacob are going to tell us what they thought about their chances by utilizing the deadline, using resources, future draft picks, because I can make an argument the one bright side of this injury is this timing, Evan. You got a reprieve if you use it. Get out of jail free card. The guy might not be Jimmy. Maybe he's better than Jimmy. I get the odds of that. But the fact that the deadline is still before us, I could tell Mike D, get in the lab and make it happen, Captain.
Make what happen?
Get us some talent. Season's not over. Maybe if Jimmy's not out there, get us something close. Christian was talking about C.J. McCollum. I'll take Wiggins before him. But if you're bringing up AD, I'm in on that. Jared Jack, I'm in on everything that shows me the org said we tried even when Jimmy went down to do something.
Well, the reason why I would be in on Anthony Davis is not because I think he's going to step in and help this team immediately. Because
what you mean?
He's hurt. He can't help you.
All right, but he's coming back.
Yeah,
right.
But because I'm assuming you're not going to get anything from Jimmy Butler for not just the rest of this season, but for most of next season. It's a 9 to 12-month injury. And in the meantime, I need something. AD might not come back this year, but he'll be available next year. And he's injury prone, but I hate to break it to you, Jimmy's injured. So the reason why it makes sense to me is you can get a player that might help you at the end of this year if he comes back or next season, and you don't have to mortgage your entire future for him because Dallas wants to get rid of him. The only obstacle that I see in that is that the Warriors don't want to take money back. So they have orchestrated and they've set up their books so that everyone except for Moses Moody and Buddy Hield come off the books at the end of next season, right? Jimmy, Draymond, Steph. All their most expensive players are done heading into the summer of 2027. So that would be the one hang-up is AD has a year left after that. And it's at max money. But I just feel like those kinds of moves, I don't know, maybe it's for some people might be a Zion you try and look at. You know, a player who's injured, a player who's flawed, but has superstar talent.
I said I didn't want him. I'll take Zion in a minute too.
And he's probably going to be out for most of it. But the point, like the fact is, you're not getting anything from now until at the very earliest, what is it, December? Probably January.
And you're not
getting anything from Jimmy Butler. It's the cold, hard truth. And I do think the Warriors, while they owe Steph something, they might owe Draymond something. They don't owe Jimmy Butler anything except for $57 million.
I get all that. I'm with you. And how many days we got, Evan? The 13th? Before the deadline's over?
February 5th. So,
the 5th?
Oh, no, I'm not great at math.
I'm thinking of Valentine's Day. That's the 14th.
Yeah, that's not a date that's on my radar right now, brother. No, well, no, TBD. All right, let's go to Devon, who's in the Uber. Devon's been rising up the ranks lately. Dang. What's up, Devon? How you doing, man?
Hey, how are my guys doing, man? I'm all right.
There you go. Be safe out there, baby.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm right now. I'm at the Trail Hill now, about to give me a little deli sandwich. This is what I wanted to say, man. I've been sitting here thinking, listening to you guys' genius, you know, and the way I truly feel is this. I think the Warriors front office needs to have an intervention with Steph. They need to sit down somewhere and with some calming music in the background and ask them some questions, man. And you got to speak on the salary cap, and you got to talk about the possibility of restructuring contracts, and then speak on how realistic it is to win another ring. Because the big part of this is you have to ask them to choose. Like, there's an ultimatum here, Steph. Do you want to play with your partners, right? Like Gary and Dre, people you want on the team, or do you want to win a ring? But it looks like you can't do both via production, right? And so you got to ask him where he expects the help to come from when a lot of these guys are just specialists. Either they're good at defense or they're good at shooting, you know, and sometimes they're inconsistent there. So it's like, hey, Steph, you want to play with your friends and you want the bag. Please educate me, too, on, because I know about NFL contracts from experience, but NBA could be different. And it's like, is it possible for him to restructure his contract right now, you know, as far as taking less now and maybe more later, or sharing the wealth a little bit? Because something like that has to be done for some real help to come, you know? And I think that now that Jimmy's hurt, maybe they get some extra cash, like a little bit extra. But help me out with that, man. I think Steph needs an intervention because you can't have everything you want. You can't have the bag. You can't have your friends. And you can't have a realistic opportunity getting the ring. Help me out.
I got you, Devon. Well, unfortunately, the reality is next season, Steph Curry is going to be making 62.5.
Good
and
Lord.
Draymond Green is probably going to opt into his 27.6 player option. So you can't rip it up. But beyond that, then you could have a conversation about what you want to do with those guys in those contracts.
And Jimmy got what, 110 in 2 years from us? After that? Wow, man.
Yep, he's going to be making a lot of money, and unfortunately, he will not be playing because he has a torn
And
ACL.
he was just balling too. That's the worst part. They were too.
Yeah, they were starting
but he was looking frisky.
I mean, I wasn't convinced that they were going to turn the corner, but they'd been playing better basketball. That's the reality.
And who's to say real quick that they were not going to trade JK and get something, on JK's level to help the Jimmy version of the dub?
Now, that's one thing that the Dunleavy comment also makes me reconsider, which is...
It wasn't out there?
Okay, so if there wasn't demand when Jimmy got hurt, why would there have been a demand for him before? I don't think that they were... It's one of the reasons why I think he might have been on the team even if Jimmy didn't get hurt. I mean, this is the other option for them too right now, and some people have brought it up. Do you wait until the summer? Do you wait until the summer to make something happen? Or try to make something happen?
Well, you had last summer and all that attention. I mean, just to the Kuminga thing, I thought that's when it was going to pop off if it popped off. So maybe Mike wasn't lying, even though I felt like that was a cheap shot. It was unnecessary. Evan, do you really believe there are teams out there coveting Jonathan Kuminga and this is just their poker face?
I mean, the reports are there's one.
Zach.
Yeah.
And we've heard that all summer.
Yeah, and I don't want anything in Sac.
I got you.
Maybe it's DeRozan.
No,
maybe he's a placeholder. And I don't know.
Toronto kicked their ass last night.
Yeah, and they should because the Kings are not very good. Although the Warriors didn't look very good the other night. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Kerr with Wilder and Dibbs yesterday. He was asked about if the Butler injury makes them more or less aggressive at the deadline.
Yeah, that's really a question for Mike Dunleavy. And my experience with the trade deadline is everything heats up in the last week. And so that's something that Mike will and his group will be all over. He kind of shares with me when, there's some possibility that's out there. But at this stage, again, that's all Mike. I'm focused on the guys we have and the road trip that we're on.
I think the injury makes them less inclined to trade Kuminga than they did before. And that's because now he's more necessary than he was.
Yeah, no doubt. It's E equals MC squared. The bottom line is, what did you really have to, and I'm saying I'm being negative or down, but what did you really have to trade outside of JK? That's it.
Well, you just had filler salaries and you had picks.
I got you, but
I just think the Warriors are, and their actions have told me this throughout the years, I think they're not an aggressive organization unless it makes sense.
Because they went and got Jimmy when you needed a heart transplant, they went and got a new young heart.
But they didn't give up anything.
That's why, but the basketball gods blessed you because that relationship with Miami and Jimmy got funky.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of how they've been able to keep what they have and at least remain competitive. I think people are under this assumption that the Warriors, after the championship, should have rattled off two more. I mean, they weren't supposed to win the fourth one.
I got you. That still is wow.
And yes, they missed on Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody. There were other players that were better. But I don't know. It seems like listening to fans, and I know everyone wants the Warriors to be as great as possible every single year, but that this dynasty was going to be the greatest one in the history of basketball.
And go forever.
Yeah, these things are cyclical.
Yeah.
They won 4. That's a whole hell of a lot more than a lot of other talented teams. Shoot, I mean, you look at the Boston Celtics. They won 1. They had their books set up to compete and contend for more. Tatum tears his Achilles.
Wow.
We don't know what they're going to be. I mean, they have good players.
I got you.
Jaylen Brown's still in his prime. They don't know what Tatum's going to be. Like the Boston Celtics, they have set themselves. Everyone talks about how, intelligent of a front office the Celtics have. Or
maxed
had
out. I got you.
When Danny Ainge. This might be their max. Is anybody going to kill them for not winning more than 1? Perhaps, but it's like they shouldn't have won 4. The Warriors should not have won 8 consecutive championships.
No, I feel you on that. They should have 6. He's listening. I'll never back up off of that. But again, let's just talk about the now, tonight. I know we're up against it. I will come in here tomorrow on Freaky Friday and be very upset if this iteration of the Dubs can't beat Dallas. I said it. I expect them to kick Dallas's ass tonight.
Well, they're 5.5-point favorites, so people expect them to.
Yeah.
I think they can win tonight. Okay, then you're 6 games above 500. Can you go beat Minnesota? Can you split 2 games?
Still in that damn Steve Young slot when it comes to the offs, the 8th.
How realistic do you think it is now for this team to get the 6th seed?
Again, it comes back to the answer they're going to give us about, hey, Kerr, can you get your Kyle on? Drop down and get your Kyle on.
Who's Mac Jones in this team? Is it Kuminga? Is Jonathan Kuminga Mac Jones? 888-957-957.
That's that. Wow. I'll
Is
give
he?
you my answer on the other side.
All right. Also get to more calls. Sorry, we got to hit a break here. Reminder to tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Warriors Live today is going to be at 3:30 for the 4:30 tip between the Warriors and the Mavericks. Willard and Dibbs will have you for that. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Emmy Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. Gerald the Guru Johnson. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Foster Farms Simply Raised Boneless Skinless Chicken Breasts. Thin sliced or tenders, buy one, get one free when you buy 2. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters, rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Let's go. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Discover the luxury of Monogram appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. At Monogram, it's not just one detail, it's many. From preheating your oven with voice control to checking your dishwasher cycle from your phone. Monogram blends innovation with elegance. Right now, receive up to 2 free eligible Monogram appliances or generous credits toward the appliances of your choice. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to explore the full Monogram collection, showcased in stunning live working vignettes, or online at friedmansappliance.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. safe. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Flag on the play.
Oh, on you, Shasky and Spadoni. I just saw, I got to stick up for him right now. What was that bit you guys did on Grandy? Making fun of the organ? You guys were on one this morning.
Grandy's not in the back anymore, by the way.
I saw him walk in the hallway, and I forgot. That was on my list. What was that?
Well, Shasky was... Hold on.
Your team just lost, pal. Got handled. And you making fun of Grandy?
Well,
I didn't like it.
No, he was. No, Shasky was taking a shot at him. I just tacked on because
you did from the top row.
Well, I live with the guy. I can do that.
Well, there you go.
He says stuff about me. That's fine.
I'm trying to think what Spadoni. Spadoni was neutral.
Shocker.
Steiny text. I Googled. I see no accidents on the freeway.
Spadoni's always Switzerland. No, he's Switzerland, man.
That's a 4.
So Ken walks in during the break. By the way, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. I'll be back tomorrow. Goose here holding it down. Ken walks in during the break and goes,
I got here at 11.
Hey, you know it's not a Warriors Wednesday, right?
Oh, my goodness.
And I go, what do you mean? And he goes, it's Thursday.
And I looked from afar.
This is where I got to be better.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. You do that to Steiny about something every day, and King goes, it's not Wednesday.
You know, sorry, to be fair, we do have many drops of Steiny flubbing things.
Dude, that is...
Damn it.
Hey, Kenny, be a little careful.
Yeah, a lot of things.
Wow, Kenny.
Simmer, buddy.
Evan, that was funny, though.
Not today.
I'm looking like, okay.
I was Sputnik for the first hour. Now I'm Bobo the Clown. All right. I want to wrap up these calls, 888-957-9570. People want to get into the conversation
get some football
about
takes,
that's what I want to get to. I want to talk about exactly. And there was a lot that was said yesterday without a lot of words, to be quite honest. And I'm talking about Lynch and Shanahan. But before that, let's go out to the city. Talk to City Boy.
Our guy.
What's up, City? How you doing, man? Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. What's up, guys? You know, sports-wise, I've been a whole lot better. Life is good, though, in general. So
there you go.
That's good. I hope you guys are good, too. Yeah. You know,
Talk
the
to
Warriors,
us.
I live and die with this team, and I just love hoops, and I'm not going to be as measured and pragmatic as Evan is because, I'm the fan, I'm the fanatic, and I know Evan's a fan, but he's, he's honestly like Mike Dunleavy drives me insane.
Wow.
And you could have said the same thing in a lot of ways about
Myers,
about Bob too. And I love Bob Myers. I mean, what a great guy. I mean, I met him. He's a phenomenal human being. But if you look at all the moves he really made, not a lot to see. I mean, it's funny. It really, like Steph Curry, man, this guy he's so amazing. I mean, think about all the people that are going to go to the Hall of Fame because they were in his proximity. And I mean this. Even Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. Now, these are all talented, great basketball people, players. They are not Hall of Famers if they don't play with Steph Curry. Not a single one of them. I'm sorry. There's just not a chance.
Klay
Thompson might have been Dale Ellis.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson would have been Dale Ellis without him. I don't know what Draymond Green would have been without Steph Curry. But, and you could look at the executives too. I mean, a lot of people's careers were built on the backs of Steph. And these titles, even Kevin Durant, my goodness. I mean, Kevin Durant is probably closer to Karl Malone, without the championships because of the lack of leadership, And so, I just want to say, Steph Curry,
I'm with you,
whatever
baby.
you got to do for this man, you do it. And Mike Dunleavy, this dude is doing nothing. I mean, getting Jimmy Butler seemed like a boon last year, but let's be honest. We only got him because Miami was begging someone to take him, and they knew they had to extend him because whoever took him knew they had to extend him to get him and to get him to buy in. So, I mean, we extended an old guy, and he got hurt. And, I mean, Steiny would say it. Nobody's surprised by this. It's unfortunate. I love Jimmy. He's such a good player. Seems like a really cool guy. Like, I'm heartbroken for him and for the team to get injured like that. But it's not surprising, right? And, I mean, so, I think they're going to have to go out. And if I'm going to go out and get somebody that nobody else really wants, I'm not getting Zion. I'm not getting Anthony Davis. I'm going after Ja Morant because, for one thing, you're going to need a point guard in the future. And I know he's got the off-the-court stuff. The guy's a phenomenal player. He makes $40 million a year, and he just signed a 5-year deal, and they can't wait to unload him. So you go and figure that out. And, I mean, there might be some animus there because we've beaten them in the playoffs, and there was the beef and, the whole Draymond Green with the whoop that trick and all that. I mean, they don't like us much, but, it's professional sports. They'll get over it. But, I mean, go get me Ja Morant and go a DeRozan, an MPJ.
I'm with you.
I mean, I don't care what you got to give up. I mean, go get me 2 players. And, I mean, look, I'll tell you what. You offer them Jimmy and 2 firsts for Ja. Right? Take the Jimmy contract because they'll get off his money after next year. Ja's lined up for 5 years. I mean, they don't want to pay him for 5 years. They're not going to, right? So you get them off of Ja's contract. We give them a first-round pick or 2 to make it happen. And then you try and flip Pods and Kuminga for something else, And, I mean, sure, Giannis would be great. I mean, adding Ja and Giannis, I mean, that would be pretty fun, right? But, I mean, that's clearly unlikely, very unlikely. But maybe you get an MPJ. Add Ja and MPJ. Go get me DeRozan. Go do something. Show us that you're trying.
City boy, I'm hugging you through the phone. I'm hugging you right now because we're boys. I'm hugging you. I mean to cut you off. I just got to ask you this before we get out of here because Evan did tell me, and this is why when you talk about 2 for Ja, Bane, they got 4 for Bane. So they probably want 8 for Ja. I could be wrong, but I got to get this off my chest. Hey, Golden State Warriors on mine all day, every day. I do have a problem with Mike D and what I deem now a shot at Kuminga about that the demand. What did you make of that? Am I putting too much on it?
No, you're exactly right. What is this dude doing? Why would you even bother saying that? You can think it. You don't say it. Mike D has answer me this. When you're calling on the like I swear, if you're a GM, it's all about relationships. Is this guy a relationship builder? Does he strike you as somebody that when he calls and you pick up the phone, are you like, oh, it's Mike D. What's up, Mike? You know what I mean? Like they're laughing when the phone rings and it's Dunleavy. I'm telling you, there's no way he has the credibility, even that Bob Myers had. Like deals are done with credibility, and you lose credibility when you take shots at dudes in the press like that. Pat Riley can do that stuff. Mike Dunleavy can't. I mean, and what has he done? I mean, Pods was a decent pick. Pods has been playing well.
Jimmy Butler. I know we can't talk forever,
I
but
got you,
Jimmy
City
Butler.
boy. Yeah. No, sorry.
City coming with heat?
No, he is. And look, it's all fair. I know City, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
We disagree on this. I don't think that, number one, the Warriors will be able to acquire those players for what they have, because if you're using Jimmy Butler's contract, the team knows what they're getting as a player that they can't use now or next year. And there's no guarantee that he would re-sign after that, and you wouldn't necessarily want him because he'd be 37 or 38 years old. So you're gonna have to sweeten a deal if you want to use Butler's contract.
Okay, I'm with you, but where I get off, I'm with I'm
also,
with City Boy. I think he was too hard on.
To say he's done nothing is it's not true.
The Jimmy Butler trade was immaculate timing, and I know Miami wanted to just get rid of him. He didn't cost you the farm, but what about City Boys? This is where I disagree with him. Well, he ain't Pat Riley. I didn't like the comment, but we can't judge the cake until it's out the oven, right? In regard to his persona around the league is how other GMs are perceiving, oh, it's Mike D, let me pick up the phone. Business is business. So I just thought he was selling Mike D short on that. Oh, this is a nobody calling. Everyone's going to pick up the phone to see what you're talking.
Well, Mike D might have been hired, and this is where City Boys is probably onto something. It's like he probably was hired because he's a cooler, calmer head. You know, they don't want someone who's going to make rash decisions in a kind of a precarious place in the franchise's history. Like, if you make one mistake, you're going to set this team back for a long time.
But he was under Myers for a while, though.
Well, yeah, but he's not calling the shots as the AGM. He's contributing, and he's a part of the team, but he's not the one making those last calls, I don't think. But the point is, Mike Dunleavy Jr., the highest pick he's had is 16.
Oh, I got you. And
is Pods an all-star? No. As much as he wants to be, he's not. I don't think he will be.
I'm excited about Richard.
But he's a piece.
Yeah.
He's a decent bench player. You know, Will Richards playing. Every player that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is drafted, he doesn't like the junior. Mike Dunleavy's drafted has helped you in some way, shape, or form. And then we were wondering if you could go out and get the big fish. He got you Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler got hurt. Also, this idea that you should have seen this coming, this is where it's not just City Boy. I disagree with Steiny. No, I disagree with Steiny too. The only other player that's torn their ACL at this age in the last 20 years was Chris Anderson.
Oh, Birdman.
Yeah. Now, is an older player more likely to suffer from fatigue or a strain? Yes.
When did that
But a season-ending injury, to just say, oh, he's old, we should have seen this coming, to me, that's...
Right.
No, I'm sorry. That's not how it works.
I'm with you. And you feel how you feel, and we feel how we feel. But, you know, I keep using this word all week. The irony of this injury is Jimmy was looking fresh as he had been to me. And injuries, you never know, right? No check engine light. But, you know, again, I don't want to make this in. I know we're going to get to Niners about Mike Dunleavy, but the bottom line is he's up. He's at the plate, and so are the Warriors, and so is Joe Lacob. And I'm feeling City Boy in the sense that there's no return right now. You are on an avenue, Evan, of all in for Steph. I get it. And just because Jimmy got hurt, fans are still waiting and have their popcorn, the Michael Jackson meme, where he's eating the popcorn in the Thriller jacket. And we're watching to see what you can deliver or at least try to salvage. It might not work, but you got to do something because this team is currently constructed, even with Kuminga playing 25 to 30, Evan, this ain't it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM is the FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This is from the 415. I think it's a good point. Boxer and Gerson, worker injury attorney's tax line. I remember Dunleavy had to deal with the salary cap, was told to lower the payroll. Yeah, I mean, I think there's things that he had to do. I also just feel like he's more of a risk-averse individual, and people don't like, I would say, decision makers that abide by that. That's more how I am, and so maybe I more associate with decision makers like that. But I just, to me, and I've said it multiple times today, like, to me, just the worst thing that you can do, the worst case scenario is let's say you mortgage all of your picks for John MPJ, since that's who City Boy wanted.
Everybody does.
And that gets you to a 7. and then you get bounced in the first round. Like then what are we talking about? Then you have nothing to work with for the foreseeable future.
But what if it does?
And you took a swing.
What if it gets you to the Western Conference Finals via the 7th seed? And I know, but like you got to look at it through that. What if it in the playoffs you went on one?
Okay, well basically you would be betting on John, Steph, and MPJ because a lot of people think Draymond's done.
Yeah, and I think that's better than what you have now. Well, we know it's better than what you have now.
In the Western Conference, I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Do you think that's in the back of their mind too?
Yeah, about what move is going to get us to where we want to be
and who we got to face and go through.
Well, you only have so much to use, and the only thing worth a damn on the Warriors right now are their picks.
Oh man,
their players are nothing but salaries. Kuminga was brought back to be a salary, and now obviously he's forced into action. But Jimmy Butler right now is just a salary. If we're talking about who and how to trade,
I want to read this real quick to you. Jamu22 in the chat. Goo, no savior coming for the Dubs. And I know Christmas just went by, Evan. So are you telling me, Dub Nation, I'm going Christmas, there's no gift come Christmas morning for the Warriors in regard to a new stud? I'll just call it, we'll say a new Thundercat. Are you right now, as you read the tea leaves in the chessboard, would you say?
I think it's going to be very difficult to find the Jimmy Butler this year. But to their credit, we didn't think that Jimmy was coming last year either because he said he didn't want to play for the Warriors. And then money talks, you know what walks.
Great movie with Chris Tucker and Charlie Sheen.
I'm with you. David's in San Francisco. David, what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Great, guys. I just want to tell you, I really love your show. Okay, Guru and Evan, unbelievable show. I go back with Guy Rogers and Tom Meschery. Okay, that's how far I go back. But I just want to let you know that it's team chemistry that's the most important thing on winning a championship game. Okay? And I love Steve Kerr and I love Stephen Curry, the two greats that made San Francisco for what it is today. I wish Monte Hill was back. He was a great radio announcer and great storyteller, and I still watch him, and I love your show. The best show in San Francisco as far as I'm concerned. I love Zion Williamson and I love Wiggins. Okay, those guys, Wiggins a little older, 30, Zion 25, but team chemistry is so important. Thank you so much.
Hey, before you go, I got to ask you this. Before you go, you got a great voice. What do you do for a living? You got to use your voice, right?
Okay, I know that, and many people told me to be on the radio show, and I chose to work for a corporation, and I worked for them for 32 years.
Attaboy.
I'm born and raised in San Francisco, but I just love your guys' show, the best in San Francisco.
Oh, thanks a lot,
man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David. Appreciate the call, man.
Kenny, your number two, his voice better than yours and Evan's.
Well,
what was that?
Yeah, Ken's got a nice voice, but that was
the movie guy.
I was listening to, who is it? Our guy Stone?
Yeah,
the voice of God?
Yeah. That's who, boy.
Better be careful
Evan,
around now.
I said, that might be I-80 guy. That's too soon. You know what? I'm in timeout.
Let's...
That was scary voice first. Now that's what I'm saying.
Trevor's in Roner Park. Trevor's in Roner Park.
What up, baby?
Help us pivot.
Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh my God, I've been listening to you guys. I don't know where to start. I don't think that the players that are going to help Curry right now are on this roster. I mean, you know that, Goo. I've been calling it a lot, and I'm not going to sit here and talk anything about JK, but I don't think he fits into this offense. Not that I don't like him as a player, but I don't think he fits in this offense, which means they need to go outside of the Warriors, and that comes down to Dunleavy going out there and making things happen. I'm not super excited about Dunleavy's performance so far. Yeah, he brought us Jimmy Butler, but aside from that, I think it's been just really quiet since he's taken over. If you take a look at some of the players that are going to be possible free agents. Okay, so look at next year. Potential 2027 free agents are Joker. He's not going anywhere. Giannis might. Anthony Davis, Donovan Mitchell, Steph Curry, probably not going anywhere. Karl Anthony Towns, which I would love to have on this Warrior team, and I was hoping they would have made a move for him before. You got Kawhi Leonard and Kyrie Irving. Those are just some of the names that are free agents after this coming season. Possible, unless they opt back in, right? So knowing that, we should be aggressive right now, going out and trying to snag one of those guys if possible. I know Giannis is a long shot. You don't empty your bench and give up future draft capital for anybody other than Giannis, in my opinion. There's no other player out there where you say, oh, we're just going to give up the farm for that guy. I think Giannis is the only one, and he's even getting older. So the point is, though, moves have to be made, guys. If there is no moves made at this deadline, I would be shocked. I would be shocked.
I got you, Trev.
I think they need to get somebody that is a consistent shooter next to Curry, and there's nobody on this team that's a consistent shooter. Now, we have watched them kind of turn it up the last 6-7 games. They have played a lot better basketball, minus obviously losing Butler, which could be a big hit. But guys, they got to start making moves, and I'm not going to say you need to start from nothing, but championships are won when you bring players in. Your drafting is what does well over 2 or 3 years, and you draft Curry, you draft Draymond, and you get these guys through the draft and you let them build together. You can't just look at the teams that tried to put together a championship roster in a year to battle the Warriors when they were winning championships every year. It never worked because it takes time. And this Warrior team is going to take time to get there. You're just hoping you can get there before Steph Curry is done. He's still playing at a high level. It's still not like the red alarm. But you got to start looking at your drafting, and you got to start looking at some young players that you can bring in, even if you're giving up 2 or 3 guys on your roster for 1, 2, 3 to 1, whatever you need to do to just start building the blocks up.
I got you, Trevor. Appreciate the call, man. I think it's going to be tough for the Warriors to combine players to go get a better one.
They're not working with a lot. They don't have a full hand. I don't believe.
No, and I think Steve Kerr talking about how this year's team is a little bit better than the place they were last year. I'm also not sure I necessarily I buy it, right? Melton and Horford are here as opposed to last season. But I just think a lot of this year's team, the remainder of the year, it's going to look a lot like it did before Jimmy got here.
And, Evan, that is nightmare on Warrior Street. And the reason it's nightmare on Warrior Street is what you're telling me without telling me is Steph is about to get worn down. You're asking him to bench 400 pounds now with no spotter. Like, everything has changed, and that is what I'm fearful of. So I hope you're wrong. I get your premise. But tonight, when he gets out on that floor, Evan, even with the best Kuminga, there's not going to be Robin, who was Jimmy Butler. And I'm just wondering, we're not even at the break. Can he last and hold up?
Yeah, I think he can. That's what makes him special. That's what makes him one of a kind. And the fact that he also is not going to complain about it is, to me, what separates Steph Curry from other superstars in basketball. You see what Giannis is doing.
I don't know what you call that.
Giannis is booing people in his own building.
He wants that. That is all.
Houston is turning on itself. You're seeing what LeBron isn't doing in L.A. I mean, you're seeing what all these other superstars who have played in the league for 10-plus years are doing when they're not happy. They become spoiled children. Steph Curry's not a spoiled child. And that's why tonight against the Dallas Mavericks, I expect him to strap up the same way he did against Toronto. He's going to be guarded harder. But after the game, if they win or lose, he's not going to step to the podium and point fingers. That's what makes Steph Steph. And that's what makes the entire Bay Area love him. And the reason why he's one of one.
Yeah, I ain't mad at you. I'm just thinking of 2 weeks of this. And I'm not saying they can't win, Evan. Just the wear and tear on the one prize possession we got left on this team. And, to City Boy's point, that alone, if I'm Mike D or Joe Lacob, is my number one goal, is how do we eliminate more stress on that guy's shoulders? Because he's not built like a tank like LeBron James. But you're right, and I do look at it twofold. maybe there are times in life where you need to be selfish or tell people or stand up for yourself and not be a jerk, but sometimes let them know. And I used to tell my kids this, don't let people take your kindness for weakness. But you are right. He is not a baby. That hit me. But I'm wondering if he's earned, hey, Bob, hey, Joe, can I talk to you? Mike D, I know Jimmy went down, we're fighting, but man, I need some damn help in here.
And they would say, we got you help. And now we got to figure out how to replace the help. We got you help. The help's no longer here. Now we're going to have to determine how we get more help. I mean, I seriously, I think that their stance towards the deadline has changed as opposed to, well, can we find a piece using Kuminga? Maybe Kuminga is the piece. I don't think it's going to change a whole lot.
Yeah.
I think you want him to.
Well, you're right. Instead, I mean.
What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow. Daryl the Guru Johnson with us as always. We do have to get into this Niners thing. And we have to. I want to talk about a player. Jimmy Butler is no longer on the team because he tore his ACL. There's a guy who will never play another snap for the San Francisco 49ers, and it's his fault. And it's Brandon Ayuk. We'll talk about him on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Right, Bay Area, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, now is the time. It's the Ceremony Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yes, I know Bonte drives one, which tells you two things. One, the Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte makes a good decision every once in a while. Here's the headline: $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. Show up, pick up your color, and drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech, it's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. So head over to Ceremony Ford right now off of 280 Ceremony Boulevard in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked, and that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you are a loved one or in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax to its sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
95.7 The Game congratulates our sister station Live 105 on being named Legendary Station of 2026 by the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. We welcome you to join them as they celebrate January 30th in Alameda. Get your tickets and all the details at 957thegame.com.
This is football. You know, you just got to look at his numbers and stuff.
Bang! Bang! Line again!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Sometimes I do wonder, Evan, who I am, man. And
you're the guru.
And my thought process. No, I'm Forrest Gump, according to you.
Forrest.
Dude, that was hot.
Forrest Gump.
Go ahead.
No, floor is yours, buddy.
You know a lot about life and sports at your age. I give that to you. That's what's attractive about you, and why people gravitate to you, and why Stoney and I have allowed you to be a part of our life.
Allowed.
Yeah. That's what I said. So the Cowboys have just hired a guy I've never heard of. Christian Parker is their new, this was a big deal to me, their new defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He was formerly the Eagles passing game coordinator. So I click on, oh, he's a brother.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, chalk one up for the brothers. Evan, then it got me to thinking, just real quick, I'm going to go down this rabbit hole of how many, in all these jobs that are open, how many NFL teams have never had a black head coach? Could you name them? I was hoping the answer was 2 or 3.
Well, so this one, which you brought up, was the obvious one. New England.
Okay.
New York. After that, my mind goes to
not interim. These are like official. You gave them the
head
job.
coaches. Yeah. I would say no. Martin Lewis counts. Have the Ravens had one?
No, you got that one.
Okay, the one I get the buzzer.
No, he got that right. Ravens never had a black head coach.
Count the bucket.
Yeah.
The Niners. Oh, sorry about that. The Seahawks.
Boom.
I would say the Cowboys.
Boom. Shocker. A lot of teams in the South.
Jacksonville.
Bam.
Jacksonville.
You got what?
Miami counts, right?
McDaniel's mixed. He counts.
Oh, someone said Gerard Mayo in New England.
Flores.
So
Yeah,
I lied.
Mayo.
Yeah. No, Denver did. The Chiefs?
They've had one.
Okay. I feel like I'm going to get absolutely roasted for this segment. There's got to be at least
I'll just read
9 or 10 teams.
There's 11. That's a third of the NFL.
Oh, yeah, Mike Singletary.
Bills, can't do it. Cowboys, Giants, Jaguars, Panthers, Rams, Ravens, Saints, Seahawks, and Titans.
Not anymore for the Titans.
Well, you know what? You're right. Take them off the list. So 10. That's too many for me.
Well, that's the NFL.
Yeah.
But, I think, who is it? HBO did a segment on this.
Rooney Rule really
years
working.
ago. Well, that's the thing. It's if you just look through the entire staffs, it's not even head coaches. It's like assistant coaches.
Wow, man.
There's just not a lot.
I'm going to catch hell in the chat, but it's all good. Go ahead, E. I'm ready to talk this Niners because I got a bone to pick with you.
Well, but there was something else about this assistant coach that you didn't like. And it had nothing to do with race.
No, I need to know in football how Nick Sorensen did an awful job as the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. Do you know where he went after he got fired, E?
Where?
Dallas. He was the special teams coordinator. They were awful in his first year. So I'm wondering, how can a passing game coordinator go be the maestro of a defense? So do they just go to class and get versed in everything? So like McVay, you brought up, has Kyle been anything other, like coming through the ranks? Like, how can a passing game coordinator be trusted as a DC?
That I don't know. But what I also know is how many people are signing up to be the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator?
Well, it's not about that. It's about the qualifications.
No.
And you're taking a cheap shot. That's fine. But
no. I know, but they're probably slimmer pickings for the Cowboys. And maybe, I don't know this guy's resume. Maybe he was a defensive player in college.
Okay.
Maybe
that's what I'm asking. I don't know.
Like Kyle came up as, I think, an assistant to the head coach. He was an offensive guy. I think he started as a wide receivers coach, which he played in college. Like Sean McVay started with Washington as, I believe, tight ends coach.
Okay.
He wasn't a tight end in college.
But damn, passing game coordinator to DC. I'm just like, damn. And then some would say, and there probably are, go do some research. Maybe you're right. He played in college. But does that constitute, you know what I mean? Being
Also,
a
the titles are always different. I mean, passing game coordinator means you might just be responsible for figuring out what the opposing secondaries are doing against, in this case, Jalen Hurts, because he was the Eagles' passing game coordinator.
Because you might laugh, Nick Sorensen, you're a defensive coordinator, that's all you are, unless, you want to be head coach. But I didn't know he had in his portfolio, I could go be the special teams coordinator.
Yeah, by the way, me during that game we just played was Kyle yesterday talking about his special teams coordinator when he knew that. No. Who was our guy, Grant? He said was a long time running back in the league, and then John Lynch at the end just says he was a running back.
Kyle,
he was a linebacker.
No doubt. That was want to get away.
Yeah, that was me not remembering Mike Singletary. That's on me. All right. As for the San Francisco 49ers go, obviously yesterday, I know we talked about the substation. I know we talked about some of the other things that they brought up. But to me, the biggest thing was John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan saying literally and figuratively, Brandon Ayuk has played his last snap as a 49er.
And you shocked me this morning. You're not alone. I was coming for you. Because I feel like the Niners, and I heard Butch and Spadona, you guys all had good points. But my gosh, this is not and I'm not saying you guys said this, the Jonathan Kuminga scenario.
Oh, no.
The Niners did everything under the sun. And the most important thing in our world today that people sell their souls for is give this guy the bread. And I'm worried about Brandon Ayuk, the guy off the football field, but to double back and say the Niners should have saw this coming, and you, Spadoni and Shasky, were saying, well, and he did this or that. No, this dude's cost himself millions. But my gosh, the Niners looked and saw this was going to be the next great receiver for us and gave him the bread. Yeah, was there some animosity or back and forth with negotiations? Yeah, but to double back, I'm not, and say Kyle and John should have did something different and it's their fault that our boy's going through something. He is true. I heard Butch say it, and I agree with it. I am truly, you got a life. Worry about yourself. I will. But I am concerned about Brandon Ayuk. So I can't tell or say to John and Kyle, what were you thinking?
Why?
Because this dude he flipped. He's flipped. He's harming himself, and people remember he's made this amount of money. Nah, he kicked off 65 or tricked off 65 million. You'll miss that later on. My point is, Evan, this was a one-off to me. They paid him, and whatever happened in his world, I don't believe they should have saw any signs of him doing what we call or constitute the label that you put on. This dude just went AWOL, and I'm worried about him.
Well, his actions clearly got worse in their eyes after he signed the contract, and that all this stuff behind the scenes we may never know.
Right.
What I do know is there were signs before he signed the contract. We spent this entire summer of 2024 talking about should the Niners bring back Brandon Ayuk.
Right. At a certain price, though, right? It was about the money.
Yeah, and he got every single cent.
Yes. So they didn't, the person was okay.
They had every opportunity to get out from under him. Kyle Shanahan sprinted to the GM's office to prevent them from pulling a deal for Ayuk, knowing, now looking back on it, I feel maybe not sure, but confident. I can make an educated guess that Brandon Ayuk did not want to be a San Francisco 49er when he signed that contract, and has spent every waking moment since trying to figure out how to play for another team.
Wow, man. And otherwise, if you look at it from that, go ahead.
No, but that's on him. I'm not saying that blame doesn't fall at Ayuk's feet. It absolutely does. But to say that the Niners are completely exempt from this happening, I guess I just don't agree with that.
Okay, and that's why I love you. But I will say this, and I need to be careful. It's not like you drafted a player that was constantly in trouble with the law during his childhood, his adolescent, and in college, and then you get him like Reuben Foster. There were some signs that,
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this was not that with Brandon. And for him to be a part of your team, as you were successful, but him not be the quote-unquote number one, second fiddle to Debo or whatnot, whatever you want to call him, I just want somebody to tell me what they describe and label where Brandon's at right now with just his actions as a man. And Tupac said, only God can judge, so I'm not judging. But, Evan, I'm telling you, the Niners did all they could to me and supply him with this contract and put him up there with the Justin Jeffersons. They overpaid him. But I never once thought there were signs that he personally would do what he did and even walk away and cost himself millions to where now they're looking like, well, you should have saw it coming. Okay, there's some of that, Evan, but it can be a lot. And that's why I'm like, whoa, they fell in love. Yeah, they thought about it, gave him the bread, wrote the check, and this dude turned into something I don't even have words to describe.
But that's why I guess there has to be something we're not seeing here, because I don't believe that a person, once yes, money changes people, there's no doubt about that, but he approached this entire situation like he didn't want the money. Yeah. I mean, he's foregoing millions of dollars.
Dude, it's a lot.
And he might think that he could recoup that in some way, shape, or form down the line.
Good luck with that, but you're going to get some. But come on.
He knew that his choice of doing what he did was going to cost him his contract and millions of dollars with the San Francisco 49ers.
Evan, something else can be in it play. Like, why would you even put your John Hancock on a contract if you're going to do that to yourself?
I don't think that you just make that choice. To me, that is something that you've been sitting on for a long time. And
so the Niners missed something, you think?
Yes, 100%. This kid's obviously, and I want to say call kid because he's a man now. He's clearly a malcontent. You had him in your building for 4 years, and you did not see that he was not either into football or the team or this situation that much that once he got paid, got hurt, that he would not walk away from it. Wow. Because he doesn't want to be here. Like, I mean, I don't blame them for being as strong as they were in their stance of he's played his last snap as a 49er because he turned his back on the team. Devondre Campbell, this was premeditated. Brandon Ayuk, once he signed the deal, maybe he got hurt. Something he didn't want to be a Niner. And I don't think he's up there looking at Shanahan and Lynch saying, yeah, you're absolutely right. I played my last snap as a Niner. You knew that. I knew that. It sounds like over a year ago.
Right. And I got offended. Lightweight offended, football offended when Lynch was opening the door for him to even possibly come back. And that let me know, okay, it is about football for John. They're like, dude, if this dude could come back, we need help. We know we need help. We want to go deep on a run. And I don't know if he was able to play. But damn, Ev, you do have me thinking, but I need not you to elaborate. My gosh, what mind reader would know that, you know, that glazier of him not wanting to be a Niner, he would walk away from damn near $60+ million and that contract and not even want to play. That's where I'm defending Kyle and John of, dude, you signed it. You had ample opportunity to say, you know what, I just want to be somewhere else. And we were talking about that. We didn't know. And then to me, you go to the altar, you get married. At that point, I mean, this dude left before you even consummated the marriage.
Yeah, but if
saw that?
But if you're getting your marriage annulled on the honeymoon, you clearly didn't know something about your spouse that you should have known. That's where I'm saying there's fault that lies on both sides. Divorces aren't one-sided.
Right.
They're on both people. Now, there's different levels of blame and how you want to cut the pie. In this case, it could be 85% on BA, 15% on the Niners. But the fact of the matter is you paid him. As a result of paying him, you were not able to bring back other players that could have helped you, that did want to be here. You also now owe him $21 million in dead cap for next season.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, I think this is a colossal mess up, and it reflects poorly on BA. But it also, if you're the Niners, you also get hit by this too. There's consequences for you making that choice, which we now look back. It could be 2020 in hindsight, all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is, you messed up by giving him that deal.
And the position right now, because Ricky Pearsall, and I don't think I have to fight anybody on this verbally, he didn't get his Brock Purdy on. You didn't have the next guy up. You know, I love Ricky when he's healthy, but Ricky when he's healthy is not all the time. It's not even half the time. So with that said, Evan, I mean, this is a glaring, I'm going to say, a weakness of the team. After you put all that capital into one guy and you're telling me and the listeners, and you're not by yourself, oh, you should have saw Ayuk pulling these shenanigans. And then the guy you go draft, when I scratch my head as to why you drafting this guy, now he didn't pick it up and take it to the next level. Now you got question marks. And the bottom line, and why I'm bringing all that up, is that is a position to me, Jawan Jennings back or not, when you look around the league in your division, and I'll even throw, what's my guy from Arizona in there, Harrison Jr., who hadn't done nothing yet in the league, but he's got upside. And then you got Nakua and Adams and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And what have the Niners got? Nothing right now at that position. And I know that's not how the game is won, but I'm like, this is a hell of a miss. But you give the Niners more blame than Brandon.
No, I don't give them more blame. I'm saying they deserve some blame. Man. This isn't a one-sided thing. And look, the 707's with you. Ayuk went bad, and you couldn't see that crazy coming. That's easy 2020 after the
fact.
It's like
Antonio, I got to be careful because I'm rooting for him, but it's almost like that Antonio, that thing speeding behind and you could just say, oh, young guy being young guy. That's that Antonio ingredients or little tidbits of, is he getting something early? Like, what's going on with him?
So the Raiders don't get any blame for Antonio Brown when they literally saw him take his jersey and walk off the field in the middle of a game.
It's funny you say that.
You chose to bring that guy in.
I think, Kenny, you about to jump in.
Or Tampa Bay.
But, Kenny, I thought you were going to jump in and say.
It was in New York.
For the first time, there is a podcast with Antonio Brown. He said he looked sane, and he's talking about what went down with the Raiders, and you really can't.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happened.
But hearing him talk about it and the perfect hit, he's saying, I haven't been right, this is the perfect hit. And I'm like, ooh, I almost teared up. My point being, they're two different individuals, but I get it, Ev. I guess I'm just painting a picture at the whiteboard that this Niner wide receiver position is in need.
Oh, well.
Okay.
100%. That we can find common ground on.
All right.
Let's go to Will, who's in Pleasanton, wants to get in on the conversation. We're also about 15 minutes away from Willer and Dibs coming on the crossover. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, guys. I want to throw the rat on the table here. It's Kyle Shanahan's the problem. His ego is so large, and we know wide receivers are divas. And we know he put Debo in the doghouse. He put Jennings in the doghouse. He put Brandon Ayuk in the doghouse. So we know they're divas, but we know we need them, right? You need a good wide receiver. So you have to treat them a little different. Just like you treat a star on a team a little different. You have to treat them different. If you punish them, you put them in the doghouse, they're going to pout. They might even bite you on the hand. He's got to change how he treats them. I know he thinks he can replace anybody. His scheme is the best. I don't care who's in there. He has to change how he treats receivers or they're going to want to leave.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call.
And you know what? And I appreciate that call. Andis Brown just hit me in the cardiac, too. I need to be careful. He didn't say that. Write this. But Antonio Brown's got some serious charges pending for him. Hopefully he's innocent, okay? So when I put Ayuk in the Antonio AB conversation, that is a bit unfair. But a young guy that had all that at his disposal. I'm talking about money in his future, and I'm not saying he's broke. But, Evan, I'm seeing these videos of him at the jeweler, and I'm like, hey, you could do that. That's fine. Post up the videos of you at the gym or running some routes. So I am concerned for Brandon Ayuk, but Andis Brown, I do get that. AB's got some real serious stuff going on with the law and pending. But, yeah, I get you, Evan. And I guess all I was trying to illustrate at the end of the day is I am disappointed and worried about the Niner wide receiver position that has been so stored with the likes of Jerry Rice, John Taylor. You know, I know Dwight Clark was a tight end, Terrell Owens, and now you need that. The league is filtered with it, and, you know, maybe Justin Jefferson wants out and he comes to the Niners. You never know. But, man, this is a problem moving forward. And I'm not defending or caping for Brock. I mean, Brock could really be like, hey, Evan, yeah, look who Stafford's throwing to. I ain't had that yet.
Yeah.
I'm yearning for it. Well, I'm just saying.
Okay, but I'll also say, all right, who's the number one on the Rams?
I would say Nakua. Or there's a 1-1A with Adams.
No, but he knew that Devontae's coming in, taking away 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns and 100. And you didn't hear him say, "Yeah, I don't think I want that. I think I want the ball." No, Puka Nakua wants to win, and he might have a chance to do that if they beat the Seahawks on Sunday, like you think they will.
No doubt.
So I mean, you know, Jackson Smith and Jigba's not a diva. They haven't been paid yet.
Right, got you. But he's a badass.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's not a diva.
Yeah.
Like, there's examples, and I think Will's point is that Kyle maybe coaxes that out of them because he treats them all the same, and you got to cater to some guys. But I mean, they have vet days off. It's not like he forces every guy to run wind sprints after practice. I think Kyle Shanahan has a system, and his system's been pretty successful.
Oh, Evan, I hear you, man. It's a position that needs to be addressed. And just real quick here, do you think Pearsall, is this something that's going to follow him? Is it not fair or?
Well, so this is what Shasky and Spadoni were throwing at me in the morning.
Okay.
What you do with Pearsall, because I think a lot of people are, I don't know if done with him is the right word, but they want to move him to try and get something. Yeah. I wouldn't move Pearsall. I wouldn't, because when he's on the field, he's good. He just got to stay on the field. And if he can't by next season, then you have to evaluate whether he's injury prone or not. And at that point, to me, it's not really should we keep him or should we deal him. It's, well, maybe we just got to find something that's better than him.
He needs company. And if I were running this show, I wouldn't feel secure enough to know at this young and what Herm Edward told us about Ricky. At this point, Evan, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't throw him out with the dishwater, but the bottom line is he needs company because I need some Geico. I need somebody that's going to be out there more often than he has. And that's why, do you got a problem when I just talk about the receiver, like the Dwight Clarks, the Freddie Solomons, the T.O.s, Jerry Rice? Do you got a problem when I bring up those guys, those receivers? Like when you draft these guys, like Brandon Ayuk, you hope that they resemble that. You got to get my drift.
Well, yeah, you always want a Terrell Owens.
You know what
but
I mean?
I'm looking here right now. T.O. didn't have his first 1,000-yard year until year 3. That's what Ricky Pearsall is going into his third year. I don't know. I think it's unfair to give up on a guy who.
And I'm not saying give up, but
hasn't even seen the end of his rookie contract.
So Evan, you wouldn't bring anybody in free agency or
first
draft?
1,000-yard year was his third season.
Yeah, but he was available.
Yeah, you can go out and draft a receiver. You can try and acquire one.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking you.
But the Niners are not in the business of, I think, absorbing a Justin Jefferson. Like, all right, if Justin Jefferson is available, should the Niners go after him? Yes, in principle, but you want to pay a guy $35 million?
I mean, if I'm getting that production, and I tell you what, Seattle wouldn't shut us down to 3 points in 2 games. I believe if Justin Jefferson was on the field, it would open everything up.
See, I think they need a whole hell of a lot more than just a wide receiver. Yeah, if you could get Justin Jefferson,
you're right.
Yeah, you go think about it. But is Justin Jefferson going to cost you a D lineman, or replacement potentially for George Kittle, a future left tackle?
It's a long list.
Is he going to cost you all these things that you need? That's kind of how I look at things. All right, the crossover's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Goo. Willer and Dibs up next. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you
you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
We can be twinsies.
To,
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes. One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way into the Super Bowl experience. Presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center. Listen all this week for your chance to win tickets. Courtesy of Bay Area Host Committee. For info, visit 957thegame.com.
I just want to tell you, I really love your show. Okay, Guru and Evan, unbelievable show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Giddings in for Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. What's going on, fellas?
Let's get it out the way. I got here at 11.
Yeah,
11:09. I'm impressed by you.
11:09.
I-80 officer involved shooting. There was a fatality.
We believe you.
Yeah, that's exactly. Evan just
Steiny's
said.
saying I can't find the article.
The only question is, do we believe you or not? I believe you.
My man.
I believe you.
Diaz, I was texting with you on the way.
It's an elaborate lie if it's a lie.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I believe it because my wife was up in Concord with our daughter.
She was in it.
She was in something that she was like, wait, why is this like this way? And so I'm looking it up, and it's like, oh my God, 680 and 242 going south back to where we live. It was like total gridlock.
There you go.
And so she jumps over to go on Pleasant Hill Road, which is kind of our backside to go from Pleasant Hill down to Lafayette. And that was gridlock. And she's like, it says 12 minutes. And now it's 15. And now it's 18. And I'm like, okay, hold on. And so I looked it up. I'm like, oh my God, this is why Guru was late, because 80 in Pinole shut it down.
I go on stage at 10, so that pressure of I'm not just late. I'm like, and then
you have prep at 9.
No, but like the great Gary Radnich, and I love Gary, and
where is he?
Hopefully somewhere he's out there.
We love him.
He's actually out there doing things, and I talked to him about 8 months ago, but he would show up at 8:59 and leave at 12:01. His whole thing was 9 to noon. But he lived in the city, and so he didn't have to worry about like I-80 and Pinole. But you try to show up here at like 8:30, and in the green room, and Steiny and Evan and Matt. I'm in the lab and whatever.
I was getting mad at Evan, and he was doing nothing but support me. I'm like, you do Warrior pre and post solo all the time. You don't need Chef Spadoni. Let them go. Now 3 people are inconvenienced. Evan,
I got Spadoni throwing the break today at 10:24. I'm like, what's going on?
I actually got in the car and the show open is hitting at 10:30. And I thought I was on the app. I'm like, wait a minute, why am I? I'm a half hour behind. What the hell's going on?
I didn't even know that, Evan.
I just get a text from Goo with different numbers and times, and I just respond, text Nahigian. He said, I have. And he just starts sending me pictures of bumpers and brake lights, and I'm like, I get you're in traffic, buddy. We'll be honest with you.
Here's what's not good for our ego, and I don't know, I can't remember if I told you guys this story on the air or off, but the whole thing where we were out in Sonoma for my Sunday Fox show and the equipment didn't work.
I remember that one.
I missed the first 40 minutes of the show, but I was just trying
didn't tell me that.
I was just trying to get logged on. I'm driving all over trying to find a spot for the equipment to work. Lovely Christy is like listening to the show, and she calls and she goes, I want you to know, the only person stressed is you.
That's amazing, man.
They're on the air.
No, Evan was stressed because he had to go solo.
Like, you're freaking out. They're just doing the show. They're fine without you.
All I could think of was Goo, and he goes, I've done the backyard boogie before. I can do this. I'm like, yeah, that's my version of that would be a Sputnik, right? I'll just be the guy in space, just floating around there.
But he held it down. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, man.
You got a short show. We got a short show today, too.
That's right. Yeah. Warriors Live at 3:30.
Look at you. That's why you guys are there. Yeah.
That's why we look so happy. Is that what you're
I'm like, y'all glowing. Now I get
shorty.
A little less prep today. That's all.
I'll say this about Waze. My dad doesn't like it. He's old school. I swear by it, but we got a divorce today. Waze let me down in a lot of ways.
Oh, I thought you were
And I just got to tell you, I turned that off and said, I'm being hand solo and I'm going for Highway 4, and I got here faster than what she was telling.
I was for a half hour.
I will tell you about Waze.
That's a 3.
I predict that you and Waze are going to get back together because Waze and I have broken up before, too, and we always get back together. I've learned... just like any partner, Waze has a hole in its game, and it's when that stuff happens.
Okay. Wow!
Because what it does is it overpromises and then it underdelivers. It's like there's a traffic jam up there. It's going to take you an extra 20 minutes, and then that 20 minutes goes by, and it's like, nah, how about another 20 minutes?
The numbers change.
It keeps moving the goalposts, but it doesn't know because it's a computer.
Because Waze doesn't know. And I'm going to say this to all 3 of you and everyone listening to the sound of my voice, because I grew up in traffic. My whole career is born out of traffic. And what you do is you go to KCBS, All News 74, 1069 on the FM app, or 740, and they're going to give you an actual human being who can look at what's going on and tell you, like, the reality of the situation. So Waze is like, oh boy.
All right, I'm on it.
Waze is like, oh my God, all lanes blocked. It's going to be an extra 5 minutes, and then extra 9, could be 13, might be 17, could be 22. If you listen to a human being, and it's your big daddy, Victor Zaragoza, in the midday, 10 to 2, he's going to be able to look at it and say, all lanes are closed, go somewhere else. Wow. And so that's where you tune to 1069, 740 KCBS on the 8s, traffic and weather together, and they're going to give you the actual real time. And so I love AI, I love Chat GPT, and I love Waze. But when you want like an actual read on what's going on, you go to a human being. Humans are still greater than machines.
The thing is, all of these apps use largely the same data. So if you're going to Google Maps or Waze or Apple Maps or any of the apps you use, odds are they're probably going to give you the same route.
Maybe, but Waze is more optimistic than Google. I'm just going to say it.
What the next 20 minutes go Waze?
Like Google,
it's owned by Google. They share the same data.
Google is like my mom. She just wrapping in an extra 15 minutes because you don't know what could happen. Something bad could happen out there. And Waze is my dad. It'll be fine. We'll get there.
And here's the difference. Yeah. So like Waze and Google, and I love them both, but if something like that happens today, which is officer-involved shooting, the freeway is closed.
Yeah.
So Waze doesn't get that and say, oh, my God, it's going to be an hour. It's going to be an hour and a half. Waze only looks at the data of cars and the cars that are going through.
Wow.
And then they slowly add that up. But
Victor
in real
would tell
time,
us real time.
Yeah, exactly. Victor would say, officer-involved shooting, and it's a fatality, and the freeway is going to be closed for 5 hours. So, like, in that moment, you can realize that, oh, my God, I'm not getting through. I should go elsewhere. But Waze, much like these Waymo cars, and I love Waymo, but, like, Waymo is...
We need way less.
Maybe.
Yeah. I'm just sorry. As someone who lives in the city,
whether we agree or not.
It's a 3 in the city. Save that for Friday. But the machines,
tomorrow.
The machines only know what the machines know.
And the machines actually only know, in some ways, what people tell them.
Exactly.
Waze tells on itself. You know, when they're like, there's a stopped car ahead, and then when you get there, it's like, is it still there? I'm like, you figure it out. Why are you asking me? Now I'm playing video games on my car when I'm supposed to be stopping, watching the road. Don't ask me if it's still there.
Yeah.
You tell me if it's still there. That's why you're on my phone.
That's
Anyway.
But so you said for you, Waze is the more optimistic.
Waze is more optimistic than Google.
So are you looking at the Golden State Warriors' direction for the rest of the season through the lens of Waze?
Your crossover transitions lately, Evan, have really... See, that's why you can do a show by yourself. Is because you can do stuff like that.
Or if you're forced to.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you optimistic about the Golden State Warriors?
Are you the Waymo of Golden State Warriors fan?
I was looking for a turn. Goo couldn't find one today.
Waymo just hits the brakes when it sees a person, which I appreciate, by the way.
That's true.
I mean, just 20 seconds on that. When I see a Waymo, I intentionally will bolt in front of them.
Don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that.
Mark, who you talking to?
There is a person in there. They're just in the back seat.
There's no person in there.
There is a person in there. They're just
always,
not driving.
But you know what? If I see a Waymo, I'm going to boldly jaywalk, and I dare you to hit me, Waymo. You won't. You can't.
I love Waymo.
You're not allowed to.
I did that on accident one time.
We need Waymo of them. There's no doubt.
I thought that the Waymo was... I was anticipating, and I thought but the Waymo's got so many cameras, I kind of stepped into the street on the side of it. Not in front of it.
Gotcha.
I'm like, it's passing. I'm going to go behind it.
Yep.
I took one step to the side of it, and the Waymo's like, what? Stop on a dime.
And I love that.
It's got good, transitional speed.
Super
Waymo.
safe Waymo. Yep.
Anyway, what was the question again?
For the third time.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGM, ZFM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Golden State, well, you guys got to talk about it at 3:30 because you got Warriors live. 4:30 tip, Warriors Mavs. I was listening to your conversation yesterday with Steve Kerr, and I understand that he has to basically just put his head down and move forward. My feeling like watching yesterday and listening to him with you guys yesterday is it feels like last year before Jimmy got traded here, only with, I guess, Melton and Horford that are healthy. And he's kind of back into, I got to throw bleep at a wall and see if it sticks mode until they try and find something. And it might be good enough to beat the Mavericks tonight, but the one thing I don't think they can do, and he is willing to do, is go backwards. I don't feel like the remainder of this season is going to be one where we're thinking about them tanking.
No, it's too late. They can't. The problem with I think your assessment is correct, but I don't know that we can take Steve Kerr at face value on those comments, but I also don't think that that's criticism worthy. Like, what's he supposed to say? They can't tank. They've already got 25 wins. Like, it won't work. It won't work, and the PR for it would be horrible. So they're gonna say right now that they're gonna try to figure it out, and I think that they will try to figure it out. I don't know.
You could try and take a Mavericks approach like last year.
What is the Mavericks approach?
Well, they got extremely lucky, which is they barely dipped into the lottery and ended up with the number one pick.
1%.
Yeah. That doesn't feel 1%'s not a strategy. That's just a lotto ticket. You know what I mean? So, I think they're going to try. I can't say that anybody would be optimistic that that's going to work.
Right.
So, and they have to play coy, too, because this is all happening in the middle of lying season.
Which I told Evan could be the one good part about this timing of this injury is you do have the deadline to play with if you want to get frisky. And I know it's hard. Trades are hard, but I just love the fact that the trade deadline has not come and gone, and then this injury happened. So if you want to go Kenny Rogers, the gambler, all in, I'm just saying as an organization and try to offset the Jimmy Butler injury and get you something, if it's truly all about Steph, I think you have an opportunity to go shopping if you choose to. You can stay at home. But I will say this, and I told Evan why I'm excited about what this team is about to embark on currently constructed. Different sports, but get your Niners on. The Niners shocked me when Bosa went down, and I know it's different sports, and Warner went down. I personally was like, it's a wrap. Niner fan, you don't even have to be, you could be disappointed, not mad. I think maybe I'm not by myself. They shocked the hell out of me. Do the Niners have that card in the deck?
It'd be great if the Niners, or I'm sorry, if the Warriors were playing a 14th place schedule.
That's true. That too.
I mean, you're right. It's different sports. So I don't know how applicable it is. Here's my kind of issue right now. I hear, and I get it. This is fandom, so it fully makes sense. But I hear a lot of go be aggressive at the trade deadline, and then in the next sentence I hear it's over. I don't think you don't get to be the person that has both of those opinions. That doesn't make sense. You can't. How do those fit together? If it's over, then why on earth would you ever consider trading any first-round draft picks? That, to me, is all. You have to pick a lane. I'll listen to either, but you got to pick a lane. Can't be in both those lanes.
Doesn't it feel like the Warriors have been reluctant to choose either of those lanes, though? Over the last, really since they won the championship?
Trading for Jimmy Butler is...
Yeah, but you didn't really pick one. Like,
what do you mean?
I mean, you gave up a first-round pick that became a player who we barely noticed on Miami Heat the other night.
Sure. But, I mean, I think that's as aggressive as they could get. I mean, go back to Dunleavy's statement about demand. You have to think about what the Warriors have to offer right now. That's why I think the Giannis thing is challenging. I don't know what the Warriors have that would even make the Milwaukee Bucks.
It doesn't feel like a lot.
Get into a conversation.
I mean, the one thing that Butler's injury did do is it makes their draft picks look a lot better. It does, because now you might want that draft pick in not just 4 years. You might want it in 2 years, because Curry's going to be older, and the Warriors have already pigeonholed themselves into this scenario where they're paying a guy $57 million who's not going to be available.
I think that was already the case, though. Like, that pick was already going to be appetizing when Steph was going to be 40 and Jimmy was probably going to be gone and Draymond was gone. So I don't know if that pick then gets more appetizing now. But the thing that I think is tantalizing is, Jimmy Butler as a semi-expiring deal, not now, but next year. So, I mean, would you? And they said that they wouldn't trade him now. But if the right deal is there, and I know that Tom Haberstroh had a couple of different, wild, and I'll say cockamamie just because I don't know if it's real ideas about what you might be able to get back. But I think about Steph Curry in 2019, 2020, when we were heading into the pandemic and Steph got hurt after 4 games, and then Draymond got hurt, quote unquote, and they played, Pascal and Glenn Robinson III, and they played Jordan Poole out of the G League, and that was kind of a tank year. To your point, Evan, though, I do think that this year it's too late to tank. Even if you lost all the games from now until the end of the year, you're still not going to be a top 3 lottery ball team. No chance.
No, the reason why they were able to do that is because Steph got hurt. I think that's the biggest thing. If Steph was the one who went down instead of Butler,
right,
I do think tanking or not trying would be more of a viable strategy, because
you don't owe Jimmy anything.
You don't owe him anything, but you owe Steph the opportunity to compete at whatever level that is. And I feel like just unfortunately we're going to find out that level is lower than some people would like.
Yeah. I don't.
You all right?
Yeah, go ahead. You guys keep going, because I got
Is
something.
Kuminga Mac Jones?
We were having fun with that.
Is
Kuminga Mac Jones?
Called into action, supports the team, keeps him relevant. Obviously, Brock Purdy's not coming back.
And goes 5-3?
That's kind of the scenario we're having fun with.
Yeah, I mean, not bad. Not a bad scenario, but my answer would be no. I mean, he's not Mac Jones. And Mac Jones was only Mac Jones because of, McCaffrey and the fact that he played with Fred Warner for, I think, a couple of those games, and he had Kittle. And so, I think that if Kuminga comes in with no Butler, I mean, can they go out there and win half the games? Sure, but I don't think that he's going to be able to stem the tide until Jimmy gets back.
My fear is we're staring the rest of this season in the face like we were right before we pulled the Jimmy move, 2 games under 500. He threw that out to the Joes this morning. Worst case scenario and best case. That's my worst case is we revert back to that, to where Steph just has to work so damn hard. He'll be Steph. But that's my main, man, we're asking you to do a lot because you don't have a lot around you. And that happened to where I came in and told you, Steiny and Dibs, I'm worried about Steph. The spacing doesn't seem to be there. Is he losing a step? No, it turned out he wasn't. But now that piece is off the chessboard, the Bishop, and now I'm just worried. Even tonight, teams are getting more friskier. I'm going to stay with you no matter what.
Sure.
And I'm nervous.
I mean, it's like the Warriors will get defended the same way Christian McCaffrey gets defended with the 49ers. Like that's so you call it worst case scenario. I just call it that is the scenario. That's where we are. Now, Kerr yesterday kept pointing to he mentioned a lot of DeAnthony Melton. And I get it. Like he's an exciting player. Like he looks really good.
Fits perfect.
I know that he doesn't play all of the games yet. Maybe he'll get there. Maybe they'll be able to get him to 25, 30 minutes a night. I don't think he's obviously not that kind of a game changer, but it is somebody who can handle a little bit of a scoring load and do all of that. But yeah, then I mean, the non-Steph minutes were right back to where we were a year and a half ago, and the Steph minutes were right back to where we were a year and a half ago. So they got 2 weeks to surprise us. But this is my comp for the 49ers. At their trade deadline, we all had the conversation of, well, you have a winning record. We'd like you to do something. But the Niners were kind of like, it'd be stupid for us to push everything into the middle of the table for this team. Isn't it the exact same thing? The only difference is the Kuminga situation, which is unique, and I don't know if there's a good offer there.
Yeah, Evan, you had my back. You guys looked at me like, what happened? Guru, the lights on? And the lights are on, but I wanted to switch it up before we get out of here because you didn't have my back. But we had a passionate conversation. I just want your guys' thoughts real quick here. I defended Colin and John on this Ayuk situation. I'm really concerned. I've got my own concerns about my life, but they did right by Brandon Ayuk. They did not see what he is doing, and I think he's harming himself financially, what have you. This is off the map, out of left field, right field, center field, and I feel like they awarded him that money and that contract to be the next, and he stabbed them in the back, and I'm concerned about the guy, the individual. I truly am, because now I feel like you're harming yourself. So Evan said, I'm paraphrasing for Evan, they bear some responsibility, but I feel like it's 95-5 that they didn't see.
Oh.
Steve Austin, the bionic man, didn't see IU pulling whatever you want to dub this.
Well, I mean, and this is Mark's words, and I'm going to use them because he's absolutely right, but Ayuk showed you who he was a long time before. So it's on them for not seeing it, but Ayuk showed you that, he went to the facility and said, they say they don't want me. He did the IG with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
he did
that was terrible.
It was terrible. And it was all these things. And yet, when it came down to the nitty gritty, Kyle Shanahan ran up the stairs and said, don't trade him. We need to keep him. So it's, to me, more on the organization than it's on the player, because the player showed you who he was.
But that was before you paid him. So I thought the money was what was ailing him. They don't want me. We gave you the bag, and this is what you do?
That's like having a baby to save a bad marriage. Like that, no.
Too soon there.
Sorry.
TBD.
Brandon. Okay, Brandon in calendar year 2025, he gets all the blame. In calendar year 2024, the 49ers are completely complicit.
So I don't want to speak for you. You can go, but to Evan's point, you're saying they should have saw this coming?
Of course they should have saw this coming. We all had an entire summer-long debate about this, And everybody stood in different spots.
I was saying pay him. They gave him a lot.
And I was saying trade him. Like, trade him. The second Kyle supposedly ran up those stairs, I kept telling Dibs, told Dibs this for months. I wish the door had been locked. Don't stop that trade to the Steelers. This guy, and now he didn't show this, but he was given all kinds of clues. So, yeah, Brandon, it's hard for any of us to relate or understand what the hell Brandon is doing this year.
Something's going on.
But the 49ers absolutely should not have signed that contract.
Wow, Evan.
I mean, I think it's because it's not like you're running up the stairs for Jamar Chase or for Justin Jefferson.
But that's what he was going to be to your team.
But he wasn't. I mean, he's a good player. Brandon Ayuk was coming off a 1,400-yard season. He was a second-team All-Pro. He was a good player. But you were not dependent on Brandon Ayuk. You did not have to bend the way you bent for Nick Bosa, even to an extent Deebo Samuel off the year that he had in 2021. Brandon Ayuk was a piece, not the piece. And so to me, number one, you've had him in the building for 4 years. You should have had an idea of what kind of person he was. And then number two, if you weren't going to trade him, I just don't understand bending time and time again to give him what he wanted, to position him with all the power, because clearly he didn't want to be here. I mean, that's my biggest takeaway from all this. I don't know.
I think he did at the time.
Because he thought they were going to trade him.
Like, who knows? And plus, just like, why did Jonathan Kuminga sign?
Well,
he didn't want to be here. Well, someone's putting bajillions of dollars in front of you. So you sign the paper and you figure it'll work out.
But at least he shows up and sits on the bench and plays mostly when he wants to be played.
I'm not comparing the two people.
And I'm looking at the story from last September, not like 4 months ago, but the year before, when Kyle had to go out on a press conference and talk about why Brandon was wearing the wrong shorts. Like, we're going to talk about why you're wearing the wrong shorts and all the rest of it. Like, the immaturity and I guess like the lack of a real passion for the money that he was paid. I don't know what's going on with Brandon, and I will never try and get inside his head, but it was a bad play by the organization. And yeah, he messed up too, but ultimately, when you're in that spot, you sign people, you don't sign players. And that's why I look at Juwan, and yeah, you got that worked out with Juwan, and I hope they keep him, because as a player, as a person, he's that dude.
But I need to stretch defenses like Seattle. I didn't score a touchdown in 8 quarters against them, and I know I brought up Justin Jefferson, but I feel like Ayuk would enhance those chances. Pearsall when he's healthy, but I mean that was going to be the fix, the remedy. The Brock Purdy to the Trey Lance. We got Pearsall, and unfortunately you couldn't count on his health. And I believe that played a lot into Seattle looking at the Niners offense like, yeah, McCaffrey's a dog, but y'all ain't got enough to scare us. The Rams are going to scare that vaunted defense,
Maybe. I mean, we'll see.
They might not.
Yeah, they might not. They played twice this year. They didn't score a bunch of points in the other one. That might have just been a weird game a few Thursday nights ago.
34 on one of them. Yeah.
Thursday night, it's always weird.
Yeah, Thursday is weird.
It was on the road. But.
Like, Ricky got hurt. Ricky got hurt.
Yeah.
I don't like the whole, the Niner fan base now. We can't count on Ricky, but we're going to sit here and be like, but if Brandon had played, no. You can't count on Brandon. Ricky got hurt. We'll see what happens next year. I love how Kyle kind of came to his defense yesterday. Don't make this about his offseason program or he's doing the wrong things. He got hurt.
He did say that.
He got hurt, like a lot of people with the 49ers did this year. Tried to battle through it. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. I still think that guy's a really, really good player. Do they need more at that position? More speed? No doubt. But it is not, for me, it's not number one or number two on how to fix the Niners is to get receivers. Like, there's a lot of receivers that can work with the 49ers if both sides of the ball are blocking.
Right on. All right, well,
we'll be listening. Who you got?
Well, they got Warriors live at 3:30.
We got to get
hello. I was late today.
Evan and Goo are joining us at 2:10. Other than that,
it's good booking.
Yep. 3:30 Warriors live, 4:30 Warriors Mavericks. All ahead. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Yeah, we do have a Warrior game that is going to get started here in just over 2 hours. Warriors Live is just over an hour away. And so if you'd like to get in with us, and we would love that, now.
Hurry up.
Would be good.
Yep.
Now would be good.
Get there.
888-957-9570. Warriors Live in an hour and 15 minutes. And it is Klay Thompson and the specter of Anthony Davis awaiting the Golden State Warriors in Dallas tonight.
Right. Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis.
The idea of Anthony Davis, and he's like one of the all-time, like, in a vacuum thoughts or players. Maybe Zion's the same way. Like, man, could you get Anthony Davis? And you think about, like, ooh, man, 6'11", he can shoot it, he can drive, he can defend, he can dunk. Anthony Davis, he's amazing, right? And then you think about the reality of Anthony Davis, and it's like, it's a little bit like when you do internet dating, when you find somebody on one of these profiles.
Have you done some internet dating?
I did a tiny
I've never done
bit.
it. I've never done it.
I never actually had a date, but well, it's because I went from marriage to marriage. But when you look at a profile, it's like, yeah, oh my. And even like my own profile that I put out there, it's like, you don't look like that anymore. Like, you don't have hair. You're like 15 pounds heavier.
You got plenty of hair. It's just not on your head.
Anthony Davis is internet dating, where you look at Anthony Davis on a profile and you go, yeah, 6'11",
sure.
Scored all three levels.
Sure.
He's amazing. And then you actually meet Anthony for a date. And it's like, oh, you're always hurt. And you can't score and like you can't defend. And you're actually kind of really soft.
If Ricky Pearsall frustrates you, try Anthony Davis on for size.
Well, and Zion, I think, would be the same way. Like,
for sure.
Oh my God, 6'11", 260 with the ha-ha. Like Zion, yeah. Zion and Anthony Davis, they are the Tinder version of the NBA.
I want to try to tap into something here.
I like that.
That was good. It was good. Like, because we got a little bit over an hour until Warriors Live starts. And I want to tap in on something. This is just kind of my gut feeling. This is me kind of finger to the pulse of the Warrior fan base right now. Where are y'all at on Steve Kerr? So Steve joined us yesterday. We got all kinds of fresh comments about how they're still going for it and all of the things that he had to say yesterday about Jonathan Kuminga and where that part sits and getting everybody back on the horse after the Jimmy Butler injury and where they think they sit right now. And yes, he's still having a good time and everybody loves their jobs and nobody is like bailing out on the Warrior organization. We have all this stuff. We'll play some of it for you. But I want to try to leave that as open-ended as possible, and I'm curious what kind of response we get. 888-957-9570. Where are you out on Steve Kerr? You can answer that however you want. What comes to your mind when I ask that question? Where are you at on Steve Kerr?
I think Steve Kerr is awesome. Okay. I think Steve Kerr should be the head coach as long as he wants to be the head coach, and I also think that all these reports, and I love Logan Murdoch. I met him when he was a sophomore at Berkeley High School. His mom, Lisa, who was a longtime listener of another station, she introduced me to Logan when he was a sophomore. And so I've known Logan since he was a kid. And his report about, like, the assistants are bracing themselves for Kerr to be gone, I don't necessarily believe that. I mean, it might be true, but when I heard Steve yesterday with us, what I heard him say was, I like the job, and I'm not, like, tired of it, even through all the Kuminga stuff. And so, yeah, Steve Kerr is one of the best, like, of current coaches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How far do you want to go? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't go much further than that. Steve Kerr is one of those dudes.
Yeah. What a weird deal we got going on right now.
Well, it's human nature.
It is, and I understand it. And like, good Lord, they're going to play here in 2 hours, and if he puts somebody in at the wrong time, then you should feel that and think that and say that.
Yep.
And that's totally fine. But Steve Kerr's NBA career is absolutely nothing short of legendary. Legendary.
Yep.
Go through the whole thing. Go through the whole thing and tell me.
His whole thing or the whole thing?
Just whatever. Steve Kerr. No, you don't have to tell me the whole history of the NBA.
No, but like if you want to talk about like titles among human beings, Bill Russell's got like 12 or 13, and you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who has more than what Steve has 9, or is it 10?
And then sure, I know people look at championships differently. Like we're not going to compare Robert Horry to Michael Jordan, right? So like I get that you can say, oh, he just had a piece of this and he had a piece of that. But like for those of you, and I am speaking largely to you, and I know there's a lot of you, and I'm not talking about those of you who are like, I didn't like what Steve did in that moment, because I have those. I didn't like, I've said it. I said it yesterday a bunch. I would have played Kuminga all along. I would have played him, but I'm not a head coach in the NBA. But for those of you out there who seem to arrive, I heard a couple callers on my way in today. The Warriors have a Steve Kerr problem. For you, for that group, and it's a lot of you, it's probably the more vocal and maybe minority. I don't know if majority. I really don't know. But for those of you who think the Warriors have a Steve Kerr problem, I want to dig into that. I'd love to dig into that. I'd love to try to hear each other and dig into this, because there's nothing that the man hasn't seen in this league. There's nothing that the man kind of, at least with what he was asked to go do, hasn't achieved. He's never been asked to be an NBA superstar player, but he was asked to knock down shots next to Michael Jordan, and he did it. And then he was asked to knock down shots next to Tim Duncan, and he did it. And then he was asked to be a broadcaster and be a GM and now be a head coach. And it's just ring after ring after ring. And if your response is, well, he's Forrest Gump. He keeps ending up next to these all-time greats. I'll hear that. I understand that. But like, does some of you think he's arrived at stupid? Like, is it just all, and maybe that, has it just all passed him by? Steve Kerr, just rings fall out of his pocket when he gets up off the couch. So I would love to hear. That's all. I would love to listen and hear, because it's not even just, by the way, 95.7 The Game listeners, you pick your phone up or turn your TV on, Boogie Cousins and Kendrick Perkins and Gilbert Arenas and Kenyon Martin and half the people with a podcast are like, this dude, dumbass. Really? I'm curious.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
And you shared the Richard Jefferson earlier, which I thought was great.
We'll play in a second.
Which I thought was great. But even if you look at like just Bay Area coaches, you got Bruce Bochy, 13 years here, and he won 3 titles. And you've got Bill Walsh, 10 years, 3 titles. Steve Kerr is now in year 12, and he's got 4 titles. So if you want to put him up against the other coaches who have been here for a long time, he's the second longest tenured Warriors coach. And Al Idle's got the 1. And Steve's got the 4. So, like, what are we doing? If we're going to compare Bill to Bruce to Steve, like, those are the 3. They're the 3.
Maybe this is just a moment in time. Maybe echo chamber. But, like, again,
it's a total echo chamber.
Yeah, except for a lot. Like, we're talking former NBA players. We're talking NBA analysts. Steve Kerr is a bad person now. He's a bad guy. He's just killing Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
Like,
and these are guys who are not here. And Boogie Cousins, he's got his own cross to bear.
Well, and he always does.
Right.
He always does.
And
everywhere he goes.
The first time he talks about a coach that he actually likes, I'm going to tune in for that, because I don't know if there is an actual coach that Boogie's like, you know what? He treated me great, and I love playing for that guy. So miss me with Boogie Cousins.
Can we talk about this, though? Let's take some calls. I see a lot of you are all coming in. Let's do this. Like, I want to hear. I want to hear about this problem and this guy that doesn't know crap about coaching in the NBA, Steve Kerr. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, it's game night. Let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. Brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. Warriors are in Dallas. Does Anthony Davis interest you as a potential trade target? It's just a simple yes or no question.
Ugh.
Like, just in or out. Not like, who do you have to give up? Like, this is
one of the actual answers?
I think that fits in the no category.
Is there a yes, no, or a
yes, no, and then ulcer?
Vomit face?
I don't know. But go to our Twitter page, 95.7 The Game. Vote now. We'll share the results later as we get ready for Warriors Live. We're sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. 888-957-9570. Ooh, look at this. They all want to talk about this, don't you? What, just, we want to hear you. What is it about this big, I can't wait till he's gone, this dummy, Steve Kerr, and all of the things he's done to just drive this organization into the Pacific. We'll take your calls next. Warriors Live is in an hour. It's Willard and Dibs.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Football Playoffs, y'all, and there's a great way to make this fun, even if you're a Niner fan. With the Niners, I know they're not in it, but how about money? We could do that instead. Best place to get in on this action is Underdog. You can make picks and win money right now in California. It's very easy to do. Trust me, I'm not great with all of the technology, but this one is a super user-friendly app. You go in there, you find your favorite players, you pick higher or lower on any stat, literally anything, and then if you get them all right and blend them all together, bang, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I'm kind of digging Stafford, the higher on his passing yardage total. I do think this game might be a little bit more wide open than what we've been watching in Seattle so far. We'll see. But that's the app, and you should download it right now. And then there's this. I can give you some free money. Use my promo code, Willard, and score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's it. Again, the promo code, you type it in, my last name, Willard, Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well?
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Music legend John Mellencamp is coming to the Bay Area on August 12th at Shoreline Amphitheater. Buy your tickets at LiveNation.com for your chance to win tickets to the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I enjoyed the look on Kendrick Perkins' face. He was the one talking to Richard Jefferson.
Oh, yeah.
On the road tripping show.
He was eating lemons. Hashtag sourpuss.
I know Jefferson went to Arizona. And Steve Kerr went to Arizona.
Oh.
Maybe they're boys.
You know, Jefferson was in a dorm suite with my wife.
Whoop!
So.
Wait, what?
They had like a dorm suite where it was like the girls on one side, the boys on the other, and you shared a common room.
Okay.
And it was my lovely wife and her roommate. And on the other side, RJ and Luke Walton.
Luke Walton.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask any more questions.
I got stories now.
You better be careful.
Oh, I bet you do.
Don't be disrespectful.
I can probably share some with you too. Not about your wife.
5 words to describe it. Mike Breen on the call.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Anyway.
Also legendary. Just like Steve Kerr's NBA career.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyhow.
We should talk after the show.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Oh, I thought I told you that before.
I don't know if I knew that.
Yeah, because my wife was an athlete. She played softball with Jenny Finch, and she ran track. And so she was put in the athlete's dorm.
Mm-hmm.
And she drew RJ and Hi, my name is Lou.
Yeah, I live next door.
Yep.
Yep.
If this dorm is knocking, please don't bother knocking.
Or just come on in and join. Anyway, no, all right. So Richard Jefferson.
RJ.
With regard to Steve Kerr and the situation.
Steve Kerr is one of the best coaches in the league. If the argument is Steve Kerr versus Kuminga, let me help you out. Steve Kerr is one of the best coaches in this league. He's been proven a winner. The man's got 10 championships? Shut up. If you think you know more than somebody with 10 championships as a player, played with Michael Jordan, played with Tim Duncan, multiple iterations of this Warriors team. If you think you know more than that man and his experience, then we can't have a conversation. I'm not saying he's perfect, but who you gonna go get with a better resume?
Can I add context for you, Rich?
Please.
Just last week, The Athletic posted a survey, top 40 leaders in sports. Guess who not only was on the list, but voted number one?
Who?
Steve Kerr.
That's what I'm saying. That's crazy. You don't have to agree with every move or this and that. But let's be very, very clear. There is not a coach, maybe in all of professional sports, there is not another coach with a resume as a player, as an understanding. There is nothing. There's nobody out there. He is one of the great coaches in American history. And we're going to get up in arms about the dynamic with Kuminga? Come on, let's grow up.
Hey, that Athletic poll, and that is a thing. We haven't talked much about it. The Athletic ran a poll, the top current leaders in sports, and it listed 40 names. Steve Kerr was number one. Who were they polling? Who did they ask? Do we know? I didn't see that. Grandy, do you know who they were asking?
It was described as over 100 people in sports.
Over 100 people in sports.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I imagine it's a bunch of different roles. Athletes, front office, probably all over the place.
Dibs, you jumped all. All over it. He tried to troll me. He's like, "Look who's not on it. I don't see Kyle Shanahan's name.
Your boy not on there. Not a leader.
You saw who was third, though, right?
I don't remember who was third.
Steph was third.
Oh gosh. Oh yeah. By the way, the Steve Kerr is dumb brigade. The Warriors have a Steve Kerr problem. You're kind of indirectly saying Steph is a moron too. So I'd let that sit there for a second. You are.
Yeah.
You're telling him that everything he thinks and that everything he wants to do and that everything he values within his NBA career, you're telling him that he is flat wrong for how he sees it. Like, that's fine.
Right. And how he sees it is like, let's try to win now. You know?
No, I'm saying he sees it as, I don't want anybody else coaching me other than Steve Kerr.
Right.
So, and that's fine. He's a human being. He's allowed to be wrong too.
He is.
That's what you're saying.
Just some context on this list, and I don't know who voted, but among the top 20, number 2, Don Staley, number 4, Gino Auriemma, number 7, Emma Hayes, and she's the head coach of the U.S. women's national team. Number 9, Asia Wilson. Number 17, Nafisa Collier. So I do think that the voters were maybe a little bit more skewed toward people who are like passionate about or aware of women's sports.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I mean, I'm just reading the results as such. Like, you've got Gino at number 4. You've got Emma Hayes, and you've got Asia Wilson at 9. These are all great people, great like leaders and great female athletes and female coaches, but it's not your typical, like, we're going to ask 100 beer-swilling, like...
we surveyed 100 people who live in Alabama.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. And I've never been led by any of these people. So I don't know. But, you can welcome that into the conversation as they did on Richard Jefferson's podcast. Kendrick Perkins, he didn't yike it.
Right.
He's like that. He's the one who was like, that's crazy. Steve Kerr, number 1.
Sure.
Okay, so listen, let's hear from some people here. 888-957-9570. Where are you at on Steve Kerr? Or like what? Right? What's the rub here? Clifton in Vallejo, you get to go first. Thank you so much for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, top of the year to you guys.
I'm gonna put it to this point right here about my opinion about Steve Kerr. Okay, Steve Kerr lost the league when he let that situation with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green go the way he did. Because if I was the coach of that team, I would have absolutely got rid of Draymond Green the next day, okay? In that instance right there, the whole league and all the players in the league, do I want to go play for that guy? Think about what I just said, man. He lost the whole team. He lost the whole league. He lost everything when he let that thing go the way that it went, because there should have been some accountability to that. Do you understand what I'm saying, man?
I think we're very clear on what you're saying, Clifton.
I do.
And I would respond to that as saying, hey, do I think that was Steve Kerr's best moment? No, I don't. I also, and this is one of my big pushbacks on Steve Kerr, that's an organizational-wide situation that developed there for sure. And he ends up wearing it. He's the face of that. I get it. He's the head coach. But Bob Myers made that decision as well. Joe Lacob made that decision as well. I'll agree that was not his best moment. A very, very unfortunate, difficult situation. Yep. I blame Draymond much more than I blame the people above him. But I will push back on this. It has now led to no one wants to come play for the Warriors. I don't see any evidence of that.
I mean, did Al Horford come here? Did DeAnthony Melton come back?
Jimmy Butler signed an extension.
Right. So, I mean, that's where...
I don't know. Yeah.
I have a hard time with that. And the other thing about, what he just was saying and what you were saying, like, the only thing that Steve Kerr decides, and this is maybe a little bit disrespectful to Steve, but the only thing he decides is what shoes he's going to wear that night to the game. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't have the biggest voice, but the rotation, it's a collective. Like free agency, it's a collective. And the draft, it's a collective. And I think that everything that they do, and this is a testimony to Steve as a leader, you want to bring in voices. You want to bring in people. He doesn't just sit there on the bench and, excuse me, guys, I'm going to go ahead and handle all of everything. No, he's a guy who brings in opinions and voices and all the rest of it.
Don't forget, I don't even know that the shoes are all his decision. He's got a wife.
Not fair.
You know
I have a wife.
He's got a wife.
Yep. It's not bad.
Thanks. Go to Sean in Oakland. Hi, Sean. Thank you for the call.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Well, so I remember last time I called and I was saying, like, if they played Kuminga last time, I mean, play him this time, he'll be acting like, you want me to play now. So that was my bad on that little comment that I did, because, I see that Kuminga been nothing but professional this whole situation. He's been patient. He hasn't been acting like a powder or anything like that. If he said that he wanted him to play, he plays. Now, the whole situation, I'm not saying that Steve Kerr is dumb, right? That's far what we're saying. We're just saying that, like, all these decisions that he's making, from the Durant and then the guy that was just on talking about the whole Jordan Poole situation, those are his kind of like his baddest moments, right? Because Durant not here no more, which could have been a whole game changer if he could have still been here.
You blame Steve Kerr? You blame Steve Kerr directly for Kevin Durant's departure, Sean?
The only thing, not just Kerr, but the whole association, because I know Durant, at the end of the day, he wears his feelings on his sleeve. And I think they could have handled that a little bit better. And, like, having Durant back for a minute, like, they went out and got this guy to play for us, right? And then all of a sudden, Green does this little situation, getting all up in his face and making him feel a certain way, and ain't nobody had Durant back on that whole situation. Nobody. Maybe Curry did, and there's some other players that did, but the organization didn't. So that's why he felt the way he is. That's why he left. Jordan Poole, that was a whole debacle right there. So now we see what Jordan Poole doing. Maybe he's kind of like saved us, because, Jordan Poole is like in the abyss right now. I don't even hear too much about him no more anyway. So,
yep.
But I'm not saying that we're not saying that he's a dumb coach or anything like that, but something is going on between him and Kuminga, him and Tatum. I don't know what's going on as a coach. Like, why you can't start a guy that's a walking 20 points per game. I don't understand that. Over Podziemski, I would have started him over Podziemski. Like, I don't understand why you're sitting on this guy on the bench like this, or none of it. Just starting all these other basic players.
Ooh, that looks like we lost Sean.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, can we let's do this for a second.
Okay.
Walking 20 points per game. That's a little heavy. I don't know that that's fully been proven yet, but yeah, he can certainly score 20 in some games. Jonathan can score the basketball. Even if, like, I wonder if this helps when we talk. Let's talk about a different player for a second. Let's not make it about Jonathan. I was listening to Goo with Evan earlier today, and they immediately were like, Steph is still playing great. He's averaging 28 a game. And I immediately thought to myself, because they were making comparisons to Kobe Bryant at the end of his career and the last 2 seasons for Kobe Bryant with the Lakers.
Oh, my God.
I think the Lakers won something like 21 in 17 games. They were god-awful. What did Kobe average?
About 27.
His
last year was the single worst year in the history of the NBA as far as efficiency.
We have got to stop assessing NBA basketball players by their points per game and then moving on to the other side of the room to grab a snack. That is the laziest NBA analysis I could ever imagine in my entire life. If that's all you're bringing to the party, so-and-so averages blah, blah points per game. Must be playing great. He must be a star. I'm trying to use other players because I don't want to make this about Jonathan and rebounding and efficiency and passing and dribbling and all that. We've had that conversation for years. Let's bring in other players' names. There have been literally thousands of people in the NBA who can average 20 points a game who have been proven to not be winning basketball players. We see it all the time. Like, let's talk about the Sacramento Kings. Can Zach LaVine average 20 a game?
Always does.
Can DeMar DeRozan average 20 a game?
Sure.
Do you think if Malik Monk were given the minutes, can Malik Monk average 20 a game? De'Aaron Fox used to average 20 a game.
Jordan Poole averaged 20 a game.
DeMontis Sabonis can average 20 a game. That grows on trees in the NBA.
Especially when you're on a bad team with no other option. And I'm looking at Jordan Poole right now, and I know he's been hurt this year, but he's played in 27 games this year, and they are 8-19 when he plays, and he's averaging about 15 a game, and he's a minus 115 on the year in games that he's played. So, yeah, when he plays, he's able to go out there and score and do what he does, but they don't win when he plays, and I know that they're bad, and he's just, Jordan Poole, and he's trying to find his way, but I don't think that if you can score, it doesn't mean that you score in a way that your team wins automatically. No, it's nonsense.
Just want to throw this out there. It's not the perfect point, but Dylan Brooks averages 20 a game.
This year?
Yeah.
He's a good player.
He's actually a very good player.
Very good player.
He's a complete just emotional disaster, and I can't stand watching him.
I know you can't.
But that's because he plays for the other teams.
Right, and the teams that he plays on, they all will vouch for him, and they love him because he's the kind of guy that you want to play with.
Well, they tend to win.
Right.
They won when he was in Memphis. They were winners when he was in Houston, and they are surprisingly better than we thought they would be this year in Phoenix.
Tough for you to say, I know, but...
Yeah.
And another one is
that's why I said it's not a perfect point.
No, and John Morant is another one where John Morant will get you 26 or he might get you 44, but they don't ever consistently win because he doesn't play the kind of basketball that leads to winning.
Yeah, it's my larger point is someone averaging 20 or 20 something per game is not a mic drop point of like great player. It's not. I know that it's hard to do. I know that means there's some talent there. That's never been an issue with any of these guys. Whether or not Jonathan has some ability. That's not what we're all trying to do. We're not trying to win an underdog pick. You're trying to win a basketball game.
Lauri Markkanen this year, he's averaging 28 a night. How's Utah?
Well, yeah.
No, but I mean, he's getting you 28.
Right.
Like, if he gave you 22, would they be better? No, they're terrible, but to your point, like just because you can go out there and hang 28 a night on everyone doesn't mean that you're helping your team win or that your team is good.
Let's go to Dan in Newark. Hi, Dan. Thank you for calling Willard and Debs. What's up?
Hey guys, how you doing? First time caller.
Thanks, ma'am.
I want to talk about this Steve Kerr deal here. So let's go back to 2010 when Mark Jackson was there. Kerr inherited a team that was already been to the playoffs.
Yep, they were already good.
Correct?
That's true.
They're already good. So Kerr hasn't really developed anybody these years that he's been there. I mean, they drafted Looney, and they've always picked up players that have been very established in the league. So you had Iguodala there for a couple of years. They've traded in players. You had Livingston that came in.
Does Jordan Poole count, Dan?
Developed.
Does Jordan Poole count? 27th pick in the draft?
Jordan Poole, you know what? If they would have handled it better, just like what the previous caller did, he'd probably be a better player. I mean, he had the good nuclear that was around him, the players, that helped develop him.
Oh, so the players developed Jordan. Steve Kerr didn't develop Jordan?
Well, I don't believe Kerr has really, because Jordan Poole came out of the G League, right?
Jordan Poole was drafted.
They really,
that's the Warriors developmental system. Like no team, no players developed solely by the head coach of the NBA basketball team. That's not how development works.
Right. I agree, but what's going on with Kuminga deal, right? Everyone's talking about, and we talked about, you just talking about points and all that kind of stuff. So, who is there to help out Curry right now score? Who's been developed to help him? The other player. You had Klay Thompson, who was a good defender.
Yep.
Right. All team. Right. You had Wiggins, who was a good defender but a scorer. Right. Thompson was a scorer. You had Draymond Green, who was a good defender. Who has replaced those guys? They haven't developed anybody. You have an upcoming star that could probably actually be that guy, which is Kuminga. But what have they done to him?
Well, they don't think that, Dan. I can tell you this. This is, call it a sourced report if you want. They don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is a future star. They don't think that. And that's fine if you do, but they don't think that. Well, and so to sort of suggest that they haven't attempted like hell to develop the guy, I think is incorrect. You know what I mean? Like, it's development is not just, hey, tell him to rebound and then he will. Like, at a certain point, the player's he's got to do some things. I'm not fully siding with anyone here. Jonathan has some talent. There's no question about that. But this isn't a snap fingers and it happens type thing. Not everybody is a star.
No, it takes time. I mean, I don't know if you watched the game the other day when he did come in the game after the game.
Yep.
Yeah, after the game, they showed a shot of Kerr and Kuminga. Kerr was talking to him. Kerr was patting him on the chest, like telling him he was doing a good job. And you could see the body language from Kuminga, like he didn't really want to hear what he had to say because of what's going on, right? So, I mean, you guys could pull that up and take a look at it at the, towards the end of the game.
Yeah,
when they showed
Dan,
that
we've watched it, and Steve has spoken on what he was he was asking him actually if he wanted to stay in for the final 2 minutes of the game. If that's your read on his body language, Dan, thanks so much for the call. You might be right, and this is obviously a very rare circumstance. And if Jonathan has some negative feelings about Steve Kerr, I get it. I think that's actually been pretty well established. But when we talk about development with the Warriors during the Steve Kerr era, is it fair for me to respond by saying, how many lottery picks have they had in the entire era?
They've had three.
Era.
They've had three.
Okay.
And it was a massive air ball. It was a mismanaged Kuminga. And it was, okay, end of the lottery. All right. You might have, that's a base hit.
And reported that the Kuminga pick was not the one that Kerr wanted to make.
Right. So, I mean, if you want to assign all of them to him or none of them to him, then that's all equally fair. For me, it's a whole organizational thing. And this is what I was talking about before. Like, the only thing that Steve decides on is what shoes he wears. And you were funny when you said that. Like, his wife probably tells him. And so, yeah.
I mean, he's a guy, so yeah.
Right. The whole thing is organizational. And if the owner says, I want Kuminga and I want Wiseman, then Steve has to, either, nope, we're not going to do that, or I quit, or you go along with it.
Hey, 510, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Don't be a texter. Call. If we're such apologists that it's a joke, call us. This is what we're trying to listen. Like, I think it's a joke that a 4-time champ gets treated this way. I think that's a pretty fair statement. But call us. Don't hide behind your keyboard like everybody in the whole world does on the internet right now. Pull over, pick up, and call us. Why is it a joke? Why are we apologists?
I wonder. I mean, and I did a quick dive on Bochy, Walsh, Kerr, Shanahan, Dusty, and Alvin Adams.
Let's hear it.
The highest winning percentage of those 6 is Steve Kerr, 643. The highest winning percentage among postseason is Bill Walsh, 714. Yep. The most titles is Steve Kerr with 4. Bochy's got 3. He was 500 for his career.
I know.
But he got 3. Walsh, 609. He got 3. Kerr, 643. He got 4. Shanny, 550. His postseason is really good, but he's got none. Dusty had none. Alvin Adams was here for 14 years, and he had the 1. So if you want to compare resumes, which I know that Richard Jefferson was doing, the Kerr resume is, you look at Walsh, and it's better than Bill Walsh.
Elite.
The resume.
It's elite.
The resume of Kerr versus Walsh and Bochy, he wins.
Well, remember, ask Brian Baldinger, resume is the only thing that matters.
Look at you.
It's the only thing.
Look at you, Thursday tough guy.
It's the only thing.
Call Baldy. Get him on now.
I didn't mean for him to catch a stray.
He totally caught a stray.
Baldy's awesome. Baldy's awesome. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
Give the number.
888-957-9570.
Is the number.
Let's go.
That's the Steiny.
Let's go.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Wait a minute. Is that like Guru? Oh, boy. Apparently Guru's mad at something I said.
Man.
Well, I would stay right where you are, because a very special caller is coming up next.
The Guru?
So I'm told.
Oh, boy.
Damn it. I hate when I upset him. That really... Woo, okay, here we go. Half hour till Warriors Live.
Willard Dibs, can you lay out for a second?
We will. It's Willard and Dibs. All right. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, the Kerrs. They are systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. In the legal world, that's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law Team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Come on, kids. We're almost there. The map says straight ahead.
One-a-day 50-plus multivitamins are made for your overall health, with nutrients to support your brain and muscle function. Because don't you want to make the most of each day? So even on the family hike, you're not just keeping the pace.
Hey, Dad, wait up.
You're one step ahead. One-a-day 50-plus. The one for you. This statement has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family. Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
Yes! On one subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I'm bugging me.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, now I really feel like a jerk. Not because apparently I upset Guru.
No?
No, because I'm not going to be able to pay off a tease.
Oh, you can.
He hung up.
He'll call back.
Guru, like, that man, you know this. We all love that man.
First things first, rest in peace. Uncle Phil.
I think somebody texted in, and they're probably right. 415, I see you. I bet Guru is upset for when you criticize fans for just looking at a player's scoring average, and that equates to winning basketball Yeah, I mean, Evan and Guru were talking earlier, and they were talking about how, and Steph is playing great. But I actually don't even remember, it must have been Guru. I didn't even remember which one of them said it. So, like, he's averaging 28 a night. And they're right in that situation, but it was what popped to my head. I'm like, that's not a full story. It's just not a full story when we say that about a player. So, in this particular case, like, sure, Jonathan scored 20 points in 21 minutes. I've already said this. We did shows about this. I thought he was fantastic. I was super impressed by the way he played, considering how long he had been sitting. I thought he did some things that night other than scoring. I thought he had some hustle plays. He had some nice rebounds and putbacks. I am, yay, thumbs up, fan of Jonathan's game the other night. I just think I'd love to hear people go a little damn deeper than what someone's points per game are. And Steve Kerr is not automatically wrong. Maybe he's wrong, but he's not automatically wrong if Jonathan scores like he did against Minnesota, 24 a night. That's not the end of a basketball story.
Right. I mean, do you know how many people this year are averaging 20 points a game?
It's probably close to 30 guys.
44.
Yeah.
44 guys are averaging 20 a night. And,
they're all amazing, Dibs.
Well,
all of them.
I mean, some do it in leading to winning. Some are doing it in leading to losing. And, so every 20-point game is not created equally. And that's kind of the way I think you look at the Kuminga thing, where he could score 15 and be awesome and help you win, or he could score 25 and be good and help you lose.
Yep. I mean, DeMar DeRozan is averaging 19 a game. Why aren't we like hot after him to be on the team? Why not?
Yep.
I mean, I don't think people think DeMar DeRozan is very good right now. Nick Friedel was on our show earlier this week, so he's not very good anymore. He's averaging 19 a night. Doesn't that mean he's automatically amazeballs?
Not anymore. No. Not in this era of like increased pace and increased shooting where, if you average 20, you're kind of just a guy who gets to play a lot and you get to shoot a lot.
Like Zach LaVine is the best example.
Always.
Zach LaVine is the perfect example. Zach LaVine is empty calories. Zach LaVine is a bad contract. Zach LaVine has not been revered in any city that he currently plays in his career. And he, right now as we speak, is averaging 20 a game.
Yep.
19.8.
That's right.
So anyway, that was my only point. Guru, call back.
Give us a call. Yep.
That man's had a long day and he feels like he's getting slapped on the way home. I did not mean that.
He texted me.
What did he say?
He's had to take a call. He's not mad.
Okay.
He wants you to know he's not mad.
Okay.
You guys will chat tomorrow.
I don't want him mad at me now.
Maybe it'll be bugging him at about
exactly.
2:07.
What's bugging him exactly?
All right. Let's go back to the phones. Warriors Live is coming up here at 3:30, okay? And we're just kind of taking the pulse on Steve Kerr. Where are y'all at on Steve Kerr? Apparently, according to some reports, this might be his last year. And it does feel like some fans are like,
finally.
Can't come soon enough.
Yep.
Let's go to Bad Hombre in D.C. What up, Hombre? Hombre.
Hello, I was muted. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, got you.
Like I told the screener, trade JK to the Wizards. I'll buy season tickets. And this almost feels like you all are trying to gaslight us about JK. But real basketball fans, people who understand the game, we see who this kid is. But for some reason, the local media has been going against this kid for 5 years.
Tell me who he is, Bad Hombre. A real NBA fan like you. Tell me who he is.
Right now, he's 84 Olympics Jordan.
Okay. Thank you for saying that and completely torpedoing your point. I love
great.
I love you, Bad Hombre. I don't thank you so much for listening to the show. You cannot, I'm going to John McEnroe you. You cannot be serious. You just compared him to 84 Jordan?
'84 Olympics Jordan. That's where he is right now, minus the handle.
Okay.
Why is he asked to do things that no other player in NBA history is asked to do? Guard the other team's best defender. Lead the team in rebounding. Get you 20, even though the coach isn't going to run any sets or plays for you.
Who's asking him
Nobody
to do
else
that?
in the NBA.
Who's asking him to do? No, he's not. He never said you need to average 20. He never said you needed to lead the team in rebounding. He's never said these things.
You will always move the goalpost for this kid. If he scores 30 and they lose, his points don't amount to winning. Meanwhile, nobody ever says anything about Pajemski, who got ran out of Illinois because his college coach said he's not an NBA player. But meanwhile, Kerr plays him 30 minutes a game.
Gosh, the Kuminga Pajemski, I got to be straight with you, bad hombre. Again, love you. Thank you for calling. I am so exhausted by this comparison. And to me, it's a trigger. It really is. And it's a flashing red sign. You call yourself a real basketball fan, then stop comparing Jonathan Kuminga to Brandon Pajemski. They've got nothing to do with one another.
You should be comparing Michael Williams to Ricky Pearsall. Both first-round picks.
Nothing to do with one another. And no, playing time is not to be handed out in some sort of a punitive way as if it's dessert after you've eaten your vegetables. That's not what's going on here. You might think that's what's going on. I can promise you it's not. And this is a remove all subjectivity statement. Forget your opinion, my opinion, Dibs, Grandy, Lucas, Guru, forget all opinions for a second. I can promise you the Warriors are not punishing Jonathan for anything. They have their assessment on him as a player, and at times it frustrates them. And there are a lot of things that they think he doesn't do as well as they need him to do. If they're wrong, and they're going to be held accountable for that. But like I tried to say yesterday, whatever side you're on, the jury's not in yet. Like, nobody's been proven right or wrong on this one yet.
No.
At all.
And it won't be until he goes somewhere else and either is great and wins or great and doesn't win like Jordan Poole, or he's bad and he doesn't win. And it's interesting when we talk about this and you think about like Rollins, who, the Warriors threw into a trade and now he's gone to Milwaukee and now he's been like, wow.
He's a player.
He's a player and he's really good. And so you look at that and you go, maybe you shouldn't have thrown him in, but he was a throw in and you kind of had to do it to do what you wanted to do anyway. And so it's kind of collateral damage, but with Kuminga, he will most likely be the centerpiece of a trade either now or next year. And if he goes out and he is an all-star, 2 or 3-time all-star, and he goes out and leads a team to a title or whatever, yeah, that's on you, Kerr, Dunleavy, Lacob, everyone else,
Absolutely.
all the Lacobs.
Absolutely. Even Bob Myers would have a piece of that.
Right, but if he doesn't, I'm not saying he goes full-on Trey Lance, which is, you traded Trey Lance and you got more than you actually thought that you should have and could have. And thank you, Jerry Jones. And then he went to Dallas and he went to the Chargers and he's not been the guy that, you thought that he was when you drafted him. So even though you blew it when you drafted him, you at least got something for him.
Jeff in Santa Rosa is next. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Basketball is the ultimate team game. And you need guys who are willing to do whatever it takes, and Kerr's not wrong, and the Warriors aren't wrong for trying to move guys around in order to find their answers. I read somewhere very recently that Jimmy Butler is a huge fan and proponent of Jonathan Kuminga. Do we know why?
We only know what he has said, Jeff, and I think that they have bonded as human beings, first and foremost. I think that he also sees a lot of talent in Jonathan Kuminga. He also sees a lot of things where Jonathan needs to be better, and so he's trying to mentor him.
Yes, and of course.
Yeah.
And the point of it is when you've got a Jimmy Butler, who amazingly and sadly we no longer can rely on, that it throws everybody into a tizzy. You got Kerr, who might be ending his career sooner than later. You got Curry, who only has so many years left to pull off that magic that he continues to do day in and day out. So to me, the challenge for Kuminga is if the guy's got the raw talent that everybody seems to think he does, and I'm sure Butler thinks he does, find a way to get him the minutes, do what he's got to do in order to make the team better, period. They've tried every which way. They've had Moses Moody, who has limitations in certain ways. They've got Pazensky, who's got skills but can't always fit into the solution. I mean, they can't even figure out whether they need Quentin Post to play any meaningful minutes or Trace Jackson or Al Horford. This is a Warrior organization that can't get their shit together and make this.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. All right.
This is stuff that's so funny to me.
It's the passion, Mark.
I love the passion. I just don't know where we ended up from Dynasty and little bit less than 4 years ago, a championship parade.
Yep.
To arriving at now with Steph Curry at 37 years old. And apparently some of you believe this organization's just a laughingstock. And they cannot get their S together.
I don't know if it's that.
They make some mistakes, sure.
Right. I do think that the one thing that fans are looking at where, yes, the dynasty, and if you think it's over, then, go ahead and take a number and step in line with other people who think that it actually might be over. So if that's the reality of it, if you're not going to be a championship team again, so what's the way forward? You either believe that JK, Jonathan Kuminga, is the guy who can be the way forward, or you don't. And right now, it feels like the organization probably doesn't think that he's the way forward, but many fans think that he's the way forward. And if you think that, then you look at Kerr and Dunleavy and whoever else, and you think, you're keeping him down. Well, he's the way forward.
Well, then isn't this week the moment where we can all go on a weekend retreat together and sit around the campfire and actually connect? Because Jimmy Butler just got hurt, and this is actually that moment where those of you who want JK to be able to play 25 minutes a night in a pressurized free situation, we're here. We're here. Nobody thinks the Warriors are going to win a title this year. Jimmy Butler got hurt. So here we are.
Right.
So maybe now it happens.
Maybe. I mean, maybe now it happens, but
or maybe he's not on the team in 2 weeks.
Well,
I don't know.
The other thing is, the other people would say, why hasn't it happened before? Why wait until now?
Because trying to win a title.
Right, but and I'm going to play devil's advocate because I'm kind of in the same mindset as you where, you've done it and you've actually won a title and you've been a playoff team. And last year you knocked off Houston and he didn't really play against Houston. And then Curry got hurt and then you had to throw him in there and he played great and you lost all 4 games. So I'm kind of with you on that as far as does he help you win in April and May? Well, he hasn't really done that, but the other people will say, well, why haven't you given it a try? You haven't given really a level try and now you are?
They feel they have. You threw out some interesting numbers yesterday. What was it? Has Jonathan played more minutes than GP2? Did you say that?
Moody.
More minutes
he played more
minutes than Moody.
More career minutes than Moody.
Okay. I mean, that's interesting.
Right. And I mean, Moody.
And it's fact, right? That Jonathan sees himself maybe differently than what the Warriors want him to do. And that has led to heads butting. Why don't you give him a shot? And they're like, we are giving him a shot in this role. This is the role we want for him. And he's like, I don't want that role. Moses Moody, when he goes in, is like, I'll take any role. Whatever role you want.
Right.
Okay. So I think that's the rub. So that's a shared sort of a thing. We see this, you see that. Can we get together? So far, no.
Right. And I do think that, if you want to talk about just the Moody part of it, where, he plays his first 3 years and then they offer him 3 years and 39, and he says, yeah, okay. Sure. I mean, do I think I'm better than that? Probably, but his role and to get, $39 million over 3 years felt like it was a good deal for both sides at the time. It was probably a little bit team friendly, but they offered it and he signed it. And meanwhile, Kuminga in that same space was thinking about the max. He wanted what, these other guys got, Cade Cunningham and Scotty Barnes and all the other guys in his draft class. He wanted that money. And the team was saying, no, we don't see you as that. And, they offered Moses 39 over 3, and he probably could have held out for 45 or 50, but he didn't, and so here we are.
I'm just laughing because the latest text that came through, it might even be the same 510, and I'll say the same thing. Call us. Stop hiding behind your phone. Y'all full of cow crap. At least he didn't cuss.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, Steve Kerr just spoke pregame.
Uh-oh.
Want to hear this?
Kinda.
Get ready.
I'm worried.
Steve Kerr.
Kuminga's still in the rotation.
Yes, he is. Go ahead. More, I know. You got lots more Kuminga questions. Go ahead. Fire away. Fire away.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
What do you want to see from him in this stretch?
What do I want to see?
What do you want to see from him, JK, in this stretch?
Like I said, here they come. I want to see the same thing I want to see from the rest of our guys. Just play hard, do the things that we're preaching, play with energy, play as a group, and let's go get victories. That's it. I mean, it's the same plan for whoever comes on the floor.
Yep, here they come.
This is exactly what I was worried about in the summer when I told you that this was not workable. This is exactly what I was worried about. I was worried about so many questions that the guys became exhausted, annoyed, snippy, and here we are. This is exactly what I was worried about.
It would have been more workable if they would have played him over the last, 16 games.
Probably. You're probably right about that.
It wouldn't be such a thing where, you didn't play him and then Jimmy gets hurt and now you play him and now he plays well. And so, the question has to be, Steve, is he still in the rotation? Yes, guys, of course. What else you got?
When did Gabe Kapler start covering the Warriors?
We, as a Warrior media base.
Oh, boy. Okay, let's keep going. Warriors Live is coming up in a little bit. Oh, by the way, real quick, let's rock this. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. We asked you to vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page before every game. It's presented by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler. We asked with the Warriors in Dallas today, y'all have any interest in Anthony Davis as a potential trade target in any way, shape, or form? Yes or no? 62% no.
That's it?
38% say yes.
Oh, God. Yep. I mean,
what do you mean that's it? You wanted it to be 98%
right,
no?
Right. I mean, he doesn't play, and he's not, I don't know, he's not the kind of a player that I think that Draymond would love to play with.
I got him for more games than Jimmy Butler for the rest of this year.
Are you sure?
No. I'm not, but that'd be my bet.
Your chances, yeah. Odds are.
Let's talk to Keith in San Jose. Hi, Keith. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, hi. I was eating my lunch, waiting for you guys.
What was for lunch?
I was just going to say peanut butter and jelly on toast.
Oh, man, it never gets old. Go ahead, Keith.
I'm no expert on this, but I was just thinking, given the Jimmy Butler situation, why don't they play Kuminga? He's not going to get better sitting on the bench. And I've heard somebody say that he only plays really well with Curry and Draymond. Okay, well, that's what you have right now. Use it. That's all I got. What do you guys think?
I don't disagree with you, Keith. I mean, thank you very much. And enjoy that PB&J, man. I don't care how old you are.
Time honored.
It's on. But anyway, I'm with you. I think I've largely been kind of saying that all week. I don't know what the exact machinations are, what the combinations necessarily will be, but we've arrived here. And especially if you don't like a deal that's on the table, well, then, let's do the Minnesota series for 30 games. Let's see what it looks like. And by the way, they sort of slipped into it the other night, but that is what happened. I don't know that was the plan. And then they were down by 30. And so it kind of became like, why not?
Yeah.
But I sort of feel that way at the start of games now. Why not?
I mean, what do you have to lose?
Why not?
Other than him getting hurt, but that could be anybody. And, somebody earlier was talking about, maybe it was Evan talking about tanking, if Steph would have got hurt, maybe you would have thought about tanking more than if Jimmy got hurt. And I kind of get that premise, but I don't think that Joe Lacob is ever going to go into full tank mode. And I think about the 2019-2020 season where Steph got hurt early after 4 or 5 games, and then Draymond got hurt, and Clay was already out. And so that was a little bit more like early on, the writing was on the wall, and then COVID hit, and you didn't go to the bubble, and you wound up 15-50. Fine, that was a whole different story. But right now, you're very much in a play-in spot, and you're chasing a playoff spot. So you're not just going to shut this down with Steph at 38. No way.
No, not at all. But I think that there's. Look, if you're in information gathering mode, and they've sort of indicated that, like they're going to have to trial and error and test and do different matchups, then yeah, let him be a part of them. Let him be a part of a bunch of them and see if something works. By the way, if it doesn't, then that would probably further your point with some people. If he goes out there and his efficiency is terrible, and the Warriors never win another basketball game again all year long, that'd be pretty damning.
Yep. It would be. But if he goes out there and he shows that he's got these skills, then maybe his demand goes up.
I agree with that. Okay, Jumpin' Jack Flash on 280 apparently says he's got some very interesting things to say. Boy, you're setting a high bar for yourself now, Jack Flash.
All right, not a problem, man. First off, let's start off with Steve Kerr, okay? With Steve Kerr, it's preposterous to think that he's the problem. He's got 4 titles. Now, he's won titles as an assistant coach, as a player. He's won Olympic gold medals. He knows what winning basketball looks like. Maybe years is he phoning it in a little bit? If that's the case, it would be organizational. And anything, I'll put it this way. Steve Kerr is not a detriment to the Golden State Warriors whatsoever. Now moving forward, organizationally, now this is where our problem truly lies. To allow Jonathan Kuminga to be so alienated, allow him to be iced out the way he was, that was a mistake, obviously. We were one injury away from desperately needing him, and that was mismanaged by management. And we've been mismanaged by management for a while. I don't know if it's Joey Lightyears who's the cause. I think it's more of Bob Myers. I feel that him not wanting to be responsible for, let's say, changing up the personnel that was involved in our first 3 titles and bringing Dunleavy in. I think that was kind of a chicken move, if you will.
Yeah, Jack, interesting comments. We got to run. Warriors Live is about to start. If I agree that the Warriors have mismanaged Jonathan, can I actually add his name to it? I think Jonathan has mismanaged Jonathan.
I think so.
And his agent has too.
Aaron Turner. Sure. Yep, no doubt.
Warriors also.
Yeah,
Warriors also.
No thing is ever 100% or 0. Even the Ayuk thing, like the Niners and
agreed.
Ayuk and, the whole thing was botched.
Warriors in Dallas. Tip-off is an hour from now. Warriors Live is coming up, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're also sponsored by DAZN. Here we go. Dubs Live next. Willard and Dibbs.
2 global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden. Here we go. Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Here we go, getting a little bit closer to the playoff weekend. No Niners, but hey, you can still win some cash. Underdog's the best place to do it. Get in on the action. You can make picks, win money right now in California. It's very, very easy to do. A user-friendly app. You pick your favorite players if they're going to go higher or lower on stats, and then pair them together. And if you get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Now, look, Puka Nacua went off last time he was in Seattle. Great player. We all agree, even if you don't like the Rams. The number for him this week, 92.5 yards. Got to go higher, right? I dig that one. What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. When you're downloading the app, just type that in. My last name, Willard. Boom, free money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Off we go on to the road to see an old friend, as tonight the Golden State Warriors will take on the Dallas Mavericks. Warriors 25 and 28th in the West, and obviously experimenting with a whole new world now that Jimmy Butler will be out for the year. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. The Mavericks come in, by the way, 12th in the West. They are 18 and 26, and they have been experiencing all kinds of odd things, obviously. Still waiting for Kyrie Irving to be back. Anthony Davis is now hurt. He will be reevaluated in about a month. Cooper Flagg and his sort of indoctrination into the entire league, and Klay Thompson playing a lot better. But for the most part, it has not led to a great record. It'll be an interesting sort of measuring stick with the Warriors now without Jimmy Butler to see if they can handle a team that, in theory, the way they were playing, I think they would handle. I don't know what they're going to look like tonight, quite frankly.
And also who they've been on the road, even with Jimmy Butler throughout the entirety of the season. They've been a bad road team. And you look at their split, they're 17 and 7 at home, 8 and 13 on the road, including such losses as Indiana against virtually no one and other games that they've kind of given away on the road. And I wonder about, whether or not this team is now ready to congeal and be a real road unit. They've had 21 games on the road, and I know early on they had the whole schedule thing and all the back-to-backs and the brutal slate early in road games, but this is not that now. You go to Dallas against a team that is the 12 seed, and you mentioned it, no AD, and you've got Cooper Flagg still trying to find his way and Klay Thompson off the bench. This is a game, even without Jimmy Butler, you should be able to go out there and handle, maybe not win, but you should be able to handle this one.
You would think. The Mavericks have won 3 in a row, though. They're starting to have a little bit of life. They do have a winning record at home. All of those things. I think we would like to share with you some of the things that Steve Kerr said to us with his weekly appearance yesterday. And from the sort of umbrella view, forget all of the Jonathan Kuminga of it all and the lineups and the rotations. I thought this was at least an important one because as the trade deadline is exactly 2 weeks from today and Jimmy Butler is out for the year, a lot of people wanted to know, hey, philosophically, is anything changing the rest of the year? And here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the Warriors going forward the rest of this season.
Mike and I have had, a conversation. He's on the trip, but we haven't gone into depth on any of this stuff. I mean, the one thing we talked about was we're still going forward. We're still trying to win every night. This is not a case where, we're going to start selling off assets. That's not the plan, that's for sure. We think we can be really competitive and play at a high level, and so that's the plan. So the next step is figuring out what that means in terms of rotations and lineup combinations, all that stuff.
I'm fascinated that Mike Dunleavy's on the trip, and with the trade deadline 2 weeks away, I bet he'll watch every single minute of every game because the job now is to assess what is this team? How realistic is this? We watched them against Toronto without Jimmy, but I sort of feel like toss that one out because it comes so quickly, less than 24 hours after the Butler injury.
Yeah.
They're just trying to catch their breath and figure out life. But now you've had a day, a plane flight to talk this out. You've had that one game with Toronto where you can look at rotations. Buddy Hield played really well. Jonathan came in, played well, although that came once the game was kind of already out of hand. I think the assessment of whatever this team is, we're not going to get a final answer tonight, but we're going to get the start of the answer.
We should. And, I mean, you got 3 games here coming up in rapid succession, so go out there and don't lose all 3. Can you win 1? Yeah. Can you win 2? That'd be great. But I do think about the game against Toronto where it was the last game of an 8-game homestand and you lost Jimmy and you already were 6-1. So there was a little bit of that human nature where the work is already done. We went 6-1, 7-1 would be awesome. 6-2 would be just fine. And we lost Jimmy and Steph was bad and Draymond was bad and the starters were bad. You dug a hole. And so that is one that you just kind of crumple up and you throw away, except for Kuminga, who resurfaced and played well. So for me, all eyes on JK tonight. How soon does he come in? How aggressive is he? How does he follow up what he did the other night.
All eyes are always on JK.
All eyes on me.
Even if he's not on the game. Sometimes and so yes, that is the case, and we'll play for you in a second something that Steve said at his pregame news conference, which was just about a half hour ago, and it is very much Kuminga related, and it's kind of interesting for reasons that you might not expect. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. There's this too, which we thought interesting. Kerr said, with regard to this team now without Jimmy Butler, he feels better about it than he did about the team last year before Jimmy was acquired. And here's why.
I feel differently about this group, mainly because we have Al Horford and Melton. And as I said, the addition of Quentin Post, I think that's given our team a totally different look. I think part of the reason we've had a lot of success the last couple of weeks and had a great homestand was because of Melton and Al finally, really being healthy enough to find rhythm, to find confidence. And both guys are playing at a high level. So I really want to see what we have here, on this road trip, these 4 games, Dallas, 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Utah. Let's see what we've got, because as I said, I think we can continue our momentum the way we're playing. We've generally taken care of the ball. We're shooting it well. We're spacing the floor, playing a lot of 5 out with multiple shooters. It's been a run for us, and we can still do this without Jimmy. Obviously, we're going to miss him like crazy, but we can still play the same way, and I really want to see what that looks like, 4 or 5 games from now.
When he says we can still play the same way, I kind of take that meaning not that we can play as well, but we can try to play the same style in theory. And is that good enough to win games? He sort of talked about this road trip. This is where they'll be gathering information. This will take them all the way up to, let's see, there'll be these 4 games, then 2 home games, then it's the trade deadline day. So you're talking 6 games left to gather this info at Dallas tonight. Then it's the stay and play, as you love to call it, this weekend and into Monday against Minnesota, and then a Wednesday date in Utah. No back-to-backs on the trip.
Right, and then you've got Detroit and Philly here at home, and then you get right up against the deadline, which is at Phoenix on that day. And you remember last year they were at Utah on that day, and before the game, they pulled everyone into the locker room, and they said, you over here, you stay, you go, you stay, you go, you stay, you go. I don't think it'll be that dramatic, but still, when you go to Phoenix 2 weeks from today, that's going to be the deadline day, and it's going to be one of those things where the team's going to look around and wonder who is still a Warriors.
I don't know if they're going to do anything.
Oh, they'll do something, I believe.
You sure?
I'm not positive, but if you look at the next, let's say, 6 games between now and then, if they go 1-5, I think they're less likely to do something. But if they go 4-2 and they show that, hey, even without Jimmy, we're still a live, viable factor in this whole thing, maybe they try to do something.
I sort of think about it through the lens of Mike Dunleavy says the other day about Jonathan Kuminga's trade demand. Well, if there's going to be a demand, there needs to be demand.
Yep.
And when he says that, and I know a lot of people didn't like that, but it's like if I take that at face value and there's no good deal out there for Jonathan, I would suggest don't do a deal. And if you're not going to do a Jonathan deal, what deal are you going to do? Who else are you trading? And for what? You know what I mean? Like that's your big ticket item, both financially and in terms of interest around the league.
It is. I mean, unless you're going to do a full-on, like, Jimmy's hurt salary dump deal, which I think is really, really a long shot, especially considering, what you're paying him and what he actually could be next year when he comes back. But the other one would be maybe a Moses and Buddy combo, which gets you to about 2021. It gets you almost to a Kuminga level. I do think that trades are hard, but also heading to the deadline, they have to try and explore everything.
I would be first of all, anyone other than Jonathan, and even with Jonathan, maybe I'm not sure what you get back without attaching picks. And if you're not going to make it like a big swing, boy, I just wouldn't give up picks. I would not give up picks unless it is a very big swing.
Yeah, and I guess the 3 different things are a trade with Jimmy involved. I would put that at about 3%. A trade of Kuminga, I'd put that at about 50-50. in a trade not involving Kuminga or Jimmy, I'd put that at about 10%.
Yeah, that all sounds fair. And the 50-50 idea on Jonathan, that's way down from what it was.
Oh, it was 110, negative 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an automatic, right?
Before Jimmy got hurt.
Yep.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Right now, the Warriors injury report is this: GP2, right foot soreness, good to go. He's available. Seth Curry continues to be out with the sciatic nerve irritation. And yes, Jimmy Butler's not going to make it back for this game.
No.
Torn ACL and is obviously out for the year. And then the Mavericks have their big names on their injury report. Daniel Gafford with a right ankle sprain will sit this one out. We already told you that Anthony Davis will sit for at least another month or so. That's with a left finger sprain. Kyrie Irving, coming off of the ACL surgery last year, has no timetable yet for his return. And Derek Lively, foot surgery, is also out for the year. Those are four huge names not available to the Dallas Mavericks right now.
And that's kind of been the story of their season where, you had bright hopes when you got Cooper Flagg, you won the lottery, you got Flagg, and you had AD, hopefully healthy, and you had Clay, who has actually been good, and, Kyrie Irving with the ACL, and he's been out, and your big man Gafford with the ankle, and Lively's out as well. Your Twin Towers are gone, your point guard is gone, and your supposed number one player is also gone. So if you're Dallas, you're more likely to head toward that lottery than the Warriors, they're just trying to hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Well, are there? Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We promised this. Let's let you hear it if you weren't with us about a half hour ago when we first played it. But Steve Kerr, as every coach does before every game, a little pregame media swap session. And today's media swap session sounded a little bit like this.
Kuminga's still in the rotation?
Yes, he is. Go ahead. More, I know. You got lots more Kuminga questions. Go ahead. Fire away. Fire away.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
What do you want to see from him in this stretch?
What do I want to see?
What do you want to see from him, JK, in this stretch?
Like I said, here they come. I want to see the same thing I want to see from the rest of our guys. Just play hard, do the things that we're preaching, play with energy, play as a group, and let's go get victories. That's it. I mean, it's the same plan for whoever comes on the floor.
This is just DUN as far as these guys are concerned.
Done?
I mean, that question is a fair question, number one.
Both of them.
I get that, well, sure, they're fair questions, but I get what happens. Like, for those of you, if you've never been in this kind of a vibe where, like, you're in this media scrum session, one question can build on the other, but you're also having to sort of, like, read the room. And so when an answer comes out that's like that, or he's like, okay, here come fire away with your Kuminga questions. The reporters are sitting there going, oh, crap, because actually I do have Kuminga questions.
I do.
But now you've sort of like put a thing around that and made this maybe a wee bit uncomfortable. So you're suddenly thinking, okay, how can I pivot? I would like to get him talking about X, Y, or Z. And I feel like that was the vibe of the question of, okay, Steve, how about one that's not too hot to touch? What would you like to see from him?
Right.
And Steve doesn't go, well, rebound, hustle, attack the basket, make good decisions, pass at the right time, play the dunker spot. He doesn't do that. Instead, he goes, the same freaking thing that I want to see the other players do.
Yep.
Play hard. Play basketball. And I know he didn't use that tone.
Right.
But he's exhausted by this.
As he should be. Right. But at the same time, like, fans want to know, is he still in the rotation? Because before, he's been in, and then he's been out, and then now he's back in. So that's a fair question. And I think that was Nick Friedel off the top, and it sounded like Slate's. Yep. Anthony Slater with the follow-up. Right. And, just like, what do you want to see from him? And Steve's like, yeah, I want to see what I want to see from everybody. Like, play basketball, play well, make the smart play, make the right play, show effort, and let's go out there and win. And it's a little different for you and I because we have him as a kind of captive audience. We get 20 or 25 minutes of just us and Steve, and so we can kind of like ease our way into it. But in that setting, they don't have a lot of time to, really, kitty foot around the question that everyone wants, which right now is Kuminga.
Right.
What's going to happen?
Right. And I mean, honestly, I bet there's a little piece of the organization doesn't know. And I don't mean like what stats is he going to put up, but if they're all admitting like we're going to experiment. We're going to experiment, maybe more so than usual. I wonder if they actually know who's getting what minutes.
Right.
It's probably a living, breathing thing during the game.
It's an organism. And you had me thinking about Dunleavy watching the game in the second row, and Kuminga gets the ball in the wing, and he crosses somebody over, and he goes up and he dunks, and Mike picks up the phone and calls Sacramento. Hey, I don't know if you, hey, did you see that? Did you see that? Or Kuminga, dribbles one and it goes off his knee out of bounds and he checks his phone. He's like, please don't call. Please don't call. Are we living and breathing by every single moment of Kuminga? Probably not. But I was thinking about like Dunleavy being on the trip. Like if Kuminga has a 12-point second quarter and they go from down 6 to up 5, he's like speed dialing everyone.
Yeah. I mean, they did it the other night.
Mike, do you have league pass?
Yeah, he wasn't. I mean, he came in at the start of the second quarter, which means he was probably ticketed to come in at the start of the fourth quarter, but he came in the third quarter, and he played really well. So then he got the entire fourth quarter until it was garbage time. So that showed it right there. Time for the Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I'll take an easy one. And I don't mean it's easy that it's going to happen.
Steph Curry, 1 attempted 3?
No, I'm going to go higher than 26.5 points on Steph Curry. Go ahead and yak it in.
Chef!
Yeah, but just because it's like, I know he's actually not even shooting that great right now, but whatever, that's night to night. I just feel like Jimmy Butler's not there. And on this road trip, this is probably one that you've got to get. I think Steph is going to be pretty focused on his point total. And, provided that it doesn't go the same way it did against Toronto, he will get his normal complement of minutes. Give me Steph Curry to get to at least 27 points.
I like it. It's a safe bet. And I'm looking at covers.com, and they've got him projected at 27.8, I believe. So that's a pretty good one. I'm going to go with, hi, this is Quentin Post.
Okay.
And they've got him at 6.5 for points scored. And I'm going to go over the 6.5. I think that, what he's shown me of late is he's more than just a 3-point guy. He'll go ahead and put it on the deck now. And he'll go ahead and he'll fake the 3 and languid dribble, get in the key, and he'll try one of those little 12-footers. So I like a couple of Quentin 3s. I like a mid-rangey 2 and a free throw. I'm going over 6.5 on QP.
Kukush, yeah, there you go. I thought about going with Clay, but I wanted to do something Warriors. Clay's number is 11.5.
I mean, that to me is a pretty easy over. He's been playing.
He's been playing really well.
Yep.
He's been playing real well.
It's been hot.
And they need him because, a lot of their guys are out. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're getting ready here for Warriors and Mavericks starting off the road trip, and as we've called it, a whole new world with Jimmy Butler now out. And obviously, the trade deadline is 2 weeks from pretty much right now. I know it's earlier in the day, but pretty much right now, 2 weeks from today to assess, see what's available, and then either act or not. And again, the only clue that we've gotten so far came from Mike Dunleavy the other day before the game against Toronto when he was asked, Mike, you are aware that Jonathan Kuminga demanded a trade, right? And his response was longer than this, but the one sentence everybody grabbed, yes, I'm aware. And for there to be a demand, there needs to be demand.
And the demand can build the way he plays. And I also think about what we always talk about, where a team heading to the deadline, if you want to get help, show the organization that you're worthy of help. You've got 4 road games. You've got 2 at home. If you can go to Dallas and Minnesota and Utah and maybe go 3-1 on this little 4-game trip and show the organization, yeah, we lost Jimmy, but we're still real. We still believe that we might be a little bit of help away. Go out and show us that you need some help, and Mike will do that.
Dubs and Mavs coming up right here. They are, although they keep happening. But anyway, Dubs and Mavericks coming up here on 95.7 The Game. Always fun when your afternoon guys here, Willie and Dibby, get to do Warriors Live. Did you want to do it again tomorrow?
Picks to make.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
it's going to be Football Friday, but we'll react to this one as well. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Out to the arena next.
Ready for your next adventure? Welcome to San Francisco International Airport, your getaway to the world.